Chapter 1. Just after the awakening of insects, in the morning of spring, the gentle breeze is blowing on the fields, bringing a hint of coolness. The farmers buried their heads in their fields, and devoted themselves to tending the land with the expectation of the harvest. When you look up, you can see your home, which is the village not far away, quietly spread under the continuous mountains, occupying a small corner, entwined with the morning mist that has not yet dissipated. The quiet countryside is filled with the smell of spring mud and green grass, peaceful and peaceful. Dahu's family is also working in the field. As the only immigrant household in Tangjia village, Dahu's father came here with his wife and children and lived there for 30 years. Now Dahu's parents are over 50 years old, but fortunately they are still in good health, and they are still working in the fields. Dahu married a daughter-in-law that year, and he was referring to the daughter of a peasant family named Shening next door. 13 years have passed since the year they got married. Helping each other, they have 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son is named Hu Kong, who is 12 years old this year, and the second daughter is named Hu Xiuer, who is 10 years old this year. They are thinking about giving the eldest son another arm. They are twins, or 2 boys. The family is both happy and sad. The happy thing is that the family is happy to have twins, but the worry is that the family is so poor. Let's have a good birth, named Hu Guang Hu Chang, and he is 7 years old this year. Dahu's family leased 10 acres of land, all of which belonged to Zhang Daguan's family, a wealthy family in the city. They worked intensively and saved food and money, and they managed to get by. But this farmer's life is free from illness and disaster, and there will be a good year, and he can live on tight, just for fear of unexpected expenses or something. No, Dahu and his wife are worried for a few months, because of the condition of her daughter Xiuer. This Xiuer was born prematurely, and when the autumn harvest was busy that year, it suddenly rained. If the rice in the field had to be taken home quickly, the harvest of that year would have rotted in the field. Pregnant, also rushed to the field to help. Firstly, relying on my family background, I am used to doing the work, and secondly, I also feel that I am young and strong, and I have given birth to another child. Who knows that I am so anxious that I suddenly feel unbearable abdominal pain. Hurry up and send it home and give birth. Fortunately, the mother and daughter are safe. Although Xiuer lost her life, her body is not as healthy as a full-term child. From childhood to junior year, she was in a dilemma and often fell ill. Now she is 10 years old and has been pampered. She never asked her to do housework. But Xiuer herself is very sensible, knowing that she loves the adults in her family, and often takes the initiative to find something she can do. In the beginning of spring this year, Xiuer secretly took a large basket of dirty clothes to the river to wash without telling her family. When she finished washing with strength and stood up reluctantly, she felt dark in front of her eyes, lost consciousness in an instant, and slid into the river as soon as her body softened. When the little girls who were washing clothes by the river hurriedly pulled her up to see, they had already clenched their teeth and were unconscious. He hurriedly called someone to go to the field to inform Dahushin. The husband and wife rushed over and saw their daughter's small body curled up on the bank of the river in the cold spring, drenched and motionless. They felt as if their hearts were being twisted. "Ah, I'm about to cry," Dahu is stunned on one side, ashamed. The onlookers couldn't help weeping because they all said that the premature girl of the Hu family couldn't raise her up. After a long time, the aunts and aunts next to her had already started to persuade Shinshur to mourn, but at this moment, Xiuer woke up slowly again. Shinshur was overjoyed, and hurriedly called her husband. Dahu was startled awake. The couple sent their daughter home, changed their clothes, wrapped them in thick quilts, fed them a large bowl of ginger soup, and asked the eldest son to go to Jishang, and asked the doctor to look at it, saying that there was no serious problem. Prescribed a prescription to dispel the cold, and since then, I have been lying in bed every day to raise it, and the soup and medicine are constant every day. After this experience, not only did the daughter suffer, but the 3 taels of silver that the family had so hard to praise was almost spent. Seeing that the eldest son Hu Kong is about to reach the age of marriage, this relative may not have at least 5 taels of silver to buy a new house as a bride price. It's hard to say. I originally wanted to save for another 2 or 3 years, and it was almost enough, and I never thought about my daughter's illness. Thinking of this, Dahu, the head of the Hu family, frowned further. At this time at home, Xior was leaning on the bed. The spring sunlight slowly moved into the room through the south-facing window, and there were countless fine dust dancing in the warm light and shadow. She had remained in this position for a long time. When the 2 twin brothers went to stroke the leaves for the chickens, she would rest at home and cook lunch with them when they came back. The plan for a year is in spring. Those who are able to go to the fields, adults and children, have gone to work in their own fields. The whole village is quiet, with occasional roosters crowing and dogs barking, which is quite different from the hustle and bustle of the city. One side of Xior's body was faintly numb, but she still didn't want to move. She endured it for a while, and finally turned over, facing up. The roofs of these rooms are all made of reed mats, which have been smoked dark brown by the long-term smoke. The Hu family's house runs north to south, with 4 rooms in Arow. It is located in the west of the village. Because they are migrants fleeing from famine, the place allocated to them in the village is slightly off. The nearest neighbor to the east is also 200 meters away. The earth wall and thatched roof are short and dilapidated. It can be regarded as the main house. There is an even more dilapidated latrine without a roof a few steps away. Let's talk about the main room. The first room from west to east is cut off from the middle, and the south half is the boudoir of the only daughter Xior, which has a bed, a table, a chair, and a box. The northern half is the Hu family's barn, which contains various farm tools and several bags of rations. The second room is the main room. There is a picture of peonies hanging on the wall facing the south gate. This picture has been there since Xior can remember. The white part of the paper has turned deep yellow, but it has been carefully protected by this family. In this picture, a wooden nail is nailed to the 4 corners of the earth wall, and a little bit of it is left on the wall. On it, a cotton thread dyed bright red is used to climb the 4 corners of the wooden nails to form a 4 character, so as to prevent the wind from blowing the painting. Come to tear the paper. Below the peony picture is a long table with a length of 1.2 meters and a height of meters. Its 2 ends almost reach the left and right walls, but only on the upper left side are the ancestral tablets of the Hu family for several generations. A large porcelain teapot with blue flowers and a stack of 4 rough porcelain bowls with blue borders are placed neatly. A wooden long bench is placed on each side of the square table, and there are 2 bamboo low chairs and 2 low feet on the ground against the wall wooden stool. The third room is divided into 2 large and small rooms. The slightly smaller room on the south side is used as a kitchen, and the slightly larger room on the north side is shared by 3 boys. The storehouse, Xior's room, kitchen, and the 3 boys' rooms all have doors that communicate with the main room. In the room of the 3 boys there was only a large bed against the north gable wall, which looked like a northern calm, but it was actually made of earth, but there was no fire. There is another cabinet at the head of the bed in the back to store clothes. There is a door on the right side of the wardrobe, which leads to the easternmost room. It is said that the east wing was built after the twins were born, and it is lined up with the 3 old houses, and the 4 rooms are the same width and length. The east side of the house is partitioned in the middle. The north half is the bedroom of Dahu and his wife, which communicates with the bedroom of the 3rd son, and the south half is the bedroom of Dahu's parents. There is a door on the east gable wall of the kitchen, which communicates with the kitchen. Really answered that sentence. Although the sparrow is small and complete, the 4 rooms in this style are all yellow mud floors, which are compacted and flattened and cleaned cleanly. It was made one by one at home, and it took a little bit of hard work and time. It doesn't look very good, but fortunately, it doesn't cost money. Such a poor family with 3 generations under the same roof, thanks to the hard work and love of the owner, has been tidied up neatly and spotlessly clean. I still remember that the night before was the 40th anniversary celebration of the company. As the business manager with the highest sales performance every year, he must have been dragged by a group of colleagues all night. When he woke up with a hangover, what he saw was not the familiar bachelor apartment, but it was a strange woman in her 30s and s. I found out later that the actual age of Shin was 6 years younger than her. But poverty and hard work made her suffer prematurely. At that time, Shin just hugged her and was sad. Desperate, she couldn't figure it out for a moment, but she didn't have any strength in her body, couldn't speak, couldn't move, and was sent back to this home right after. There is a bronze mirror under the reed pillow leaning on her back. This is the day she came to this world. She asked the grandma for it. Xiu'er took out the bronze mirror from under the pillow and looked at the little girl in the mirror. It is very big. A pair of eyes, a small and straight nose, although the lips are slightly pale, but the lips are beautiful. To be honest, they are much prettier than her in the previous life, but it is a pity that her complexion is blue and yellow, her cheeks are slightly sunken, and she looks sick. At this time, he was also looking at her with an inquiring look. Although he had seen this face for nearly a month, it was still so strange, just like everything around him. After being silent for a long time, I finally asked the girl in the mirror, "Xiu'er, how do I go back? What should I do to return my body to you?" The voice fell lightly, but the girl in the mirror was also silent, without an answer. Yang Fei'er has become Xiu'er, a 35-year-old leftover woman has become a 10-year-old girl, and the new women of the 21st century have become peasant girls of some dynasty or generation. How can Yang Fei'er accept all this? Today, I have to endure all kinds of physical discomfort and extreme weakness, and then I think about the modern fancy life in my previous life. Yang Fei'er scolded God again and again, "You are a cheater. Cross, what a fantastic thing, shouldn't it only exist in web articles and TV movies?" Even though he has time-traveled once before, Yang Fei'er shudders when he thinks of the backwardness in all aspects of ancient society and the social status of women in ancient times. He immediately drives away these thoughts and devotes himself passionately to the beautiful life of modern times. With a job with an annual salary of 50, a young and energetic healthy body, a good appearance, a slender figure, and always surrounded by several suitors, Yang Fei'er is very satisfied with all this. Although there is a little, it was a small unspeakable problem, but Yang Fei'er didn't take it too seriously. He just felt that he was not mentally prepared, and was still planning to choose one of the few suitors, married and had children in the past 2 years. After all, her parents were pressing her too hard, but when she woke up after that hangover, she found that she had time-traveled inexplicably, and all those wonderful lives could never go back. What she had in this world now, it is a struggling family on the poverty line, with a sick and young body. Also, she still needs to change her name to live, just like fate shows her a password of a new life, Xiu'er. From then on, she will live again from the age of 10 with such a name and identity. She can't always indulge in the infinite memory of the beautiful past life, so she should pack up and seal everything in the past. Let her parents, relatives and friends in the previous life put it deep in the deepest memory, never think about it again, and mention it again. Your heart will hurt, so painful that you can't face this new life. Just treat the past life as a dream, as the dream of this 10-year-old Xiu'er, who wakes up from the dream and continues to live. End of this chapter. Chapter 2: Green Chicken Raising. Chapter 2: Green Chicken Raising. The father of this family, Dahu, is about years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a handsome appearance. This is where the name of Dahu comes from. He is diligent, sincere, and kind. Xinsher also liked him back then, so he resisted the family thought that he was poor and had no property and refused to marry him, so they married him. The family makes a living by farming, and originally depended on the mountains to eat the mountains, but the villagers here are mainly farming, and only 1 or 2 families make a living by hunting. After all, the risk of going up the mountain to find food is far greater than planting food in the soil. Besides, whose father came from other places and never knew this craft. Dahu was an only son since he was a child. The increase in population is just a few more acres of land and still farming. Grandma Wang and Mother Shen are both traditional and hardworking ancient rural women. In addition to helping with farming, they also have to do housework and raise their children. At the same time, Shen's originally young and beautiful appearance showed signs of decay. In just 30 years, gray hair was already visible in the dark cloud-like black hair. During the slack season, Dahu and his son went up the mountain to cut some wood and came back to make some benches and low chairs. The Wang family and the Shin family spun some hemp thread, and together they took it to the market for some change to help the family. The eldest brother Hu Kong was enlightened at the age of 6 with Tang Xiuzai, a teacher in the village school. A few words are enough. Is it possible to still count on the number 1 in the exam? He dropped out of school by himself, and the adults in the family sighed and wept, but they had no choice but to let him and his grandfather and father learn to farm and inherit the ancestral business. Xiu'er is often sick and stays in bed at home. When she is in good spirits, she practices the new characters she learned from Hu Kong. After a long time, she can recognize and memorize Hu Kang's several books of hundreds of surnames and thousands of characters. Hu Kong, seeing that her younger sister is smart and eager to learn, she simply borrowed some more advanced books for her to read. Xiu'er actually read them all, and even consciously taught her 2 twins when she had a little spare time. Although planting 10 acres of land would not feed a family, there is nothing left to starve, because Yuan Longping did not appear in this world, and the production of the fields cannot be compared with modern times. Sauce and vinegar, favors, and Xiu'er's medical expenses are only a little or 2, and with some pumpkins and yams grown in ditches and fields and an acre of dry land, it is not easy to barely eat and clothe. 3 days after young Fei woke up, through the memory of the original owner, he understood the current situation he was in, which was similar to the environment in his grandmother's house in the countryside when he was a child. It was probably the same in the farming era. It has not completely got rid of the agricultural tools such as plows, rakes, and water wheels that have been passed down for thousands of years. It was only at the end of the last century that mechanical farming was gradually popularized in plain areas. Thinking of being young and weak, with 2 young brothers at home, there is nothing else I can do to help, and it is within my ability to develop some sideline business, so I begged my parents to buy some chickens so that I can raise them at home. But she was still energetic, so she went to Jishang and spent 10 renminbi to buy 5 chickens, and put a chicken cover over the barn just to give her a comfort. When Yang Fei saw it, he couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. What is this called breeding? Is this called keeping pets? Understanding what Shen was thinking, she said, Mother, I don't raise these playthings, but because I have always been weak and can't go to the fields to help you with farm work, I want to raise more chickens. I can collect eggs and sell them for money, and exchange some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Second, when the chickens grow up, I can sell them to those restaurants in Jishang. Touching the screws is enough to feed them. There are a lot of these things in the mountains and rivers, and it doesn't cost the family's food. Mother, you can catch 50 of them and feed them to us. My twins and I are usually at home, except 3 times a day. Meals, tidying up, and cleaning are all idle, just to pick up a few more baskets of leaves and carry 2 buckets of screws. After thinking for a while, he said, however, I have to trouble Grandpa and Dad to help me build a chicken shed behind the house. The warehouse may not be able to accommodate so many chickens. After listening to this, Shin did not answer what she said later, but wondered, can leaves be used to feed chickens? Yang Fei laughed and said, of course not all leaves can be fed to chickens. I read in the book my brother brought back that people ate elm leaves and even elm bark when there was a famine. I think people can eat it, and chickens must also be eaten. It happens that there is a large elm forest at the foot of our mountain. The leaves are not long now, and it is the freshest time. It can be used as rations for the chickens. When the chickens grow up, other leaves such as edamame and melon can also be fed. Seeing that her daughter said she was confident, Shin's mind was a little moved. Her daughter was never the kind of person who could speak empty words, so she discussed it with her in-laws and her husband. The whole family thought it was feasible, even if it was unsuccessful. Anyway, there will probably be a few left in the end, which can also protect the capital. So it took 2 days to open a back door on the north gable wall of the barn, and built a 1-person high earthen chicken coop on the north gable wall next to it. At the request of my daughter, a layer of limestone floor was laid underneath, which was said to be disinfected. Moisture-proof, with doors and windows, very detailed. I bought another 45 chickens and put them together with the original 5, yellow fluffy, white toot, clusters of flowers, black wars crowded together and chirping, silly and cute. Every time young Fair sees it, his heart melts, he forgets that he is in a different world. It seems that he has returned to his childhood, and accompanied his grandmother to hold down the hatching hen at night, let it excrete and feed it, while use a kerosene lamp to illuminate the eggs one by one to see how well they hatch until the chicks break out of their shells. In just 3 or 2 days, the chicks can follow the mother hen for food like a group of small pom-poms. Young Fair used fine hemp rope to weave a long net again. In fact, how could young Fair know how to weave a net? It was just a kind of knitting yarn she learned in the university dormitory. Can be woven into a net. Use a few poplar trees behind the house to form a circle, and use stones to hold down the bottom. The door of the chicken coop is opened in this net circle. In the morning, when the door of the chicken coop is opened, the little chickens will come out halala eating activities in the net circle. As soon as it gets dark, after feeding, they will consciously go back to the chicken coop to sleep, and then close the doors and windows for them to prevent the yellow cats from coming in and taking the chickens away. Now, it has been almost a month since I came here. Since Xiaoer fell into the water last time, Shin's family's clothes have been washed early in the morning before going to the field. Only young Fair can hang the clothes. In the morning, the 2 younger brothers go at the foot of the mountain. They stroked the leaves, and when they came back, they fished 2 baskets of snails in the river. At noon, the 3 siblings heated up the pumpkin, sweet potato, porridge and a bowl of steamed rice that were left in the pot in the morning. The bowl of steamed rice was naturally delicious. What was left for Xiaoer, the 2 younger brothers also regarded it as normal, and never had any objection. Fried some green vegetables or leeks, and then ate some pickles indiscriminately. Hu Guang and Hu Chang sent meals to the field. Young Fair cleaned the pot, washed the dishes, clean up, wait for the 2 younger brothers to come back, and then take a nap. In order to get rid of this sickness as soon as possible, Yang Fair will practice yoga for an hour after taking a nap. She will also accept this habit of insisting on giving her the most delicate food with gratitude. In order to recover as soon as possible, she is also helpless. Although she knew that this was the family's love for Xiaoer, Yang Fair thought to herself, since she took Xiaoer's body, she also assumed Xiaoer's responsibility, and she must help Xiaoer to repay the kindness of nurturing. This brother and sister love. So Yang Fair also tried his best to integrate into this poor but loving family, eliminate the strangeness, and regard himself as a member of this family. Tangjia village is a place surrounded by mountains and rivers. Behind the village is a majestic group of mountains stretching for hundreds of miles. There is a small lake called Lingjia Lake, which gathers streams flowing down from the mountain, and a small river winding out from the opposite corner, called Tangxi River, flows slowly from west to east in the south of Tangjia village, just like this a scarf from a small village. This small mountain village is indeed a natural oxygen bar and a place with excellent scenery. If it was in the previous life, it would have been developed into a resort or something. On the edge of the small river in the morning, Hu Guang and Hu Chang were fishing for screws in the river. Earlier, I saw 2 younger brothers roll up their trousers and go into the water to touch them. Their lips turned purple from the cold. In a triangular shape, with pine wood as the handle, I made a long-handled scooping net for each of them. In this way, as long as they stand on the bank and buckle the scooping net upside down to touch the bottom, and drag it up, the screw can be scraped to the shore. Young Fair carrying the basket followed and picked it into the basket, which saved time and effort. Hu Guang and Hu Chang felt that this method was really easy to use, and they caught more screws. At noon that day, seeing the sun slowly rising towards the middle of the sky, it was time to go back for lunch, and the 2 small baskets were also filled with screws. Today's chicken food was enough for the day, and the 3 siblings returned satisfied. The lunch is still the same: pumpkin and sweet potato, rice porridge and white rice, plus a plate of green vegetables and a plate of pickles. I have eaten these things for nearly a month, and they can only satisfy my hunger. How can they be delicious? But Yang Fei knows that even so, their family is considered to be a relatively good family, and many other families still maintain the habit of eating 2 meals a day. The society Yang Fei lived in before is naturally incomparable now. Even ordinary landlords' families may not live better than ordinary people in modern society, let alone Yang Fei, such a self-sufficient single gold-collared nobleman. Eating rough tea and light food occasionally is called health preservation, but Yang Fei really feels that he can't stand eating like this every day. What's more, what he needs now is not to lose weight and maintain health, but to supplement the nutrition of this extremely weak child. After eating lunch hard, Yang Fei had an idea. He didn't take a nap, so he and his 2 younger brothers spent the afternoon weaving 4 shrimp pots. It is a fishing gear commonly used by modern fishermen. A square framed by 2 equally spaced iron wires. The wires are hard to find here, so bamboo strips are used instead, formed into a long cage shape, which is more than 2 handfuls in the hand when folded, and about 3 meters long when unfolded. Leave 4 or 5 openings on the net of the cage body, and then connect the surroundings of these openings with wires and continue weaving inwards to form a funnel-shaped soft long channel with a large outer entrance and a smaller inner entrance, leading directly into the cage, allowing fish and shrimp to drill in. It also prevents fish and shrimp from getting out. This kind of fishing gear was seen by Yang Fei when he went to play at the home of a college classmate who lived on the edge of Chaohu Lake. It was everywhere to dry by the lakeside, but he had never seen it here, and it is expected that there is no such thing. Seeing that the sky was not yet dark, the 3 brothers and sisters took the shrimp pots to the river, opened them and put them in the river, tied hemp ropes at both ends and in the middle, and tied stones of moderate size on the hemp ropes to ensure that the shrimp cages would be filled with fish. The cage can sink to the bottom of the water, but it can't be too heavy to lift the cage. On the bamboo frame at the end, another hemp rope is tied, and a section of reed is tied to it, so that it can float on the water surface for positioning. Everything is ready, just waiting to get up in the cage tomorrow morning to see how it works. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Braised Prawns. Chapter 3 Braised Prawns. The next day, the 3 siblings couldn't wait to come to the river. Because Yang Fei had only seen this shrimp cage before, but had never used it before, he was also confused. When he dragged the first shrimp cage out of the water, he saw that there were almost 3 or 4 caddies of fish and shrimp in the cage, and they all left the water. Just jumping up and down, Yang Fei was startled, and was immediately overjoyed, and the 2 younger brothers jumped up and down like fish and shrimp in a cage, ecstatic. After dragging the other 3 shrimp cages to the shore, it turned out that each cage was about 3 or 4 caddies of fish and shrimp, only a little more, Shower thought. Perhaps people here are either fishing or casting nets. Shrimp can live so prosperously. Immediately the 3 filled the 3 bamboo baskets they brought with them to the brim, and Shower asked her younger brother to go to the river to pull some grass and cover them, so that no one would see and ask questions, and put the shrimp pots in the water as before. The 3 siblings happily walked home with bamboo baskets on their backs. Fortunately, the river bank where they were caged was about a mile away from home. When they returned home, they unloaded the bamboo baskets and poured the fish and shrimp into the basket. In the big bathtub at home, 2 more basins of clean water were added. When the fish and shrimp met the water, those who were still alive immediately jumped up and down. Steamed fish and shrimps were stewed in braised oil over and over, and finally saw enough to think about it, so they picked out those that were crushed to death at the bottom of the basket, and ate them at noon, and kept those that were still alive, saving them for the next meal. Eat. The prawns are all authentic river prawns. They have not been caught in the river all year round, and they live a comfortable life. They are all fat and strong, 3 inches long, with their heads and tails cut off. Boiling is the freshest, but the family has been vegetarian for a long time. There was no taste in it, so Shower decided to stew it in oil. Vegetable oil, onion, ginger, and garlic are all produced in our own land. The Chinese prickly ash and star anise were picked by my grandfather and father when he went up the mountain to cut trees, and they were all available. To Yang Feier's surprise, there was also pepper. This is an imported product. I don't know how long it has been in the market. So that even this impoverished mountainous area can be planted. Immediately began to operate, cleaned up, prepared the condiments. The elder brother Hu Guang set the fire under the pot. Xiu'er was helplessly taller than the 7-year-old younger brother. Yang Feier had to place a low stool in front of the stove and stand on it, so that he could cook. The arms are completely above the pot table and can be used freely. There are many ways to stew prawns in oil. Yang Feier chose the most fuel-efficient method. Put the cleaned prawns into clean water and cook them. There is no starch. Then mix the prawns with Xiu'er's special flour. Put it aside for later use. Drain the water in the pot, add oil, heat it up, add ginger, garlic and pepper and fry until fragrant. Pour in cooked shrimps wrapped in flour, stir fry, add salt, green onions, and a little soy sauce. Stir fry evenly, cover and simmer for a while, open the cover and look again. The shrimp shells in the pot are crispy, the onions are fragrant, and the red meat is shiny. Yang Feier took the plate handed over by his younger brother Hu Cheng, who had been waiting for a long time, removed the prawns from the pan. The few people were already salivating because of the fragrance, and they squeezed one with each hand, exhaling. Hu Guanghu was tall, black, thin and tall, but also had delicate features. He wore a serious face all day long like his elder brother Hu Kong. The small face looks like a little adult. I have never seen the two of them so innocent and cute. Their mouths are pouting and their cheeks are pouting. Forgot the prawn in their hands for a while. The two over there couldn't help it, blowing a few times while putting the prawn into their mouths and biting down. The teeth go through the fried crispy shell to reach the tender and soft shrimp. When the silky meat is broken, there is a refreshing meaty aroma that is very strange to Hu Guang Hu Chong, with the burnt aroma of onion, ginger, and garlic. It exploded in the mouth, and the taste buds and sense of smell were stimulated unprecedentedly at the same time. The two of them couldn't help but widen their eyes with disbelief, and then narrowed their eyes as if they were feeling it with their hearts. Hu Guang's long eyelashes suddenly overflowed, and he couldn't help crying. Hu Cheng also shed tears, and the two ate while crying. "Sister, why is it so delicious? It's so delicious." The other said, "That's right, why is it so delicious?" Yang Feier likes to see others being moved by his delicious food, but seeing his twins cry like this after eating a shrimp, he can't help but feel sad. Although the shrimp is delicious, it is mainly because the two children eat it. There are very few chances of meat. Immediately, she wiped her hands on the apron, hugged the twins to her side, and comforted her. "Xiaoguang Xiaocheng, don't cry, this shrimp is delicious, isn't it? If you like it, my sister will make it for you every day in the future. Don't we have shrimp cages? We will have them every day in the future." Wipe away their tears, and said, "Stop crying, eat obediently. After we finish eating, we will make another one for our parents to eat." The two of them stopped their tears and began to eat. A large plate of shrimps was overturned, and Yang Feier also ate 3 or 4. He reasoned that he had a bad stomach and had to eat slowly. After eating one plate, he made another plate. Yang Feier let go and ate a few more. After all, his body was too weak, and he was afraid that he would suffer from indigestion if he ate too much at one time. Hu Guang and Hu Cheng touched their stomachs and paused the battle. The 3 siblings made another portion of the prawns and put them in an earthen pot. Because of the large number of people and the hard work they did, this portion was very solid, enough for each of their parents to have a bowl. Yang Feier braised the small fish again, specially added a little pepper and chili pepper, and then added a scoop of water to boil it to make a pot of fish soup. After a taste, the meat was tender and full of flavor, delicious and spicy. Yang Feier secretly sighed. After all, it is an ancient pollution-free and pollution-free food material. It can be very delicious without too many condiments. He also served a small bowl for the twins. They had already eaten the prawns to their fullness. Now they could only give them a few sips to drink. put a pot of fish soup into another large earthen pot, sprinkle a handful of green onions into it, and cover it. Adding pumpkin and sweet potatoes, rice porridge and pickles, and fried pickles and vegetables, the table is full. There are so many things, the two little people can't handle them at all. Seeing this, Yang Fei decided to help the twins go to the field together, deliver the meal, and clean up the pot. When I come back, the three of them took the food, locked the gate, and walked to the field together. By the way, this is the first time I went out since I became sure. It was February, the grass was growing and the warbler was flying, the spring breeze was making the noodles, the rapeseed and wheat seedlings turned green and tall, and the first time I got off the net, I harvested a lot, and I was satisfied with the food. The three siblings were in a happy mood and their steps were light. If they were not holding earthen pots in their hands, they would have been flying. I saw a big holly tree in the distance. It was transplanted here by Mr. Hu from the mountain when he rented out his first field 30 years ago. The distance is so that there is a place for shade during the rest, and the farmers here also do the same. The three siblings went under the tree, put down the earthen pot, and called their grandparents to eat. They were surprised to see that Shiur had come today, and washed their faces and hands with water from a clean ditch beside the field. Put a wet towel on the straw hat, and everyone came over smiling. The eldest brother Hu Kong arrived first, and seeing his younger sister's face flushed and her hair messed up by the wind sticking to her face, he reached out and took off the towel on her head, wiped her face, and put the messy hair on both sides of her face. He is in the seat, showing a thin face the size of a melon, which makes people feel distressed. Although he is only 2 years older than his sister, Hu Kong is 2 heads taller than Shiur. He looks almost like a boy of 14 or 15 years old. After 3 years of working in the fields, the young man's vigor has not been worn down. Although he is also dark and thin, he has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is upright and majestic. Father Hu followed behind, and asked with a smile, "Why is my Shiur here today? Your illness is not cured yet, so don't rush to work." Yang Fei looked up at Father Hu and smiled, "Grandpa, I brought a lot of things today, and Xiaoguang Xiaocheng couldn't take them. I'll bring them for them." Then everyone looked at the earthen pots, and it seemed that there were 2 more, so they all walked over and sat cross-legged in a circle. De Hu opened the lids of each earthen pot and wondered, "What more did my Shiur do today? What to eat?" As soon as the words fell, the earthen pot for cooking fish soup happened to be opened in the hand, and the smell of fish and scallions came out in response. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked into the pot, but they saw that it was a pot of thick soup with many chopped green onions on it, and they couldn't tell what the soup was made of. Everyone was amazed. Grandma Wang asked, "Shiur, what is this soup made of, and why is it so fragrant?" Xiao Guang couldn't wait to say, "This is fish soup." Not to be outdone, Xiao Cheng said, "This is the soup we made from fish in shrimp cages." Xiao Guang stepped forward and pointed to the earthen jar containing the shrimps. "There are still shrimps." Xiao Cheng also went forward and pointed to the earthen jar containing the shrimp, saying, "Shrimp is the best." The two of them seemed to be talking about crosstalk, and everyone was amused to burst into laughter. Yang Fei explained, "The day before yesterday I made a few shrimp cages with nets made of bamboo and fine linen, which are cages for shrimps, but occasionally there are small the fish swim in, but after all, there are too many shrimps and few fishes, so the fish is only enough to make soup, but I have cooked a lot of shrimps, we have already eaten them at home, you should eat them too." Xiaoguang and Xiaocheng have already taken out the bowls, chopsticks, and wooden spoons, and first filled a bowl of fish soup for each person. With the bowls in their hands, they took a sip of the fish soup. When I saw the taste buds, I felt my appetite opened up, and my eyes lit up, and I praised, "It's really good." Then I picked up the fish and tasted it, because the fish was braised before it passed through, and it was already very tasty. There is still a little sweetness in the salty freshness, and several people who eat it are full of praise. I didn't realize that I finished eating 1 bowl, and when it was time to fill it again, the crock was empty. Shiur and the twins took out the braised prawns again, and they ate them in their mouths, both surprised and delighted. So surprised that it was their own girl. It is so easy to obtain such a rare ingredient. I am happy that my daughter is getting better and better. She is smart and sensible. At such a young age, she can cook such delicious food to comfort her family. Shin's heart is the most soft-hearted, and she doesn't talk much on weekdays, but in a moment, she is already in tears. Dahu laughed and said, "Daughter has put in so much effort to cook so many good dishes. She wanted to make the whole family happy. Why are you crying? Is it because you are afraid that we will eat too fast and take your share?" Everyone laughed, suppressed the emotion, and just talked about the crops, and changed the subject. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The whole family sat under the shade of the tree, talking and laughing. It was time to water and fertilize the rapeseed and wheat, and it was relatively easy. Today is another happy event for the Hu family, especially Father Hu. Look at your family. The children and grandchildren are full of harmony and friendship. Seeing that the crops are green and fat, and the wheat seedlings are black and strong, I can't help but feel happy. Ever since the granddaughter Xiaoer was licked at home, she was sick, and it was cloudy at home. When she recovered, it was sunny at home. First, she felt sorry for the girl's own body suffering, and second, she was a patient in the family all year round. This livelihood is also worrying. Otherwise, relying on my old crop skills, I have been diligent and frugal for so many years, and I will buy a few acres of my own field. How come I am still a tenant? But now, the granddaughter walks out of the house like never before, stepping on her own field that she has never set foot in. She is no longer lying on the sickbed or sitting at the door of the house like before, waiting for the family to return home after the day. 9 years old afterwards, I reluctantly supported myself to learn some housework, and ended up with such a big accident. But what did that Tang Xiucai say? There must be good luck in surviving a catastrophe. No, over the past month or so, my body has recovered much better than before, and I have come up with a cage for fishing and catching shrimps, filled with so many fish and shrimps, and my cooking skills have improved much more than before. The fish soup is no worse than that fat chef Li in the Ruifuction restaurant in the county seat. Why can you say that? Because whenever the village head Tang Zhengfu's family has any important event and needs to prepare a banquet, they invite this chef, Li Fatty, to take the spoon. And he also attended the banquet as a representative. Speaking of the taste of those dishes, although they are delicious, they are not as delicious as those made by my granddaughter. The granddaughter of my family is still talented. She has been delayed by this disease for so many years. Even so, she is not bad compared to those children of the same age in the village. In terms of being able to read, the granddaughter is counted. 1. I read the method of raising chickens from the book. Well, as long as the granddaughter gets better, life at home will get better day by day. In other words, this old man who has so much unrestricted trust because he loves his granddaughter too much, thanks to the family's love and blind trust for her, Yang Fei saved a lot of explanations, and even had to hide his clumsiness. Father who is full of ambition, looking at his little granddaughter with loving eyes. Dahu is full of emotions. What is more important than seeing his child healthy, seeing his daughter suffering from illness? He just wishes he could be a substitute. Although his daughter is still thin now, she can be with that. I was already a different person before. Looking at my daughter's smiling face in the sun, it was quite different from the previous one when she was recovering from illness, and she was already shining with a healthy luster. Dahu has an intuition in his heart that his daughter's illness is completely cured this time, and she will never repeat it like before. It really echoes the old saying, "What can't be broken can't be built." Unexpectedly, this big change finally brought good results. The daughter's suffering came to an end, and the family's hard life seemed to gradually change. As for why Xiaoer's body is getting better, Yang Fei thinks there are probably 2 reasons. One is that premature babies will gradually improve their physical resistance as they grow older. Isn't Xiaoer gradually able to take on some housework? The main reason for falling into the water was low blood pressure, and he got up suddenly, causing dizziness. It's flat ground. I'm not afraid, I'll wake up in a short while, but I fell into the water, causing the accident of Xiang's soul returning and traveling by myself. The second is that Yang Fei is diligent in exercising and paying attention to recuperation. There is also the issue of spiritual power. The spiritual power of a soul in his 30s is naturally much stronger than that of a sickly child. With such a strong spiritual power, this small body will naturally benefit a lot. In short, the adults in the family who ate this meal were very moved. The next day, before dawn, the family got up. After returning home from the field last night, I realized that after eating so much at noon, there were still 7 or 8 caddies of large river prawns left in the house, which were kept in wooden basins, most of which were still alive. The whole family was curious and wanted to see what the shrimp cage Xiao made looked like, and it was able to catch so many shrimps, so they decided to go to the cage together tomorrow morning. Young Fei was afraid that if he used bamboo baskets to hold fish and shrimp like at noon, many fish and shrimp would be crushed to death due to thirst. Fortunately, there were many people going today, so he brought the wooden bucket used for carrying water at home, although it was a bit bulky. But you can put some water in to raise the shrimp. The family of 8 headed towards the river in a mighty way, because it was basically the slack time for farming, and people in the village didn't get up too early, and they didn't meet anyone along the way, or they didn't know how to tell them that their family what are you going to do? After getting out of the shrimp cage and looking at it, it was another 3 or 4 caddies of harvest. Father Hu and his son Dahu took advantage of the dim light to study the shrimp cage, and saw that the real thing was nothing more than this, with a simple structure. Dahu said, "It's hard for Xiao to grasp the habits of fish and shrimp at such a young age, and to design such a cage, so that fish and shrimp can throw themselves into the net. It is really ingenious." Yang Fei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Father, this is called inviting you into the urn." Hu Kong stood beside Yang Fei, rubbed his sister's little head lovingly, and said, "You didn't read those old books in vain, and you can still learn and use them. It seems that you are more talented than me in reading. I will borrow some books for you some other day when the big brother is in the last episode." Although Hu Kong has dropped out of school for 3 years, he still has a few classmates and friends in the past. Now he goes to Weining Academy in Jishang. Back then, Hu Kong was also excellent in character and learning in the school in the village. He was very impressed. When I first heard that Hu Kong had dropped out of school due to his poor family, I felt very sorry, so later on Hu Kong occasionally went to borrow books from a few close classmates, and everyone was welcome. Hearing that Hu Kong wanted to borrow books for her, Yang Fei thought that he had been here for more than a month but knew nothing about the world, so he said, "If you want to borrow books again, why don't you lend me some history books and travel notes book?" Hu Kong smiled and said to Father Hu and Dahu, "Look, this little girl of our family has a big heart. She wants to learn from the great literati and learn from the past and the present. She has a long-term ambition." Father Hu untied one end of a shrimp cage, poured out the fish and shrimp in it, and said, "Then why not? Our Xiao is as smart as a man, just because of this shrimp cage. Besides my Xiao, there is no one else. Can anyone figure it out?" Dahu and Shinshur were sorting fish and shrimp. Dahu said, "Reading can be wise, and you don't have to be a great literati. It's a pity that I didn't work hard to study back then. I only knew a few words, and my family was poor. As long as conditions permit, it is better to study for a few more years." While talking, he had sorted out several cages of fish and shrimp, poured the shrimp into the bucket, and put the small fish in the basket when they left the water. Father Hu said, "We ate so many shrimps at noon and night yesterday, let's send these shrimps to the market today to sell, and exchange some meat and vegetables for the children." I went directly from the river to Jishang with 2 buckets. It was almost noon, and the 2 rushed back home. Hu Kong gave Yang Fei the few books he had borrowed. They were indeed a general history and a few travel notes. He thanked his brother and took the books in his hands. He thought about reading the general history first, then turned and went to his room walking away. Dahu stopped him and said, "Xiao, how much do you think Daddy sold those shrimps today?" Since coming to this world, Yang Fei has never been in touch with money, let alone the price of those prawns, but in the modern age of his previous life, even farmed prawns were considered high-priced commodities. If they were wild, the price would be even higher. It can be doubled or tripled. Yang Feier's mother is the nutritionist of the family. She is very familiar with the price and quality of vegetables. What was the situation in ancient times? So he asked curiously. How many? Dahu leaned slightly towards Yang Feier, smiled, and said in a low voice, a total of 12 caddies of shrimp, 60 yuan a caddy, sold for 720 yuan. He stretched out his big hand to compare a 7, and compared come out with a 2. 720 texts? What is the concept of 720 essays? Yang Feier expressed a look of bewilderment. Dahu did not wait for the expected shocking effect, and was a little disappointed. Then he thought that his daughter was only 10 years old and had been sick at home. Even though he was very smart, he never after getting in touch with money. I was so happy just now that I forgot about it. Then he began to patiently popularize money knowledge to his daughter. The white rice in Jisheng only sells for 3 yuan a caddy, and the fine and fat streaky pork is 15 yuan a caddy. Do the math, we can buy it for 721. How much rice and how much pork? When Yang Feier heard it, he quickly hooked the concept that a penny is equal to $1 in his mind. It seemed almost the same. He immediately understood what Dahu meant, and stared round in shock under Dahu's expected gaze. Nima, this wild river prawn is so valuable. Thinking about it again, the wild river prawn in the previous life also cost 80 yuan, not to mention that the prawns in this river have grown to 3 inches each, the normal price, so I am relieved, he said to Dahu, Daddy, since the prawns are so valuable, it's easy to handle. My brother and I will weave a few more shrimp pots for you and your brother to sell at the fair in the afternoon. Dahu said, that's a good relationship. As long as we go there every day like this, our family will be able to turn around in less than half a year. We just need to keep it a secret for now. Shrimp can't be loaded as much, and secondly, the price on the market may also drop. Yang Feier thought of the shrimp pots all over the floor drying on the shore of Chaohu Lake, and smiled slightly, thinking, such a simple method, no capital business, it is probably impossible to monopolize for a long time. We can only take one step at a time already. Then he smiled and said to Dahu, then keep it a secret first, if you really want to be imitated by others, it's nothing, let's think about it. Dahu said in his heart, our girl is indeed a well-established person, and she seems petty. At the moment, she didn't say anything, and handed over the meat and vegetables bought from the market to Yang Feier, and then took Hukong to the fields are busy. Yang Feier sent the book back to his room, and then he went out to make lunch. He saw that he brought back pork belly with 2 knives, fat and thin, weighing about 2 caddies, and about 10 caddies of rice, a piece of tofu, and secretly laughed. It's not a stingy family, they really came here to satisfy the children's greed. Thinking of the family's attitude towards themselves, they are not half patriarchal, and they are not at all tired of the financial pressure brought by Shoer's long illness. On the contrary, they all take good care of her and take good care of her. This is indeed a kind family. I can't help being very glad that I came to such a family. Although I can only treat this family as friends or relatives after all, they are also my own family. The dearest person in this world, although I am small and weak now, I must find a way to help this family get out of poverty, and let this family have no worries in order to repay. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Cooking Theory. Chapter 5 Cooking Theory. While Yang Feier was thinking in his heart, he washed and cut the meat quickly with his hands and feet. Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng also fished the screws back at this time. When they saw a pile of meat on the chopping board, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Pulling Yang Feier's sleeves from left to right, he asked repeatedly, Sister, are you going to roast meat for lunch today? There is so much meat, can we also eat some? Yang Feier knew from Shoer's memory that whenever the family bought meat, they would only buy 2 or 3 tails, chop it into minced meat, add some salt, steam it, and add boiling water to make minced meat soup to nourish Shoer's body. Including the month when I came to this house, the same is true. Everyone else just ate their own pumpkin and sweet potato with pickles as usual, even including the two twins. Thinking of this, Yang Fei couldn't help but feel sad, and said, "There is a lot of meat today, our family can eat it, and you two can eat it too." He raised his voice again, "Xiao Guang, go and light the fire, Xiao Cheng, go and bring some grass back, sister will cook braised pork for you." The two little ones were busy with work. Yang Fei turned around and wiped away tears quietly, then poured all the meat into the pot, added a large ladle of water to the pot to cover the meat by about 1 centimeter, and added ginger, garlic, star anise, pepper, soy sauce and salt were added one after another. Unfortunately, there was no vinegar, rice wine, and rock sugar, so we had to make do with it. Cover the pot and let the bottom burn on medium heat. Put rice in another pot and cook a pot of white rice. Yang Fei thought while doing it. No wonder in his previous life he heard that once he did charity, he would never let it go. Some people went to impoverished mountainous areas and saw those innocent children who lack clothing, food and books, surround you like little beggars, and they will collapse immediately, and even hard-hearted people can't stand the scene. Thinking of this, I later realized that Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng had reached the age of going to school. They fed chickens and cooked with them every day, and also worried about their own affairs. The rest of the money was used to pay Xiao's medical expenses, and even Hu Kong went to work in the fields, and the children just dropped out of school and stayed at home. Yang Fei secretly made up his mind that when the family life improves, the first thing to do is to let the 3 children go back to school. At this moment, the smell of braised pork was filling the room. Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng sniffed vigorously while swallowing, and heard the sound of fatty meat coming out of the pot gradually. Yang Fei lifted the lid of the pot. There is still a bowl of water left, which is just right, and then add the green peppers cut into large pieces, and ask Xiao Guang to heat up the fire under the pot, and then start to stir fry. This is the way of this kind of braised pork. The key step is to stir fry the soup over high heat to make the meat fragrant and oily. Seeing that the soup has become rich and mellow, Yang Fei covered the pot again and ordered the stove to lower the fire. More oil is needed to brighten the dishes. Just a minute or two. Taking the plate handed over by Xiao Cheng, who was in charge of laying hands as usual, he put the meat out of the pot and put it on a high plate. The 3 of them looked at it and saw that the meat on the plate was bright red and oily, dotted with emerald green peppers, steaming and making people salivate. Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng couldn't remember the last time they ate meat. They only smelled that fragrance from a distance when they roasted meat in other places. I never imagined that my family actually cooked this big plate of delicious food today. The salivation in the mouths of the 2 children couldn't stop overflowing, and they couldn't help themselves, so they had to gulp down, but the sister didn't do anything, and they didn't dare to act rashly, so they had to mobilize all their willpower. Force yourself to hold back. Fan the hot air on the plate with his hands, thinking that the meat is not as hot as it was when it was just out of the pan. Yang Fei signaled that it can be started, and then the 2 of them took a piece each with chopsticks, put it in their mouths, bit down, and filled their mouths. It's all oil, so I can't satisfy my cravings. After chewing, I feel that the fat meat melts in the mouth, the skin is sticky and soft, and the lean meat is tender and refreshing. The mouthful is full of meaty fragrance, and it goes straight to the nasal cavity and reaches the brain. The 2 feel delicious, incomparable, extremely enjoyable. Yang Fei also tasted a piece. Although the seasoning was not complete, the advantage was that it was organically grown and green food, and the taste was not bad. Suddenly there was a sound of rattling outside the window, and the 3 of them looked together, and there were actually 2 5- or 6-year-old children with their heads sticking out of the windowsill, looking in eagerly, with saliva flowing to their chins, but not dripping. It was the 2 grandsons of the village chief Tang Zhengfu's family. One was Changel, the second son of the eldest son's family, and the other was Chang'an, the eldest son of the second son's family. I knew this was the only son of Uncle Tang's family next door, named Schwanner, who was 6 years old this year, and the sound just now probably meant that Schwanner was squeezed out. These 3 children are also pampered at home, but the children of farming families are at most just fed and clothed. The smell of meat attracted them. Young Fei has always liked children. Seeing these children look funny, he couldn't help but smile, so he fed them one by one through the window, and said to them, "Okay, we don't have many at home anymore. Go back after eating." Seeing the 3 children rushing away with the meat in their mouths, Yang Fei smiled again. In fact, these 3 children are all well educated, not the ones who are used to looking at their mouths. The village chief's family has a very serious family style. When Father Hu's family fled famine to this Tongjia village, they were all the fathers of the village head's family. The old village head helped them settle down in this Tongjia village. I found a long-term job for Mr. Hu, and finally got a foothold here, and only then did Mr. Hu and his family flourish. Uncle Tang's family is also a good neighbor. They have been in contact with each other since their father's generation. They have been helpful to the Hu family for many years, and they have not been bullied because the Hu family is an outsider. It's a pity that due to the loss of health when giving birth to Xuan, the doctor said that Aunt Tang might not be able to conceive again in the future, so the whole family looked at Xuaner's single seedling like an eyeball. Xuaner is also well-behaved and sensible. I'm not afraid that they will go back and say it. If they dare to say it, they will definitely not escape a beating, and there will be no chance to come to eat again. Watching the little greedy cats leave, Yang Fei divided a bowl of braised pork, reserved for the 3 siblings, put the other 3/4 into an earthen jar, and covered it, because yesterday he saw Grandpa and Grandma. I like the appearance of fish soup, so I still made a fish soup with the small fish picked out in the morning, and cooked the vegetables and tofu together, added a plate of pickles, and made 3 dishes and 1 soup. Put white rice in a crock and send it to the field with the twin brothers. The rape and wheat seedlings in this field are growing wildly, and they look different every day. The grass on the ridge under the feet is tender and green, as if you can eat it directly after picking a handful. Yang Fei remembered that when he was a child, he was at his grandmother's house. A kind of edible thatch core, called maui in the local dialect, covered with a layer of grass coat, peeled off when it is tender, like a compact and moist feather, bulging and white, long, sweet in the mouth. The water is tender, and there is a scent of green grass, which is the snack that nature bestows on children in spring. I thought, I will deliver the meal in a while, and find out if there is any here. When they arrived under the big holly tree, Xiaoguang and Xiaocheng called a few people in the field to eat, so Yang Fei searched on the nearby field ridges, and sure enough, he found another same barley, so he pulled out a lot and sat on the tree. I shared it with my twins, and the twins found it quite novel, and even the adults took a few to try something new. These days, Xiaoer brought them surprises one after another. Touch food. Grandpa and Grandma ate big white rice, braised pork with braised pork, and drank fish soup, and said with emotion, "These 2 days are like Chinese New Year." No, Chinese New Year is not so rich. Hu Kong said, "The key is that even with the same ingredients, you can't make such a delicious dish. I really don't know how my sister came up with this method." Yang Fei smiled and said, "I read it in the book." Hu Kong thought for a while, then asked doubtfully, "I don't remember that I lent you the recipe." Yang Fei said, "If you want to cook well, you don't have to have a recipe. Sun Tzu, Mao Gongpian says, 'Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles.' I, a little girl, don't need to understand how to cook. I just need to know myself and the enemy, understand the characteristics of each ingredient, highlight the advantages, and make up for the shortcomings." Laozi's Tao Te Ching also says, "Governing a big country is like cooking small fish," which means that managing a big country is like cooking small fish. I don't know how to govern a big country. I understand, but I know that the cooking temperature must be controlled, and the oil, salt, sauce and vinegar must be just right, neither too much nor too little. It is not easy to understand these principles, but it is much easier to use them to live. That's all, brother, don't laugh at me. Yang Fei was talking nonsense. In fact, he was also a foodie in his previous life. He learned a lot of home-cooked dishes from his mother, and studied the recipes. The signature dishes of each department are basically decent except for the ones she doesn't like. After making it, as long as colleagues and friends around me have tasted her cooking skills, they are all impressed. It turns out that those suitors are indeed bowing down to her pomegranate skirt, and even more so to her cooking skills. It is hard to let go. While Hu Kong was dumbfounded, the rest of the crowd also showed surprise. After a while, Hu Kong said, "Your sister is really as smart as a fool. Just cooking at home is really burying her talent." Yang Fei couldn't help but giggled with complacency and self-deprecation. The children's laughter was like silver bells ringing, melodious and melodious under the tree, which made everyone feel very comfortable. Accompanied by the girls' silver bell-like laughter, the family tasted delicious meals and also tasted the happiness after a long absence. Dahu rushed to the field in the morning, and told everyone the amount he got from selling the prawns at the market early in the morning. They were all very surprised. They didn't know that the river prawns were so expensive. People can only occasionally fetch a few from the internet. After all, there are too many fish and few shrimps, so that the rare is the most expensive. The 721, except the one for buying vegetables, meat and rice, the rest is saved in a special in the earthen jar, buried under Dahu's bed. That earthen warehouse has been inaccessible for a long time. I didn't expect to put so much money in it at once today. It's full, not full. Yang Fei is also in a particularly good mood. She can bring extra income to the family and do what she can do in the family. These sacrifices also allow her to find a sense of belonging. Watching the family happy with a smiling face, breathing in the fragrance of flowers and herbs in the field, Yang Fei had a real feeling for the first time since crossing. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Regular Clients. Chapter 6 Regular Clients. After taking a nap in the afternoon, Yang Fei and his two younger brothers made 4 more shrimp pots and went down to the river. The next day, when it was still before dawn, Father Hu and Dahu and his wife got up early to pick up the shrimp pots with a load of empty water buckets. The small fish they picked out were put in a basket and brought home by Mrs. All other river prawns are picked to sell in the market. The number of shrimp cages has doubled, and the number of river shrimps has also doubled today, so I have to add more water to the bucket. It is still nearly an hour away from the market. It seems that this kind of wait is appropriate in the future. If there are more, firstly, it is really difficult to pick, and secondly, I am afraid that we will not sell so many in the market. Besides, let the river prawns grow and recuperate, and the water will flow for a long time, so as to avoid overfishing. The father and son took turns to pick it up, and when they arrived at the market, it was already dawn, and they placed the bucket next to the fish and meat stalls, and the two squatted beside the bucket waiting for buyers. Unexpectedly, the luck was very good today. Chef Li Pang of Ruifuction restaurant in the market brought a few apprentices out to purchase, and by the way, taught the apprentices how to recognize the goodness of the ingredients and how to choose them. Was walking in the middle of the street, and when I saw Papa Hu, I felt very familiar. Because he and Tang Zhengfu, the village head of Tongjia village, are somewhat related, he was invited to handle the banquet where the village head built a house, married his daughter-in-law and grandson. The old man who helped, "There are 2 buckets on the street, what are they selling?" Chef Li Fatty walked over with a sharp sword and shouted, "Father Hu, what are you selling?" Seeing that Father Hu was so scared that he almost fell down, he was very proud and laughed. Father Hu straightened up and shook his eyebrows. He squinted and saw that he was an old acquaintance. "How much meat is in the restaurant, and you are so energetic when you talk, what are you walking on the street this early in the morning?" Chef Li Pang laughed and said, "What else can I do, let's buy vegetables and cook." He glanced at the bucket, "Yo, what are you selling?" "It's black in a bucket." As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a handful of prawns in the water. He stretched out his fat hands, and the prawns were crystal clear, about 3 inches long, alive and kicking. Li Fat Chef said, "This is a good thing, but it's hard to catch." "How did you get so many?" Father Hu said, "The 3 little grandchildren in the family have nothing to do and made a net to fish in the river. The family can't eat so much, so they sell it on the street. What Mr. Hu said is true, but Chef Li knows that this shrimp is not something that can be caught just by fishing, but fish has its own way of fish and shrimp has its own way. It's easy to ask, but you can't ask. I copied a few more to have a look, and copied a few more in another bucket. I had a count in my mind, so I put aside my thoughts and said, how many caddies of shrimp do you have in total? How much are you going to sell for a caddy? Come on, you two, it's better to close the stall and don't sell it, I'll make it round, and I'll give you as much as the market price, what do you think? Father Hu and his son certainly wished for it. Immediately, he picked up a bucket and followed Li Fat Chef. Along the way, Chef Li Pang went into several shops, ordered some ingredients for the day, and asked the shop to deliver them, and then returned to Ruifuction with his apprentice, Father Hu and his son. After entering the back kitchen of the restaurant, he ordered someone to fish out the prawns and weigh them in 2 caddies. The total was 23 caddies and 2 tails, which was calculated as 23 caddies. According to the market price of 61 per caddy, it was a total of 1 tael of silver and 380 big coins. Chef Li Fatty was very enthusiastic, and he personally took Papa Hu to the accountant of the restaurant to settle the bill, and said, in the future, if you have any more, you can send them here. In such a big restaurant, dozens of caddies of shrimp can still be sold a day. Yes, if you have a banquet on a good day, I'm afraid it won't be enough. This point, Li Fat Chef is not bragging. This is a county town, all the powerful people in a county live in this area, and in the county town with a radius of 2 or 3 miles, the Ruifuction restaurant is the largest. There are many dishes and delicious taste, but for those who have some family background, when they encounter weddings, they will go to Ruifuction to set up banquets, which is grand. Father Hu said, the 3 little grandchildren in my family are fine at home, they just like to catch fish and shrimp, probably every day from now on. Chef Li Fatty said, it's okay, if you have it every day, you can give it to me every day. Anyway, if you don't give it away, I have to go out to buy it every day. Why don't you save some trouble for you, brother, so that you don't have to squat on the side of the street? Weighing half a caddy by a caddy for a long time, I also save myself from having to make up the weight of half a caddy here and there in the street, wouldn't it be good for both? After finishing speaking, he patted Father Hu on the shoulder and laughed loudly, his face, the fat on his chest was shiny with oil, and the flesh all over his body trembled. Father Hu was very envious, and thought to himself, this is really a blessed person. Chef Li Fatty slowly stopped laughing, with the smile still on his face, and whispered, Father Hu, your family, those 3 little grandchildren are your family's money-giving boys, and with this income every day in the future, your family will be in luck. Father Hu said with a smile, in the past years, the family was very poor. I don't know when we will be able to settle the bill. He was walking to a place where there was no one, and who was wrapping up a temporary paper-wrapped 100-cent coin. Tucking it into Father Hu's sleeve, he said with a smile, I will spend a lot of time running here in the future. Thank you for your hard work with this little money. I will buy you some wine. Don't be too little. Chef Li Fatty hurriedly declined, as if he was going to take out the money. Father Hu pressed it down, stuffed the money in again, and said in a low voice with a smile, there is one more thing to trouble me, my family and I, whether it's today or in the future, I hope my son will keep it a secret. It's not easy for a poor family like us who only rely on farming for a living to earn some extra money. Brother Wan Wang understands. Only then did Chef Li accept the gesture of paying, and said seriously, it's not easy to understand, don't worry. I will never tell a third person about this, you just send it to me, and there is nothing to keep it. The 100 won money was already discussed between the father and son on the way back. If you can do business in such a big restaurant, you must have a good relationship with Chef Li Fatty, not to mention that you need someone to discuss this matter. Keeping the secret, I decided that if anyone came here to sell shrimps in the future, he would give 3 won per caddy to Chef Li Fatty. Today is the first day, so I will make up a whole number, and I will give him a few more times in the future, and he will be able to calculate it by himself. Check it out. After all, the Hus and his sons took root in Tongjia village by relying on the two principles of being tactful and kind. The three of them talked to each other and said goodbye politely. Father who led his son out of the restaurant with an empty bucket and money in his pocket. The father and son came to the street again. Dahu took out the so-called purchasing list that his daughter wrote to him last night. According to the above list, he bought meat, vegetables, various condiments, rice noodles and eggs, and spent 100 yuan. In the end, although I felt a little distressed, after all, the money was earned by my daughter, who is so well behaved and sensible. Thinking about it, I didn't feel distressed anymore. I simply went to another jewelry store. The man's family spent so much money. I spent 21 to buy 2 silk flowers for my daughter, put them in the bucket together, and picked them back. It can be said that I returned with a full load. When I got home, it was half an hour earlier than yesterday, and I handed over all the things in the 2 buckets to my daughter. While telling young Fair the amount of money he got, Dahu sent the money to the bedroom and put it in the crock under the bed. Then the old father and son rushed to the fields again. When Xiaoguang and Xiaocheng came back from fishing for screws, the 3 of them made lunch together and sent it to the field, then sat on the side and waited for them to finish eating, and then collected the earthenware pots and chopsticks and took them back. Today's lunch is roasted tofu with oil residue and deep-fried small fish. Cut off the head and tail of the small fish, clean it up, mix it with seasonings, wrap it in batter, and fry it in a frying pan until golden. You can eat it directly. It is crispy. It's delicious, but it costs oil, but now young Fair is not afraid of it. First, the money sold at home now is enough to eat oil for a year. Second, after all, after living in a modern society with abundant supplies for more than 30 years, I grew up in a well-off family and grew up to work. I also belong to the high-income group and have no concept of saving. When frying small fish, the 3 children came again yesterday. Young Fair gave them 2 fried small fish each, and then sent the 3 silly children away happily. It is expected that these 3 children will not talk nonsense when they go home, and the children who go to other people's mouths will be beaten. Young Fair also made an egg soup with mushrooms, vegetables, boiled a pot of rice, steamed a plate of pumpkin, and sprinkled a layer of sugar on the pumpkin. When everyone was eating, Yang Fair sat on the side and looked at the green rapeseed and black wheat seedlings. It seemed that the scene that would mature in 2 months slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Yang Fair was 12 years old under the parents of his grandmother, so he has a deep memory. At that time, the whole village began to heat up. People soaked rice seeds at home, let them germinate, sowed them in the fields specially cultivated for seedlings, and then began to harvest. Rapeseed and wheat, after harvesting, the entire field suddenly becomes empty, leaving only the harvested old roots of rapeseed and wheat, while water is poured into the field to loosen the soil, and the cattle start to plow the field. There are only 1 or 2 cattle in a village, so you have to make an appointment with the owner of the cattle in advance and wait in line. It is a stall for drinking and eating, and his family has to send people to lead the cattle to graze and drink water. When he grew up, Yang Fair often thought that the term cow coaxing probably came from here. The iron plow turned the land upside down, and those old roots were turned over to the lower layer to be buried, and slowly rotted to become fertilizer. Till carefully and sprinkle with fertilizer. At this time, the seedlings are well grown, and the rice planting begins. Because the time for planting rice varies, and the cattle have to line up for use, so the time for planting rice seedlings also has a sequence, so the farmers go from house to house to help each other, and they come to help each other with good wine and good food. The scene of busy farming in full swing made little Yang Fair, who was a bystander, feel a little excited, and ran forward and backward. I have tried pulling rice seedlings before. It is easy to do, I can learn it as soon as I learn it, and I am eager to go to the field to learn how to plant rice seedlings, but I didn't pull out my feet when I stepped back, and I sat on the paddy field with my buttocks, which provoked all the adults behind me laughing loudly. In the end, my uncle took me to the pond to wash my clothes and washed them clean, but that only rice planting experience, although it ended in failure, made Yang Fair unforgettable all his life. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Seeing his daughter quietly sitting under the tree, lost in thought, Dahu asked curiously, "Sure, what are you thinking? Don't speak for a long time." Young Fair turned to the direction of the crowd, smiled and said to Dahu and the others, "I'm thinking, in 2 months, it's time to harvest rapeseed and wheat, and when it's time to transplant rice seedlings, my body should also take care of itself. I think, is it okay to go to the field with you to plant rice seedlings?" Unexpectedly, after finishing speaking, Dahu and the others showed confusion on their faces, and Father Hu asked, "What is rice transplanting? What is rice transplanting?" Yang Fair was also confused. "Don't people here transplant rice seedlings?" Yang Fair asked back, "How did the rice grow?" Dahu said, "Scatter the rice seeds in the field and take good care of them. They will naturally grow and mature, just like rapeseed and wheat." Only now did Yang Fair see that in the field next to him, the rapeseed and wheat seemed to be sown directly, and he didn't notice it because of his carelessness, so he could only laugh and say, "I thought these crops were all like the ones in our vegetable garden. Like leeks, they are planted by ridge. Father Hu smiled and said, "It's not my fault that you don't know, didn't you just come to the field? The crops are crops, and vegetables are growing vegetables, and they should not be confused. Our ancestors have grown crops like this from generation to generation. He has his own reasons. Don't dare to change it randomly." Yang Fair should be, and he didn't make much excuses, but he was caressing in his heart. After a few people finished eating, he and his 2 younger brothers returned home with the earthen pot. After a short nap in the afternoon, I got up and took out the travel book I hadn't finished reading in the morning, and then read on. After finishing a book, I raised my head and saw the sun was setting. It was probably past 4 o'clock. After some time, I practiced another set of yoga on the bed. After a set of movements, feeling slightly sweaty and relaxed, Yang Fair went out of the bedroom, walked to the back of the house through the back door of the warehouse, poured out the leaves of the elm tree and the leaves of the locust tree in the basket to feed the chickens. Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng also came back, poured 2 small baskets of screws onto a stone slab on the ground, smash the screws with a hammer and throw them to the chickens. This is their dinner. After a while, when it gets dark, they will consciously go back to the chicken coop without worrying about it, just close the doors and windows for them. After finishing their work, the siblings went back to the house and started making dinner. They cooked a large pot of sweet potato porridge. Young Fair also baked 3 leek omelets, cut them into fans, and placed them on the plate. Soybean paste and green peppers are fried in half and half in a bowl. Just wait for the grandparents to come back from the field. Back in his bedroom, he picked up the travel book, turned it over a few times in his hand, and integrated the general history he read yesterday. Now, Yang Fair has a general understanding of the world he lives in. This world should be a lost continent, or a continent copied by some mysterious force. Until the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the history here coincided with the history of the previous life, but later deviated from the track of time and space for some reason. Society forms 2 parallel worlds in time, in other words, this place is actually a paradise. According to historical records, in the late spring and autumn and warring states period, the Qin dynasty had not completely unified the 7 kingdoms, but a devastating earthquake suddenly occurred, causing this world to deviate from the track of time and space, and duplicate it into another world. A world, at the border of this world, facing the vast sea to the east, and the other 3 sides are snow-capped mountains where no bird can fly and a black forest from which you can never get out. Now it is about 1,673 years from the spring and autumn period and warring states period, which should be the early Tang dynasty in the previous life. The center of that earthquake was located in Qin state. Since then, the national power of Qin state has gradually declined, and so have other countries. The long post-disaster reconstruction and recuperation replaced frequent wars. After 600 years, the gradually strong Chu state was unified. In the world, a new dynasty was established, and the name of the country was still Chu, and the weights and measures, currency, and documents were stipulated, and the system of prefectures and counties was established. Young Fei couldn't help but think of a god who once said that history is always amazing. Similarly, the only explanation is that social development is related to human needs. But there is no such thing as burning books and burying scholars and building a huge Afang palace, and there is no Great Wall. Due to regional characteristics, it is completely unnecessary, and how many families have been avoided? How many poems, books and medical books have been preserved? However, the replacement of dynasties is the same everywhere. After the Qi dynasty ruled for 480 years, there were 3 years of severe floods and 3 years of severe droughts. The peasants revolted, and a farmer surnamed Liang named Yuanzhu was promoted as king. He went all the way to the capital, and the troops he encountered turned against him one after another. The emperor abandoned the capital and fled, but was killed by his cronies. Liang Yuanzhu logically ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, established a new deal, and the country was named Thailand. I don't know whether it was a good name for the country or the burial of the ancestors of the old Liang family. In the past 500 years, although there have been catastrophes and minor incidents, nothing has shaken the foundation of the Thai dynasty. Up to now, it is the number 20th generation emperor, named Xuan, with the reign name Xianqing. This year is the 3rd year of Xianqing. The young emperor is 27 years old. He has 3 sons and 3 daughters. It can be said that the population is prosperous. From the looks of it, the Liang family dominates the world. We'll continue to sit down. And the place where I was originally belonged to the northeast region of Chu State, now it is called Yongshan County, Anhui Prefecture. It turns out that the place where Dad sells shrimps every day is the Fuqing of Anhui Prefecture. The reason why he didn't go to the county town is because Tongjia village is located on the border of Yongshan County, which is closer to the Fuqing. Through those few travel notes, Yang Fei learned that the folk customs here are open, just like the prosperous Tang dynasty. Women's status and personal freedom are very high, and it is common for women to divorce or remarry after losing their husbands, and they will not be condemned by public opinion. You can go out together to enjoy the scenery or group-size steak and so on. Now that he knows that this world has nothing to do with his previous life, Yang Fei has no burden on his mind at once, and he will no longer worry about whether history will be changed and what he will do in the future. Yang Fei packed up a few books and was about to ask his brother to send them back. When he heard the sound from the main room, it was Grandpa and Grandma who came back, so he left the bedroom. There was hot water in the pot, and he needed to fetch water for them to wash their faces and hands. Time for dinner. Since the crops in the field had been watered and fertilized for the last time, there was nothing to do. During the slack season, Yang Fei begged Dahu and the others to carry out a simple renovation of the toilet. The original toilet was just a door with a hole in the surrounding wall. Behind the squatting pit is a huge cesspit. Every time you go to the toilet, it is a nightmare. It is like facing the abyss with your back. It is even more difficult when it rains. You have to carry a heavy oilcloth bamboo umbrella. I am afraid that if you are not careful, you will fall into the cesspit. Yang Fei has been resentful in his heart for a long time. According to Yang Fei's design, Dahu and the others added a thatched roof to the toilet, and added a wall in the middle horizontally, separating the squatting pit and cesspit into 2 separate parts with the wall as the boundary, and separating the front half vertically. In order to divide it into 2 rooms for men and women, and leave a squat hole for each, put stones on the ground, and a solid wall behind it. I feel much safer in my heart, and I nailed a piece of wood and a stick into a T-shape to make a cover. Cover when not in use to reduce odor. There is a door on the west side of the cesspit at the back. The crops and flowers are all dependent on fertilizer. This door is convenient for picking fertilizer during farming, and there is a lot of chicken manure every day. It can also be swept directly into the cesspit through this door. Lock it tightly to prevent the chickens from falling in and prevent the spread of odors. In the following days, everyone can sleep for a while at noon, but 2 people get up early every day to sell river prawns in the shrimp cage, Mainly 3 older men in the family take up this position, and they take turns to replace them. From time to time, I have to change the location and go down as far as possible, so as to avoid being seen by the villagers, and also to avoid taking the same road to Shangji, and I get up early, so I go straight to Ruofuxion's kitchen when I arrive at Jishang. It's also light-hearted that I haven't bumped into any acquaintances. A daily income of about 1 or 2 taels of silver, in the eyes of Father Hu and the others, can be described as a daily income. Although it takes 2 hours a day, if the weather is bad, you have to brave the wind and rain and cover your feet with mud. Compared with this kind of income, this bit of suffering is nothing. Every day, the family is happy about this huge income. After all, the annual income of the field is only more than 20 taels of silver. Dahu bought a bolt of plain linen from the market. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen made single clothes for the family at home. They hadn't bought new clothes for 2 or 3 years. Live in luxury. Yang Fei learned while watching, and helped Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen. She knew how to do it. She made a set for herself, and she looked decent in it. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. He also said that he was dyeing it with bright colors when he turned around, so it must look better. Unexpectedly, the soul of Yang Fei, an adult with a bachelor's degree, naturally has a learning ability that is not comparable to that of ordinary children. The family eats fish and meat every day, served with white flour and rice, and Chef Yang takes care of them in various ways. The children look good, and each of them looks rosy, white and tender. With a few caddies of fat, everyone seems to be several years younger. Occasionally, second Uncle Tang, second Aunt Tang and the others would come to visit, chatting with each other, and children playing together. At the beginning, I was very surprised when I first saw the chickens in the backyard of Hu's family. There are also chickens here, but they usually only raise 5 or 6 chickens, and there are not many more than 10. There is a lot of chicken food, and secondly, I am afraid of chicken plague. At that time, I will lose all my money, but seeing that the chickens of the Hu family are full and healthy, I can't help but ask for advice. Hu Kong and Shen know everything, and the Tang family, the 2 of them said that this was the case, but now that the time to buy chickens has passed, they discussed that they must buy some to raise next year, not to mention as many as the Hu family raises. 20 chickens must be raised. After the Qingming festival, everything is flourishing, and the weeds in the fields are also very ostentatious. Farmers, as long as they are diligent, can always find work. After lunch at noon, the whole family is sitting in the shadow of the big holly tree, enjoying the warm spring breeze in the field and the dappled sunlight from the leaves and branches. Today, the whole family is pulling weeds in the field, relaxing. Song talked and laughed. Yang Fei packed up the bowls, chopsticks, crockpots, and was not in a hurry to go back, but leaned towards Dahu and Father Hu, found an open space beside them, and took a stone from the side to sit silently down. Father Hu saw that she had something to say but was nervously waiting for someone to ask her, so he couldn't help laughing, and couldn't bear to keep his granddaughter waiting, so he asked with a smile first, "What's good about my shower?" Daho Shen also looked at her daughter with a smile. During this period of recuperation, her daughter has obviously gained a lot of weight. Although she still looks thin, her sunken cheeks have calmed down, her skin is fair, her eyebrows are clear, and her hair is smooth and shiny. Happy to see. Yang Fei had been waiting for a month, and seeing that the season was waiting for no one, it was time for rice planting, so he had no choice but to speak, so he said quietly to several people, "Grandpa, Daddy, do you remember the rice planting I mentioned last time, one thing?" Big Hu laughed and said, "Why don't you remember? I have been laughing with your grandpa and grandma for several days. Just say that your little brain can be whimsical. Our ancestors have grown crops like this for generations, but you want to grow the land like vegetables." The people who said it burst out laughing again. Yang Fei also laughed, and when everyone's laughter subsided, he said again, "I think it is feasible to grow the land like vegetables. Raise the seedlings in advance, and then transplant the seedlings, one by one. In this way, the distance between the seedlings is increased, which can increase ventilation and improve the environment for the growth of the seedlings. In addition, the growth of the other bed, the fertilizer supply will be more concentrated, which will make the seedlings healthier and stronger. The ears are bigger, the rice grains are more, and the gap is enlarged, which is also convenient for manual operation of weeding and pest control in the later stage. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Yang Feier doesn't care how much they understand, he just tells them what's in their hearts. If they don't understand the vocabulary, they will definitely think that this must be what is said in the book. Whenever there is a question during this period, Yang Feier is also like this explained to them. So, Grandpa, Daddy, for the past month, I've been thinking, if I can have an acre of paddy field, let me use this method to try planting for a season, and see how far it is from the sowing method, it would be good. Yang Feier smiled mischievously, then restrained his smile, and said seriously, I am very sure about this method. Both are plants, and their natures must have similarities. The only thing left to do is to verify this method. Now I have to ask you for this experimental field. This method is feasible, and the harvest in the field will increase a lot. Our family is at least equal to 1 or 2 acres of land, do you think it is feasible? After speaking, he pouted and lowered his head, his big eyes rolled on the faces of several people, a little look of anticipation. After everyone listened, they looked at each other. Their first reaction was that their daughter's thoughts were too naive, but they couldn't bear to say no. After all, her daughter was also thinking about her family's livelihood, so she didn't know how to answer. After a long silence, Dahu stood up, walked to his daughter, stroked the top of Yang Feier's head with his hands, sighed and said, My dear, Daddy knows you are very smart, so just make that shrimp pot, it's not easy, let us, a poor family who has been struggling all the time, relax all of a sudden. Although no one knows the secret of the shrimp pot at the moment, who knows when it will be learned and spread, we the family's income will come to an end, and we still have to rely on farming in the end. Sighing, he turned around and walked to the edge of the field, and then said, But farming is not about weaving shrimp pots. You can get a harvest by relying on your cleverness. Okay, let's say that even though our family has 9 acres of paddy fields, the yield per moo is only about caddies. We can harvest caddies of rice a year, and the land rent and tax will be reduced by, we still need to sell it for 1,000 caddies, and keep another 100 caddies of rice for the next year. Sure, do the math, how much rice can we eat? There are only 600 caddies left, plus the wheat planted in winter, as well as the miscellaneous grains grown in that acre of dry land, and the wild vegetables dug up the mountain, these are the grains of our family every year. Then he turned to face Yang Feier and said, If you go to another acre to try the method of transplanting rice seedlings, just uproot the rice seedlings that have grown like that, and then transplant them elsewhere. Dahu shook his head. As the saying goes, people move living trees and kill them, and the same is true for vegetation. Let's not say that there is no harvest. It is certain that the production will be reduced by more than half, and 150 caddies must be subtracted from the 600 caddies. In this way, our family can even its hard-to-drink porridge. Dahu's calculations can be said to be detailed, and he didn't intend that his 10-year-old daughter could understand everything, but he just unknowingly told the family account that he had calculated so many times in his heart. However, I think my daughter will know that her method is really not feasible when she hears him counting the number down. T will also give up the idea. Unexpectedly, when Yang Feier heard this, he became more determined. What, guarding 9 acres of good paddy fields, but the family has to live on miscellaneous grains and wild vegetables, this is not logical. You must know that the rice yield per moo in the past life was basically around caddies, not to mention such a high yield. After all, we are not Grandpa Yuan Longping. There should be no problem. What's more, for the past month, Yang Feier has been thinking about whether it is possible to add the method of raising fish in rice fields. In his previous life, he had seen this farming technique when he was traveling in Sichuan. Local farmers consulted about specific methods, and learned that fish farming in rice fields can not only generate income for farmers as a sideline, but also loosen the soil and achieve no tillage, and fish eat insects and grass, which can save fertilizer and labor. It can also provide organic fertilizers for rice, which can increase rice production by % on average, which can be described as beneficial without any harm. But now Yang Feier has a headache. How can he convince his family that the land is the life of the family? How could they give such a precious acre of paddy field to a 10-year-old girl for some experiment? Yang Feier walked home without a clue what to do. Turning around a field ditch, I went onto the main road. At noon, the road was empty, and the 3 siblings were silent all the way. The older sister seemed to be thinking about something, and the 2 twins also restrained themselves. They were still in awe of the older sister, who was as tall as them. The older sister was much smarter than them, and she was still their little teacher. Is walking, suddenly hearing a rattling sound behind them, the 3 of them turned around to look, and saw 3 carriages covered with green cloth approaching from a distance. I don't know which nobleman came to this remote village, and it is not easy to see such carriages in this place. A large luxury item. Seeing that the carriage was getting closer, it was hard to see, so he and his 2 younger brothers hid by the side of the road and walked slowly forward. Just as a carriage passed by, Yang Feier suddenly felt a pain in his back, and a small stone rolled on the ground. In front of his feet, he wondered who it was, and received another blow on the back of the shoulder. Yang Feier stopped and looked back to see which wicked and smoking bastard did the good thing, but saw that the 2 carriages in the middle were gradually approaching, and a 40-year-old rough tamping driver sat sideways in front of him holding the reins and not looking sideways. Not like him. But he saw the curtain of the carriage moved slightly, a small hand was stretched out from behind, parting the curtain, holding a stone in his hand, then a small head came out from behind. It turned out to be a boy about 10 years old, the one born with thick eyebrows, big eyes, red lips, and white teeth. Looks like a young lady. The little Zhengtai raised his eyes and met Yang Feier's eyes. He shrank back in shock. Suddenly he thought of something, and came out again. Stones were thrown. Yang Feier kept staring at his movements. How could he be hit by him? He dodged deftly, and the stone fell into the grass beside him. Seeing his failure in prank, Xiaozheng couldn't help shouting angrily, "Hey, you poor fool, I think highly of you when I hit you. You poor fool, dare to hide? Don't you want to live?" Seeing this, the 2 twins jumped in front of Yang Feier and glared at Xiaozheng. "My little boy is so naughty, can someone take care of him?" However, a female voice came from the carriage and shouted, "Jin Lang, don't mess around." Although the voice was harsh, it was still very pleasant. One can imagine how sweet it would be if it was spoken softly. Mrs. Xiaozheng seemed to be listening to the woman's words, glared at Yang Feier, then put down the curtain and retreated into the car. Then I heard the female voice say softly, "This little lady, you are naughty, please forgive me. I wonder if it will hurt the little lady?" Sure enough, like the oriole coming out of the valley, she is gentle and soft, and Lin Qiliang in her previous life is just like this. Although Yang Feier is also a daughter, she can't help but calm down. Who doesn't love beautiful things? Besides, how can she, a 35-year-old soul, care about a naive child? He said, "It's okay, it hasn't been hurt, children are ignorant, just teach them more." The people inside seemed to pause slightly, as if a little surprised that the country girl was so polite, neither humble nor overbearing, and then said, "That's good, Monsieur doesn't care, we are going ahead, so we will go ahead." Before the words were finished, the coachman raised his whip, and the horse quickened its pace to drive forward, and the following carriage also followed, and it drifted away in a short while. Looking at the dust on the dirt road behind the car, Yang Feier thought, "It hasn't rained for a few days." The 3 siblings were stunned for a moment, then continued to walk home. Yang Feier asked his younger brother, "Do you know that child?" Xiao Guang said, "Yes, he is the son of our landlord's family. Dad said that more than half of the land in our village belongs to his family." Xiao Cheng said, "He and his mother will come to live with us for a period of time every spring and autumn. We have his family's farm in our village, but it's big." "Sister, you didn't go out before, so of course you don't know." Xiaoguang said again, "Sister, you don't know, every time that child comes, the children in our village don't play with him. He is cute and bully, and he even brings such a big book boy with him. If you can't beat him, you dare not fight him. Yang Fei said, "Oh, it turns out that he is a rich second generation. We all work for others, no wonder we are so arrogant." However, the woman in the carriage was very kind and her voice was so pleasant. She seemed to be a well-educated person, probably the child's mother. I really don't know how such a gentle and polite mother could teach such a violent and bullying personality son. The next morning, Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng were fishing for screws by the river as usual, and Yang Fei followed with a basket. Recently, the little chickens have shed their fluff and are molting. They have grown to half their size and can eat a lot. 2 small bamboo baskets can no longer satisfy their appetites, and another basket of duckweed is enough. Seeing that the small baskets and the baskets were full, the 3 siblings were about to go back, so they collected the nets. Suddenly, someone behind them laughed and said, "Oh! The poor are eating screws and water plants." The 3 siblings all turned their heads to see who it was, and saw a boy carved in pink and jade standing under a few big weeping willow trees, with a topknot and long hair, wearing a bright red narrow-sleeved gown with a white collar and a white collar. The top is densely embroidered with gold threads, the waist is tied with multicolored silk sash, and a piece of beautiful jade is knotted on the top. The feet are stepped on 1,000-layer soap boots, and the whole body is full of wealth and pampering. The only son Zhang Ziagongzi. At this time, he was standing under the shade of a tree, holding a green bamboo pole about 3 feet long in his hand, while unconsciously whipping the tree trunk, while looking at them disdainfully. Standing behind him was a 14 or 15-year-old book boy, dressed exactly the same as when Tang Bohu was doing 9527 in Washington. Yang Fei didn't like this young lady very much, so he pursed his lips and smiled at him, and blurted out a mantra from his previous life, "None of your business." Unexpectedly, the young lady suddenly changed color when she heard Yang Fei's insulting words, and rushed towards Yang Fei and the others with the bamboo pole in hand. Since he was a star in the crowd and he was born in a great family, he had never heard such vulgar words from others, and he never thought that it was still uttered from the mouth of this quiet and beautiful little girl. He couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to come over hit people. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Spicy Fried Screws. Chapter 9 Spicy Fried Screws. The book boy's eyes widened. He couldn't react for a while. Why did he have to fight on the first day? Well, I'm afraid that this young master is on holiday, and when he is on holiday, his ass will be hit by a board. While thinking helplessly, he followed lazily and slowly. The young master was on his own land, so he was not worried that he would suffer a disadvantage. Which of the children here didn't know him, so how dare they fight with him? Seeing young Master Zhang rushing over, Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng immediately shielded Yang Fei behind him, each holding a copy of the net, and put on a confrontational posture. If he wants to hit his sister, he must pass the 2 of them first. Yang Fei already regretted his words as soon as he uttered them, and for a moment he forgot that this is an ancient time without human rights at all, and it's fine if he was beaten to death, so don't drag the Hu family down. But she is not afraid of fighting. She has been in sales for many years in her previous life, and she was afraid of being bullied. She once specially learned women's self-defense and boxing for fitness. It is not a problem to deal with 1 or 2 big men, and 3 or 4 are also completely fine. Self-preservation and escape. While practicing yoga for a while, I also took out those moves to review. Although I am small and weak now, but the other party is just a kid, so I also clenched my fists quietly, ready to go. The little Zheng Tai rushed to the front. Seeing that the 3 of them were not timid at all, he couldn't help but think a little bit more. Although he had the book boy with him, but with his mother's instructions first, he would definitely not help him fight, at most he would protect himself. It's just an injury. Seeing that the 2 boys have weapons in their hands, the girl behind her is also full of arrogance. She looks reckless and unruly. Thinking about my fists, I might be invincible. It's hard to take advantage, and you still have to be scolded when you go back. Why bother to ask for trouble? So you temporarily changed your strategy, put away the bamboo pole, and continued to verbally attack. Aren't I wrong? Didn't you guys grab these screws and eat them? You eat things that dogs would rather eat than poop? Yang Feier has an adult mentality, so naturally he won't be angry because of this, but this child is a bully, and he really needs to teach him a lesson, and said, dogs can't eat it, but there are many things that people can eat, such as chocolate, grapes, onions, and scallions. Dogs can't eat them, but they are delicious and nutritious to people. Isn't there you in them? Have you ever eaten? The screw is the same, it's delicious when it's done. Xiao Zheng was taken aback for a moment. Dogs can't eat these things, why never heard of it? Wait, what is chocolate? Is it edible, tasty? The little Zheng Tai, who thinks he is well informed and looks down on the country people, has lost his arrogance, so he will not say anything else that he has never heard of, so as not to make this wild girl look down on him, but he tilted his head and looked at Yang with a pair of red phoenix eyes. Phil said, you poor country girl, don't brag, you just say how delicious this screw is, don't try to lie to me. Why lie to you? You can come to my house at noon tomorrow, and I'll make it for you to try, and see if what I say is true or not. The little girl's voice was crisp and sweet. Xiao Zhengtai sneered, and said, why wait until tomorrow? Could it be that you want to take the opportunity to escape? Yang Feier smiled disdainfully, you are a young man, of course you don't know, there is a lot of silt in this screw, you have to keep it in water, add oil and salt, let it sit overnight, let it spit out all the silt, and then cook it, otherwise it will affect the taste. Mrs. Xiaozhang listened, although she didn't know how to eat the screw, she seemed to be reasonable, and said worriedly, well, where is your home? I'll go with you to find out the way first, in case you rely on me not knowing you. Your house, you can hide there. Yang Feier thought to himself, what a clever ghost, but there are only 40 or 50 households in this Tongjia village, even if she cheats, it is not difficult to find her, it just takes more trouble. Then he said to the young lady, you really don't need to follow. My house is easy to find. The last house in the west of the village is the one with cannas planted at the door. If you are afraid that I will lie to you, you can ask for the twin whose family. In this village, our family is named Hu. We have twins in our family. After that, he turned around and carried the basket, and went home with the twins, leaving Xiao Zhengtai and his 9527 standing by the river in a daze. At noon the next day, Mrs. Zhang, that is, Mr. Zhang, came with 9527 as promised. Without much nonsense, he entered the main room and sat down at the table. Yang Feier took out a plate that had already been prepared from the pot spicy fried screw, and brought him a few bamboo sticks, then stood aside with Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng, looked at him fixedly, and said, okay, you can try it. Young Master Zhang looked suspiciously at the screws on the plate. When he first brought them, he could smell a pungent spicy smell, like something edible, but there were no chopsticks, only bamboo sticks. Young Master Zhang looked at Yang Feier road. This, how to eat? Yang Feier had no choice but to sit down and demonstrate. He picked up a screw with his left hand and a bamboo stick with his right hand, and picked the screw cover. Take the screw meat, and poke the meat with a bamboo stick, and a whole piece of screw meat will be dragged out of the shell, and the empty shell will be dropped, and all the soft meat below the meat grains will be pinched off and thrown in the empty shell. There is a part of the shell, which is also inedible. At this time, there is only the piece of meat left on the bamboo skewer. Send the meat to the mouth and chew it carefully. Although he has tasted it just now, Yang Feier is still impressed by his craftsmanship. After removing all the muddy smell, the aroma penetrates into the meat 3 points, slightly numb and spicy, with distinct layers, and the meat is full of elasticity and chewy. He couldn't help picking up another one, doing the same thing, and eating 5 in a row, then stopped, looked at young Master Zhang, and said, have you seen it? Young Master Zhang has been keeping a close eye on Yang Feier's way of eating, seeing that he really doesn't look like he's cheating, but that he's really enjoying the food, so he imitates Yang Feier's movements, picking up the lid, poking up the screw meat, removing the inedible meat. The part of the meat is sent to the mouth, and the meat is chewed with the teeth, and the taste buds are awakened instantly. The numbness, spiciness, and fragrance turn into wisps of living hair, which drill straight into the tongue. Mr. Zhang, without saying a word, I gave another mouthful. The strong aroma of the seasoning and the unique fresh fragrance of aquatic products filled the mouth. Continue to pick a screw and eat another mouthful. The fragrance can no longer be contained. Just drilled straight into the nose, the brain received the information from the sense of smell, couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scent had nowhere to escape, and returned to the mouth and nose to hover. Young Master Zhang was stunned and froze on the spot. Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng saw that young Master Zhang was in a daze, and it was not surprising that he knew that he was stunned by his sister's craftsmanship. When it was cooked in the morning, my sister gave them a taste, and it was really delicious, so I asked my sister why she didn't cook this dish before, thinking that this screw can only be fed to chickens and ducks. But my sister said that there is fish and meat at home, and there is no shortage of this. She said that if she eats too much, she may have some parasites, but it's okay to eat it once in a while. She also said that eating this will waste time after all. Eat it. Over there, 9527 didn't know why his son was sitting there in a daze after eating a few. Could it be that the dish was poisonous? So he hurried over and asked, "Master, what's wrong with you?" On the sleeve, young Master Zhang stretched out his hand to stop it, chewed it a few more times and swallowed it, saying, "I'm fine." He pinched another one, and without saying a word, he ate the whole plate in one go. Seeing that the plate was empty, young Master Zhang put down the bamboo stick, wiped the soap locusts in the basin to clean his hands, and 9527 handed over a towel to dry. 2 bowls of self-picked and roasted green tea. The tea is warm enough to drink, it should be prepared by him as soon as he enters the door, and he feels that this country girl is as careful as a hare entering the tea. The green and astringent taste of the tea washes away the heavy color of the food, leaving only a refreshing taste in the mouth. Although it is not some expensive and good tea, drinking it at this time feels endless aftertaste. This girl is really kind. After eating the good food prepared by others, and drinking the good tea brewed by others, at this time, young Master Zhang changed his rascal appearance from the previous 2 meetings, and said with a smile, "I offended you a lot the day before yesterday, and you still uttered wild words, and you forgot that there are experts in the world. I'm really ashamed. Please forgive me, my lady." He spoke kindly, revealing a bit of the graceful attitude of our son. After hearing his words, Yang Fei only seemed to suspect that his ears were wrong, and that he was not the urchin who was throwing stones at him, nor the dandy who came to beat her with a bamboo pole. The child in front of him was very at the age of 20 years old, the face of the 30-year-old is dignified, and the conversation of the year-old is indeed a polyhedron, and each side is prepared for a specific person. This is also the characteristic of the education of children from ancient aristocratic families. A cute and lively, hateful and naughty child is suppressed into an old pedantic appearance, but a child is pretending to be an adult. Under normal circumstances, the adult will cooperate with him in acting and throw the book bag. Watching costume dramas from childhood to adulthood is not for nothing, so I deal with it now. It's just a small skill. It's just that I have been weak since I was a child, and I can't work, and I have no appetite due to illness. I can't help thinking about these eating methods, which makes the young master laugh. But the young master is right, a small door and a small household, the family is poor, and the 5 grains are hard to sustain, so I can only process these materials that no one wants, just to fill my stomach. Where else can I do what I want? Young Master Zhang hurriedly said, "It's really rare to be able to have such a delicious taste with a little processing. It's to turn decay into magic." He looked around the house up and down, saw that although the room was narrow, it was compact, and although it was simple, it was clean. It could be seen that although the family was poor, they lived their lives meticulously, and said, "When I went back yesterday, I asked my steward, and he said that your family has 10 acres of land, including 9 acres of paddy fields. Why does the little lady still say that the 5 grains are unsustainable?" When they asked and answered, they only looked at each other. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of onlookers, a 10-year-old child was sitting upright in his main room, His feet could not touch the ground, hanging like that, but he looked like a child. Concerned about life and the people, she is old-fashioned, and another yellow-haired girl, about 7 or 8 years old, sits opposite to each other, answering questions fluently and gracefully, which is called a wonderful sight. 9527 was sold to work in the Zhang family since he was 6 years old, and he has already developed the ability to observe words and expressions, so he secretly recorded this wonderful scene, and told the eldest lady of the master's house after returning home. This little son of my family can only pretend to be so proficient in front of his father Zhang Dogwan, even in front of the big lady. He is just a child who has not grown up, but today he is pretending like this in front of this yellow-haired poor girl. I don't know why. He only listened to his son asking about the little lady's fields, and 9527 raised his ears to listen to the little girl's answer. This yellow-haired girl doesn't know about farming, does she? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Article Food. Chapter 10 Article Food. Yang Fei heard that young Master Zhang asked about farming. He couldn't help laughing in his heart. This kid, who didn't know he overheard a few words about scholars, agriculture, business and industry while the adults were chatting. So he started to show off among the children, thinking, since this kid pretending to be knowledgeable, I just pretended to be more knowledgeable than him, so I have to suppress him to see how arrogant he will be in the future. Yang Fei still remembers that this little boy called her a poor fool, with such a vicious mouth. That's all it takes to humiliate others for being poor, and also scolding people for being a fool, despising others in terms of wealth, and crushing others in terms of IQ. Then let's talk about something he hasn't heard of today, and see how he responds. After thinking about it, Yang Fei pretended to be sad, sighed, and said, Mr. Zhang doesn't know something. It sounds like the number of mu is quite a lot. Unfortunately, the yield per mu is barely caddies. After paying taxes, land rent, and daily expenses, there is not much left. If there is not 1 mu of dry land to harvest some miscellaneous grains, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer from hunger. Young Master Zhang frowned. Then why don't you rent more land? Yang Fei even shook his head. The only ones who can work in the family are my grandparents and my parents. Although my elder brother has also gone to the field in the past 2 years, he is still underage after all. Now he only focuses on studying. I can't do much work, and my grandparents have been running out of money in the past 2 years, and it's a bit difficult to do 10 acres of land. How can I increase the land? Hearing this, young Master Zhang found himself in a difficult situation. He frowned and thought hard about the solution, but he heard the little girl say again. A few days ago, I went to the field to deliver food. I heard that rice is planted by sowing, and seeing that rape and wheat are so crowded, I thought, why not increase the distance between rows and plants like the method of growing vegetables? Maybe it will make the plants stronger and make the ears of rice bigger. So I wanted to ask my family for an acre of paddy field to experiment with this method, but my father refused to agree, and neither could I, so I had to give up. Young Master Zhang asked curiously, has anyone tried this method before? Yang Fei said, I haven't heard of it, so my father doesn't want to try it, and I understand. After all, the young Master Zhang has not lost his childishness. He fought twice and retreated without a fight. He also had a meal with him and a drink of tea. Unlike the childish and ignorant ones of the same age, he has already been introduced as a confidant, and the moment of heroism rushed to the bullfight, and then he slapped his small chest and said, I'd like to say something for you, let you experiment with this method. I will go back and discuss this matter with my mother. Don't worry, my mother is very open-minded. As long as my request is not unreasonable, my mother will accept it. Let me do it freely. It is also a serious matter of farming to experiment with new planting methods in a few acres of paddy fields. It is not difficult to think about it. Even if the experiment fails, it is worthwhile to spend a few taels of money to play for a season. Yang Fei didn't expect that originally he just wanted to suppress the arrogance of this dude, but he didn't expect that the other party was arrogant and took over the problem that caused him a lot of headaches. It's not like what I thought in my heart just now. Or I can't say anything, I feel ashamed, or I become angry and walk away. Not to mention how hopeful a child's guarantee is for him. For his enthusiasm, Yang Feier was surprised, but also very grateful. Seeing young Master Zhang's good intentions, he stood up immediately, blessed young Master Zhang, and said, "In that case, there will be Mr. Lao Zhang." Young Master Zhang was thanked, and felt that he was obliged to do so. He returned the gift briefly and said, "Thank you for your hospitality today, young lady. I will go back soon. Regarding the experiment of the new method of planting, someone will answer you." Yang Feier smiled and nodded in agreement. Young Master Zhang turned around and left whose house with 9527, and left quickly. Yang Feier looked at young Master Zhang's childlike impatient manner, and forgot to continue pretending to be old. He couldn't help smiling, and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Zhang returned to his farm, bypassed the screen wall, walked through the front yard, and went straight to the second row of rooms in the backyard. That was the bedroom of his mother, Mrs. Zhang. An account book, and beside it stands a woman in her 40s who is in charge here. Kneeling at her feet was an 8 or 9-year-old maidservant holding a cloth beater, beating Mrs. Zhang's leg every now and then. Hearing the sound of footsteps running towards this side outside, he knew it was his son who was back, but he didn't know why this kid was on fire again. How many times he said he had to be calm and steady, but it was still hard to change. Young Master Zhang pushed the door open and entered the room. When he saw his mother looking at him displeasedly, he knew that he had committed a taboo again. He immediately collected his temper and obediently walked to the side of the couch. He sat down on a stool, took a cup of hot tea brought by the woman in charge, took a sip, handed it back, and the servant girl went to fetch water again, wiped the smile on young Master Zhang's face with a towel sweat. Mrs. Zhang saw her son calmed down and took a breath, and cast a reproachful look. "It's because your father punished you less." She put her anger back, and asked softly, "Where did you go just now? Why did you come back in such a hurry?" Young Master Zhang immediately beamed with joy. "Mother, do you still remember the country girl who was stoned by me on the road when I came here the day before yesterday? I saw her again yesterday, and she and her 2 younger brothers fished many screws out of the river. She also said that it was edible, but I didn't believe it, so she asked me to try it at her house the next day. I went to her house just now. Mother, have you ever tasted the taste of burning screws? Eating my own tongue, this is the first time I have eaten something so delicious." Mrs. Zhang also felt strange. Burning screws? Is it delicious? They are all shells, and they are so dirty, how can they be eaten? Eyes swept to 9527. 9527 came out quickly, articulately stunned how young Master Zhang ate the screw, how he thought it was delicious, and how he had a good conversation with the little lady, describing in detail. Madame Zhang saw her son's ridiculous old pedantic appearance in front of her eyes. She couldn't help smiling, and said, "The little lady just cooked a dish, which happens to be the taste you like. Why do you value it so much?" Young Master Zhang said sternly, "Mother, you don't know something. In my son's mind, making delicious food is like making a fuss. If you want to have a good taste, you must not only grasp the key points, but also match the embellishments well. You must study the materials diligently. It is also necessary to consider the temperament and preference of the appreciator. If it is not for such ingenuity, it is impossible to make a beautiful article, and it is impossible to make food that amazes the diners. Mother, don't you think so?" Without waiting for his mother to answer, young Master Zhang said again, "So my son believes that a person with superb cooking skills must have roughness in his chest." Mrs. Zhang couldn't help laughing and said, "In this way, the kitchens of several restaurants in our family are places where dragons and tigers are hiding." Her eyebrows were curved, revealing a kind mother's love. Young Master Zhang curled his lips in disdain. Those are just craftsmen who only know how to paint from gourds and learn from others. How can they compare? As he said, he shook his mother's sleeves. Duzue said, "Mother, listen to me, there are still important things to come." Mrs. Zhang finally stopped being funny, and patiently listened to her son continue. "I just thought that girl is not simple, as expected," the son asked her. since the family has 10 acres of fertile land, why do you need screws to eat? She said, although there are 8 people in her family, only 4 may go to the fields, and the yield per moo is not much. After deducting taxes, land rent and daily needs, the rest is not enough to live on. Mrs. Zhang nodded slightly and said, that's true. Farmers work hard every day to make a living. This means that those who grow grain don't have enough to eat, and those who spin silk have no clothes to wear. Hearing this, young Master Zhang couldn't help but sighed for a while, then raised his head again and said, Mother, I have something to ask. Mother must agree to son. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, let's talk and listen. Mr. Zhang said, the little lady told me that she has a method that may increase the grain production, but she has no land for her to experiment. The son listened to her method and it made sense, so he agreed to lend her the land. Mother and son said it has been exported, how can I take it back, even if it doesn't work, it's only a few acres of paddy fields for a season's harvest, and it doesn't cost much money, Mother may promise me. Mrs. Zhang asked doubtfully, a way to increase grain production? Then she snorted softly, even though the little lady is a little clever, she is just a country girl after all. I don't believe she has such great wisdom. Has she ever had a relationship with her? How do you want to experiment? Don't play tricks on you, just trick you into a few acres of land. Young Master Zhang immediately jumped up and said, your son, am I so easy to deceive? After he had to argue with reason, he was a little at a loss for words, only remembering what to sow and what furrows to sow, and said, Mother, why don't I call her? Come here, you ask her yourself? Mrs. Zhang thought to herself, she is just a little lady, so it would be all right to ask for a question, so she said, Zhang'an will be with you in the morning, and to know her family, just ask Zhang'an to come, and you don't have to go. And is 9527, bowing beside him should be, and took the order to go. Yang Fair and the twins just finished their lunch and were about to deliver food to the field. Seeing 9527 go and come back, they asked curiously, why did you come back again, but what did you leave behind? Zhang'an said with a smile, it's not that there's anything left behind, little lady. It's just that the little lady just told our young master about the experimental planting. Our young master has already informed my mistress, so I invite young lady Hu to come with my family. The mistress will explain the specific method in detail. Yang Fair did not expect young Master Zhang to be so efficient. It was only half an hour before he got the news. Although it is hard to predict the result, he still has to give it a try. It should be good now, and Zhang'an is at the door waiting outside for a while. I went to the bedroom to take off the patched old clothes and changed into the new clothes I made, and took out the 2 silk flowers that De Hu bought from the market from the box and put them on the hairpin, looked in the mirror. I felt that wearing 2 flowers was a bit deliberate, so I picked another one. After all, when you go out to meet people, try to dress decently. Clean up, ask the twins to deliver food in the field, don't talk about this with your parents for now, just say that you are a little tired and have already fallen asleep, send the twins away, lock the gate, and follow Zhang'an to Zhangjiazhuang. The farm of the Zhang family is located at the east end of the village. It is a 3-entry courtyard with white walls and black tiles. There are about houses. When entering the door, there is a blue stone screen wall. Around the screen wall, there is a spacious courtyard with corridors on all sides. The ground is covered with large blue stone bricks, and cedar, magnolia, begonia, and pomegranate are planted on both sides. I am used to the ancient courtyard scenes made with huge sums of money in TV dramas and movies. In this way, Yang Fair also knew that compared with other farmhouses in the village, this is a mansion. Several maidservants were standing in the porch chatting, saw someone coming in, they all looked over, saw that Zhang'an was leading a neat-eyed but shabby-dressed little girl, going straight to the wife's room in the backyard, couldn't help whispering one by one. Whispering and staring at him, could it be that he is looking for a personal servant girl for the young master again? I don't know where I found it. How many have been selected? I don't know if this girl can be selected. If she can be selected, she will fly on a branch and become a phoenix. If the young master is well served, maybe there will be something in the future. Good luck. As a modern person, although Yang Fei knows that these people are talking about himself, how can he know that others have so many thoughts of climbing the dragon and the phoenix? Although he is young, he pretends to be an ignorant and fearless country girl, and follows Zhang An without squinting. Walk through the hall and courtyard at the back, and come to Mrs. Zhang's residence. Mrs. Zhang had already moved to the study to wait because she wanted to see a guest. Zhang An led Yang Fei in and replied, "Go back to Mrs. Hu is here." End of this chapter. Chapter 11 named Zhang. Chapter 11 named Zhang. Entering the study room, Yang Fei looked up and saw a 23-year-old beautiful woman sitting behind the desk. Her eyebrows were swept away, her eyes were full of glances, her nose was full of cherry blossoms, she was combing a high bun, and there was a silver plate in the middle of her hair. A large peony made of silk, with 2 hostas inserted on the left and right, wearing a short-sleeved shoe brocade shirt with pink water chestnut flowers on a light gray background, and a goose yellow tulle cloak painted with gold and silver powder on both arms. Graceful and luxurious, demure and graceful, looking at her with a pleasant face. Yang Fei is a face-controlling person. When he saw such a character, he couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that young master standing beside the desk, his face was like a crown of jade, elegant, and he secretly praised, "No wonder this young master is so handsome. He looks so handsome, so he looks like his mother." Walking to the desk, he bowed his head and saluted, stepped aside, stood with lowered eyes, looked at the blue and red patterned marble floor, and waited quietly for Mrs. Zhang to ask questions. Mrs. Zhang was also looking at this little girl carefully, and saw that she was wearing a self-dyed light jute double-breasted half-arm, revealing a white linen narrow-sleeved undershirt, and a light green long skirt, also made of self-dyed linen. Wearing double buns and a rose-red hibiscus silk flower on top, she is thin and small, as elegant as a dandelion flower in the field. Looking closely at her small face, her skin is as white as jade, with 2 crescent moons and curved eyebrows, which are elegant and clean. Under the long eyelashes, the pupils are cut and clear, and under the small straight nose, the delicate lips are ruddy. Seeing that this little girl behaves well, advances and retreats politely, although she is young and frail, she exudes calmness and firmness, Mrs. Zhang thought to herself. She never imagined that such a beautiful woman would be poured out of such a poor tenant farmer's family in such a remote place. With such a good-looking appearance in a place hundreds of miles away, I am afraid that there will be no second person, and before I can ask a question, I will feel a 3-pointed love and compassion. I also thought, with such talents, it's no wonder that Delang can be overwhelmed by a dish of cheap food from the mountains. It's not easy. You have to be a person with real talent and real learning, so that he can see it in his eyes. Thinking of this, he asked Zhang An to watch the tea. Yang Fei didn't refuse, and thanked him and sat beside him. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "The child was rude the day before yesterday, and I haven't apologized yet. Thank you, little lady, for not thinking about the past. Today, I invited the child to be a guest at home and gave me delicious food. I am really grateful. I don't know which lady you are from. This year, how old are you?" Yang Fei reservedly smiled and said, returning to "Ma'am, the youngest daughter is the second daughter of Hu Yongxiang's family in Juxitu. My mother's name is Shinshi, and she is just 10 years old this year. As for the gift of food, I really dare not take it as a gift. For rough food, Mr. Zhang has never eaten delicacies from mountains and seas, but Mr. Zhang thinks it is fresh and interesting, and it just happens to match the taste." Mrs. Zhang smiled and shook her head lightly. "So it's Mrs. Hu, but you are 3 years younger than my Dalong." Yang Fei thought to himself, this son is actually 1 year older than the elder brother. He is much shorter than the elder brother, only half a head taller than himself. He has such a good appearance. Don't ruin it because of his height in the future, superior. I also heard Mrs. Zhang say, you don't have to be too modest. Knowing your son is better than your mother. It's not just any wild food that can make my son full of praise. Moreover, because I ate your dish, I beg for you. One thing, do you know?" Yang Fei replied honestly, Is it because the little girl wants to test a new method of rice cultivation with a few acres of paddy fields? Mrs. Zhang said, "It's exactly this matter. I wonder if you can tell me your plan in detail." Yang Feier stood up, saluted Mrs. Zhang, and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Zhang, for asking. The little girl speaks nonsense. If there is anything inappropriate, please forgive me." Mrs. Zhang said, "But it's okay to say." When Yang Feier sat down again, Mrs. Zhang thought about it, and waved her hands away to the left and right, leaving only young Master Zhang by her side. Yang Feier said, "My daughter's idea is not complicated. You only need to prepare a semi-dry paddy field to raise seedlings. When the seedlings grow to a month and a half, about 1 foot long, pull them out and transplant them into the paddy field. This is called transplanting. 2 or 3 plants can grow. Plant a hole and leave about 1 foot between rows, 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 and rows. With this method of transplanting seedlings, the growth space of seedlings will be enlarged, and the fertilizer absorption will be concentrated. The rice stalks will grow thicker and the number of rice grains may also increase. It will be improved, and it can also enhance the wind resistance of rice, and it is not easy to lodging." Seeing Mrs. Zhang smiling and listening, seeming to be very focused, Yang Feier was a little relieved, and then said, "But the act of transplanting seedlings also has a disadvantage. It will greatly increase the labor intensity and time of farmers. Take my family as an example. 4 whole laborers make 9 acres of paddy fields. For sowing and planting, you only need to sow the rice seeds and manage the field well. However, the method of transplanting rice seedlings requires 2 more procedures. It takes about 8 to 10 days to complete, so my little girl has figured out a wooden tool at home these days, which can replace manual transplanting. Just place the seedlings neatly on it, drag it backwards, and the seedlings can be automatically divided. By inserting into the field mud, 1 moo of rice seedlings can be planted every hour, and it can be completed in 2 days based on my family's 9 moo of paddy field, without the pain of backache and leg pain." After a while, he continued, "In addition, my daughter has another plan. Because the paddy field has constant water, my daughter wants to try to put fish fry in the paddy field so that the fish and rice can coexist. The insects, fleas and weeds in the paddy field can be food for the fish. At the same time, the fish can also remove cordyceps for the rice fields, and the fish dung can also be used to nourish the crops, improve the soil, increase the grain production, and save fertilizer and labor. Moreover, the fish like to peck holes and drill holes, which can loosen the land and realize no tillage can also save farmers a lot of labor and time. When the autumn harvest is in August, the rice is ripe and the fish are fat, and they are harvested together, and the income from selling the fish is no less than the income from rice. There are many specific operations, the technical points. If there is a chance to implement this method, I will list them one by one to my wife. If this method is followed, it only takes 2 or 3 years for farmers to turn around and have no worries about food and clothing." After finishing speaking, he lowered his head and looked down again, waiting for Mrs. Zhang to speak. At this moment, Mrs. Zhang's beautiful eyes were shining, her cherry mouth was slightly opened, but she was speechless for a while. On the side, young Master Zhang was just like his mother, with a pair of scorching black eyes that seemed to be shining with flames, staring at the little girl's face for a long time and couldn't move away. What the girl said at home turned out to be just superficial. Seeing her calm and composed, when he uttered these shocking words, if he didn't realize it, he sat on the side, looking at his nose and heart, demure and elegant, like a flower shining in water. The mother and son couldn't help thinking, what kind of family would raise such an intelligent daughter? Although she said that the method of transplanting rice seedlings may increase production, she has developed special tools, which shows that she has a plan in her mind, and she also mentioned the method of fish and rice symbiosis. If this method is successful, given time and spread widely, the world will be reduced. How many famines, farmers' lives will definitely change, and for the entire great Thai dynasty, what a great thing for the country and the people. Let's say that this family not only has 17 moo of land, but also operates many shops in the county mansion. Since Mrs. Zhang married into the Zhang family at the age of 30, she brought 5 dowry stewards from her natal family to teach her to manage the dowry and husband's work. The family's farm shop and other promises a large family business. Now Mrs. Zhang is years old. Although she looks young, her business habits all the year round make Mrs. Zhang unique, open-minded, and good at grasping business opportunities. Listening to Ms. Hu's remarks, although it is unheard of, it is not unreasonable, and it is quite simple to test this method, and it does not need much money and manpower, only a few acres of paddy fields are needed. The harvest of 10 acres of land in one season is about 10 taels of silver, which is not worth cutting a piece of clothing, but if this method can come out of Zhang's family, what kind of fame and fortune will it be? Mrs. Zhang smiled warmly, and said to young Fair gently, "Listening to what you said, I think it makes sense, and it's a matter of benefiting the people. You can try it, but all the fields here have been rented out, and there is no spare land for you to experiment with." Hearing this, Yang Fei felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured into his head. He only poured out his ambition with a splash, but he just pursed his small mouth lightly on his face. Mrs. Zhang paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "Why don't you do this? You can see that it can be done. All the 9 acres of paddy fields that your family rents will be handed over to you to test the new law. I will not charge your land rent this year, and taxes will also be paid by you. My Zhang family pays, and you are responsible for other losses or gains. In addition, I will send you a woman. Your method of fish and rice symbiosis may require fish fry labor, and your rice transplanting tools may require some money. Forging, you can find her for all these things. If the new law fails, everything will continue as usual next year. If it does, I only have one condition. Can you agree?" Yang Fei listened deeply, feeling as if he suddenly saw the sun, and said to himself, "Mrs. Zhang, you don't have such a big pant, you make people jump, and you make people laugh." Suddenly hearing that there are still conditions, my heart hangs up again. I pretend to be calm, and ask with a smile, "I don't know what conditions Madam has?" Mrs. Zhang said, "It's not that it's difficult for you to do, but if the new method is tested, these 2 new methods, including the rice planting tools, must be named after my family Zhang, and promoted and implemented. What do you think?" When Yang Fei heard this, it turned out that this was the case, and immediately responded, "It should be like this. It was originally done with the help of my wife. Without the help of my wife, it would not have been possible." Young Master Zhang was very embarrassed when he heard his mother make this request. He wanted to persuade his mother to take it back, but before he could say anything, the little girl readily agreed. He was surprised and wondered if he was making too much of a fuss. Whatever the big deal, just feel free to do so, so he took back the words that had come to his lips. Young Fei actually thinks that the plagiarism of intellectual property rights has existed since ancient times, and it is not surprising. Besides, these methods are the result of her plagiarizing the wisdom of the ancients for thousands of years, and they do not belong to her. With the current situation, Yang Fei has no ambition to compete for fame and fortune. As long as the family life gradually improves, she can finally be a landlady and let her continue to enjoy life. This is her greatest wish, so she agreed without hesitation. Mrs. Zhang. When Yang Fei returned home, he saw that the twins had come back from the field, and they were waiting for her in a panic. Seeing her sister coming in, they all came over to ask the Zhang family what happened to her. Yang Fei was afraid that it would be too complicated. With the current IQ of the 2 cubs, it would be difficult to explain to them, so he said that he just asked about the burning of the screw. How to do it, let yourself teach it to the cook in their family, and prevaricate it. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Preparations. Chapter 12 Preparations. In the evening, grandparents and the others returned home. Just after dinner, the woman in charge of the Zhang family came over to deliver a message. The purpose of coming was stated one by one, and he left without waiting for any reaction from the Hu family. The whole family was dumbfounded, and no one even noticed when the woman in charge left. What, give all the paddy fields at home to your daughter to arrange farming, rent-free and tax-free, self-financed? How does a child know about crops, want to raise fish and rice fields? This is such a strange idea. If I had known that this girl could talk to the Zhang family, I might as well have promised her an acre of paddy fields earlier. At least it would not be so fruitless and make the whole village laugh. But it's too late to say anything now. The land they planted is someone else's land, and they can do whatever they want, and these ideas are from their daughters, so what else can they say? The family sat around the table in silence. Yang Fei bowed his head in silence. What can he say? Explanation, ensure, promise. It is useless to say it now, and the family members will not believe it, so it is better to keep silent and leave everything to time. After a long time, Yang Fei said in a timid but extremely firm tone, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Brother, I've made up my mind, and there's no turning back. Now is the time to soak and raise seedlings. Let's hurry up. Otherwise, if the season is missed, the harvest will also be affected. Father Hu sighed and said, I thought you were just kidding around, but how could you play with all the fields in your family? 9 acres of paddy fields, that's not a joke. The Zhang family, you can use the 9 acres of paddy fields as a thank you gift for you to play for the last season, but how can we poor people take the harvest of the 9 acres of land as a negligence? That is our family's annual food and clothing expenses. After saying that, she stood up and left the table. Mrs. Wang also sighed, got up and followed, and the old couple went back to the bedroom. Big Hushin sat silently. Yang Fei saw the two of them frowning, couldn't bear it, and comforted. Father, Mother, don't worry, I'm not fooling around. Whether it's the method of transplanting rice seedlings or raising fish in rice fields, I know it well, and I have my own reasons. Take a step back and say, even if it doesn't work, at least there is an income from selling shrimps. It will make the whole family hungry, won't it? As she spoke, she shook Shinsher's sleeve with a sneer, but Shinsher couldn't do it, so she reached out and grabbed her daughter's little hand, saying, Sure, you have been weak since you were young, and you haven't been in the field for a day. How do you know that this kind of land is difficult? Your new method is really feasible. There are so many good cropping methods in the generations, no one can come up with it. That method? Pull out the seedlings that have grown well in the ground and replant them. Not to mention that this is really unnecessary and wastes money. Just pulling out and planting will hurt many seedlings. Can you live? How much can you live? Alas. As Shin said, she sighed heavily. Yang Fei's hand was held in Shin's hand for a while, feeling very uncomfortable, finally waited until Shin finished speaking, took the opportunity to pull it away, hid under the table and rubbed it vigorously with her skirt. Only the rubbing hand became hot, it hurts, and the discomfort in my heart is better. I know in my heart that this is an old problem again, and it may take a day or two to gradually forget this bad feeling. There was silence on the table again. Hu Kong looked at his sister and then at his parents. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know how to persuade him, so he remained silent. The twins knew something important happened at home today, but they didn't know much about it, so they didn't know what to say. The whole family sat there for a while, only to hear Hu finally said, It's useless to say anything now. Let's just listen to Xiaoer. Since she has made up her mind, she must know how to arrange it. Let's try the last season and see how it works. If it works, everyone will be happy. People laughed at it for a few years. He said again, Xiaoer is right, at least with the money saved from selling shrimps, the family will not go hungry for at least a year. After finishing speaking, he stood up, took the oil lamp with Mrs. Chin to the barn to carry out a bag of rice seeds, and said, Good day tomorrow, let's put these rice seeds in the sun for 2 days, Xiaoer, you will take care of them, don't let the birds peck them. Yang Fei quickly stood up and said yes, knowing that Dahu had already made a decision, and the rice seeds would be soaked in advance, so from now on, her plan would be officially launched, and she couldn't help but feel joyful and excited. I also thought about the unknown prospects. After all, they are all from the sidelines experience, lack of practice, and a little uneasy. In this way, I had mixed feelings all night, and I barely fell asleep. From the second day onwards, the family started to get busy, selling shrimp as usual, and the rest of the people went to clear the dry land first, originally planning to plant sweet potatoes. The harvest of these miscellaneous grains is good, and one moo of planting can harvest 3,000 to 4,000 caddies, but now according to the method shower said, half an acre of land should be separated to make a seedling field. Only half an acre is left to plant potatoes. When the seedling field comes out, we can see what can be planted. This is the only way for now. The half of the seedling field is hoed first, the stubble, gravel, and weeds are picked out, the field is thinned, and the ridge is raised, water is put in so that the water exceeds the height of the field soil by a knuckle, and fertilizer is sprinkled. After the rice seeds were ready to dry, Dahu told Hukong to go into the barn that night, then took out 2 empty bags, divided the 100 caddies of rice seeds into 3 bags, took them to the kitchen stove, and poured water on them. Stand against the wall, waiting to sprout. 2 days later, Dahu saw that the rice seeds he had caught had already turned white, so he spread them out to dry at home. After half a day, the rice seeds were no longer sticky to the touch. Take these rice seeds to the seedling field and scatter the rice seeds in the field. The rice seeds were sown in only an hour. The family stood on the ridge of the field and looked at a seedling field in Nuoda. Through the thin water surface, it was still clearly visible that the rice seeds spit out white buds and lay quietly. On the mudbed, dense and dense, the more you look at it, the more uncertain you feel. This method is really incredible. But young Fair looked very friendly. This is what rice planting should look like. This familiar scene is the beginning of farmers' hope every year, and it is the guarantee of a good harvest. But now, Yang Fair thinks, in this other world, such technology will surely bring good harvest and hope to the farmers here. At present, it is still necessary to manufacture a human-powered rice transplanter. This small machine is especially suitable for use in mountainous or hilly areas where large machines cannot enter. It is sold on a certain treasure. Out of curiosity, Yang Fair had carefully studied its working principle. Now, the structure of those parts is vivid in his mind, but in the previous life, the rice transplanter was made of steel. Considering the complicated process, Yang Fair decided at that time make a wooden one first. Don't try to make it durable, just make something to make sure it can be used. So I drew out each part, built and assembled it at home with my father every day, and slowly adjusted it. Fortunately, it is made of wood, and it can be easily corrected if it is wrong. After more than half a month of hard work, I finally made the first human-powered machine in this world. The rice transplanter was born out of nowhere, experimented with long thatch, and the seedlings were separated accurately, that is, they were inserted into the mud to make the seedlings float. Considering that the weight of the wooden material may be insufficient, the machine cannot fall stably, so I found a blacksmith shop, made an iron base, took it back and attached it to the chassis, and tried it again. Sure enough, the problem was solved, and I put it in the warehouse. Used when transplanting rice seedlings. Since the word was spread that day, the woman in charge of the Zhang family would come to Hu's house every day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, back at 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What to do and how to do it, write them down in a notebook one by one, so that they can be handed over to Mrs. Zhang for review. And the young Master Zhang happened to have a time difference with the woman in charge, so he arrived at Hu's house on time at noon every day, because even on the farm, Zhang's civil and military masters were always with him, and his homework was never missed. Get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, wash up, have breakfast, and then the master will lead the morning reading and recite the interpretation. After a short break and snacks at 9:30, the martial arts master will be waiting in the field to teach him boxing and swordsmanship. By 12 o'clock you can finish class, and you are allowed to eat and rest for 2 hours in the middle. After Wei Shizheng, you can continue to explain Chinese characters to Xin Shizheng, and you can rest for half an hour for snacks, and then there is a bow and arrow riding course. When the day is long, it can be until, in the evening, and the day is short. It will be 7 o'clock in the evening, and it will be dark after dinner. The master has to come over to give lectures and accompany homework until 10 o'clock in the evening before he can wash and rest. There is a day off every 10th of every month, so there is only 1 hour at noon on weekdays that can be used well. These times are understood according to another invention of young fair in ancient times. Because I really can't bear to look at the time every time, I have to go to the village ancestral hall to look at the sundial, and I think it is not accurate enough, so young Fair made it himself. A folding sundial. Put 2 square mortise in tenon pieces with a thickness of half a centimeter and a side length of 135 centimeters together, and chisel out the yin and yang slots, so that it can be like a wooden box, with a fine hemp rope as a hinge to connect the upper and lower lids. It is at an angle of degrees, and a perfect circle with a diameter of cm is drawn on the top cover, and 12 time scales like modern clocks are engraved in turn as the sundial surface. The angle and scale are based on the large stone sundial at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Thin iron sticks are used as sundials, which can be retracted or pulled up perpendicular to the surface of the sundial to form a small sundial for self-calculation of time. However, there was nothing to do on cloudy days and nights. In the end, I asked Dahu to buy a clepsydra from the market. This was a big expense for the family, and it cost a total of 2 taels of silver, but my daughter had no choice but to buy it back. Therefore, Yang Fair's folding sundial is only used when the family members go out, which is convenient. After class at 12 o'clock every day, young Master Zhang never tires, leading Zhang'an through the entire Tongjia village from east to west, heading straight to Hu's house. At this time, the Hu family's lunch has already been prepared and served, and Mr. Zhang just needs to enter the door, and he can eat directly on the table. The dishes are more delicious than those made by the cook at home, and there are many novel dishes, which make young Master Zhang try new ones every day and amazed. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. But Mrs. Zhang didn't feel good about eating at Hu's house like this every day. She said it several times, but young Master Zhang plausibly said nonsense. My son said, there is no end to learning. I came to Hu's house mainly to learn farming. In the future, helping my mother take care of the farm doesn't mean I don't know anything about it. Knowing that his son is unreasonable, firstly, Mrs. Zhang has always been doting on her son, and secondly, the young lady of the Hu family is very smart, so it is beneficial for her son to get in touch with her more. The family is kind and honest. They have lived in Tongjia village for decades and have never had any ill relations with anyone. They feel relieved to be friends with such a family. The ingredients such as fish, meat and vegetables are enough for the Hu family, so I ordered the woman in charge to tell the Hu family that Mr. Zhang is working as a partner in the Hu family, so it's a lot of trouble. Please take care of Yun Yun. From then on, in the eyes of the villagers, the Hu family seemed to have invited into the gods, and they were so envious. They all said that the children of the Hu family were lucky to have a relationship with Mr. Zhang, and they played so well. Every day, there are big fish and meat that don't cost money, so I'm so happy. But Yang Fair thought, that's fine, for the past month, my family has been constantly fished and meat, and thanks to the distance between my family and my neighbors, no one noticed, but sooner or later someone will be watching, and if you pay attention, you will know about the sale of shrimps. Now that the Zhang family sends meat and vegetables, you don't have to worry about it. Eat. Young Fair found that the naughtiness of this little boy was all due to his so-called sense of superior IQ. He looked down on those children in the countryside who had never seen the world or read any books, and even bullied them. But if you let him think that someone is smart, wise and knowledgeable, he will restrain his mind and treat each other with courtesy. What a good watcher! Young Master Zhang is really smart. During the time when Hu's family was making money, if he taught him about farming, he would be able to understand everything. He followed Yang Fair and Hu Kong to study the rice transplanter. This matter made him particularly interested. He praised it again and again, and hurriedly ran back to tell Mrs. Zhang, who described the rice transplanter as miraculous. Mrs. Zhang, who provoked her, was also very interested. She asked someone to carry it up to have a closer look, and she couldn't help but be very surprised. She couldn't help admiring this little lady of the Hu family. Could this little lady who be the reincarnation of Huang Yueying? Although this machine is not as powerful as the Trojan horse and Lu Niu, but a 10-year-old child is so talented, he can be called a child prodigy. And he is so neat and tidy, neither arrogant nor impatient, calm and sophisticated, which is really rare. Another month passed in a blink of an eye. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the rapeseed and wheat were harvested, the empty fields were plowed and raked, and put away for use. Yang Fei asked Father Hu Dahu and the others to dig a fish ditch around the paddy field 2 or 3 feet away from the paddy field, and then dig a 10 and well-shaped central fish ditch according to the size of the field. It is about 1 foot deep and 1 foot and 3 inches wide. At the same time, dig a fish pit 3 feet deep, 6 feet long and 5 feet wide in the center of the field for the fish to live in. The excavated soil can just be used to heighten, widen and thicken the field ridges, keep water inlets, drainage outlets, block grids, and so on. These fish farming techniques are deeply rooted in Yang Fei's mind, and it's easy to come by without any trouble. The only thing that troubled Yang Fei was that there were so many onlookers in the village. Since the planting was planted 1 month earlier than the villagers, people have been inquiring constantly. Now that the fish pits are being dug, there are another 10 or 20 people standing in 2s and 3s on the ridge. Some shouted, "Father Hu, why did your family dig holes in this good rice field? How can you grow rice here?" Some shouted, "Brother Hu, isn't your family planning to grow rice? What are you going to grow?" Father Hu just digs the ground with his head and brain, but doesn't speak. What should he say? Say, "Fish, don't you want to be laughed out of your teeth? And when the fish dies and the rice dies, I'm afraid even the second tooth will not be able to keep laughing." Although Father Hu spoiled his granddaughter, he also believed in her intelligence, but when it came to farming, Father Hu firmly chose to believe in the method of his ancestors, and he did not believe in his granddaughter who had never laid down a day. Unable to be asked, Dahu had no choice but to stop and said to everyone, "Now we don't know what to plant. We can plant whatever the owner tells us to plant." After speaking, he smiled honestly and continued to dig the ground. Although the housekeeper of the Zhang family looked at it strangely, she kept a cold face and said nothing. She was busy writing down the steps one by one, and asked Yang Fei to help her attach the picture really carefully. The seedlings have grown to more than 1 foot at this time, and once the fish and rice fields are ready, Yang Fei decides to raise the seedlings. This morning, the weather was sunny, with blue sky and white clouds. Except for the old man Hu and Hu Kong who went to sell shrimps, the rest of the family came to the seedling field and saw the dense layer of tender green. Squeezed vertically, and a gust of wind rips up layers of blue waves. I really love bad people. Yang Fei couldn't help standing on the ridge of the field, admiring it for a while, full of sweet bubbles in his heart, squatting down, opening a bundle of straw brought from home, and putting a handful on the seedlings, and then reached the root of the seedling with his hand, grabbed a handful of seedlings with his backhand, and pulled them up, but seeing that the seedlings were strong, the roots were well developed, and the growth was very healthy, he pursed his lips and smiled in satisfaction, and pulled out a few more, but couldn't catch it. I handed it to my left hand, and continued to pull out a few more until my left hand was full and I couldn't pinch any more. Then I took a straw from the seedling and tied the seedling around the waist. No need to tie a knot, just put the straw head into the circle, just plug it in, throw the bundled seedlings to the place where you just emptied and soak them in the field water. In the same way, 3 seedling handles were tied up in a row, and a gap appeared in a complete seedling field. Yang Fei took off his shoes and socks, and by Xingxing's little feet stepped into the field, and immediately sank into the soft and delicate field mud. The long-lost feeling of closeness to the land came from his heart, which made Yang Fei deeply comfortable. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly and long, and when he turned his head and saw that everyone was still standing on the ridge in a daze, he said with a smile, "Come down and try, too." Seeing that her daughter is so proficient, she seems to have done it so many times, Big Hushan was surprised. Shen asked. Xiu'er, how did you know you were going to pull and tie the seedlings like this? Yang Feier had already had the answer, and said with a smile, Mother, you don't know. Since I thought about planting the rice in this way 2 months ago, I have thought about and practiced every step in my mind. How to sow seeds, how to raise seedlings and how to plant seedlings has been brewing for a long time, so it is not surprising that they are so proficient. In one sentence, he changed the subject and said, you should pay attention when pulling out the seedlings. Try to grasp the roots as much as possible to avoid pulling out the seedlings. Yang Feier is really tired of having to cover up and explain everything. She would rather be regarded as a child prodigy by others. She can also act as a child prodigy, so that people can think that she is a child prodigy, even if she makes amazing things. Child prodigy is cheating, and the life of cheating does not need to be explained. Mrs. Hushan didn't have time to think deeply, vaguely seemed that what her daughter said was not unreasonable, and believed that her daughter was smart and different from ordinary people, so she believed it at a loss. So, imitating my daughter, I first squatted on the ridge of the field and pulled up the side seedlings. Keeping the key points in mind, I grasped the root of the seedlings and pulled them up by the roots. Sure enough, no seedlings were broken. After plucking 3 or 4 times in a row, the technique gradually became proficient. It is not a high-tech thing, so it is easy to master it. Gradually got started. And the 2 twins prepared an extra day's worth of chicken food yesterday, in order to be able to see her sister's new rice planting method with everyone today. It was the first time for my family to go to the field to pull seedlings, and they were about the same size as the 2 of them. I understood their eagerness at this time, so I asked them to come down and try. The twins were overjoyed, threw off their shoes, rolled up their trousers, and stepped out of the seedling field. Children like places with water. Standing in the field at this time, they were very satisfied, excited and giggling, but they didn't know how to start. A young Feier called the 2 of them over, and decided to teach them hand in hand. The 2 twins were in a good mood, very obedient, and listened carefully to the teaching. Although it was inevitable that they would break a few seedlings, it was not bad. Basic know-how. At this time, the number of villagers working in the fields has gradually increased. Seeing the Hu family pulling out seedlings in the field, they were very curious. They were full of speculation about the Hu family's seedling field. I don't know why his family planted it a month earlier. It is unreasonable to spread the rice seeds so densely. If planted like that, the seedlings will grow up, and there will be no empty space for tillers. Today when I went to work in the field, I saw the Hu family pull out the well-grown seedlings. This is really puzzling. I really don't know what tricks the Hu family is playing. Well-grown seedlings, pull them out. What is this picture? Before I knew it, a group of people gathered on the ridge of the Hu family's seedling field, pointing and asking people, but Da Hu still said the same thing. Listen to the owner. Seeing that the woman in charge of the Zhang family really came to the scene, she stood on the ridge of the field and watched the Hu family pull the seedlings with them, and then turned to the woman to ask what happened. Even if he knew, he wouldn't talk nonsense without the permission of the head lady. After all, he came from a rich family, and the rules and etiquette are much stricter than that of ordinary villagers. Da Hu's answer meant he didn't say anything, and the woman in charge also said that she didn't know, and just followed orders. A group of neighbors couldn't guess the answer, and couldn't get a correct answer. They gathered for a while, and gradually felt that it was boring. There was still a lot of work in their fields, and they gradually dispersed. It was almost noon. Hu's father, Hu Kong, also came to Yang Tian when he came back from the next set, and he would cook for Yang Feier and his twins in advance. When he came to deliver meals at noon, young Master Zhang heard that he was pulling seedlings today, so he became curious and followed along with Zhong'an and his siblings. Although I have been living in the farm for a few years, I am no stranger to farming, but this is the first time I have seen this plucking rice seedlings into bundles. I am very playful, and I want to try it myself in the seedling field. Big Hushan is holding a. When he was eating with a bowl, he saw that Mr. Zhang had taken off his shoes and socks. He was so frightened that he didn't care to put the bowl away, and ran over, calling, "No, Mr. Zhang." End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Zhang was also looking at the seedlings in a daze, looked up and came over quickly when he saw it. Shen said, "Young master is dressed so richly and cleanly, how can he do such dirty work? Don't make things difficult for us. Turn around, we can't afford to offend Mrs. Zhang." Zhang also said with a bitter face, "Young master, you are considerate of the villain. If you go back with muddy water, the villain will not run away if I give you a board. If you really want to go to the ground, let me go back first. I have asked the eldest lady for permission, okay?" Young Master Zhang was disturbed by these people. He lost all interest at the moment, so he had to be served by Zhang and put on his shoes and socks, and sat under the holly tree for a long time without saying a word. The Hushans and the others ate and tidied up neatly, and the children went home with their crock pots, and the Hushans also went home together. They wanted to carry the rice transplanter to the field, and the daughter said it would be fine in the afternoon. After transplanting rice seedlings, we need to bring a few net bags to carry the rice seedlings to the paddy fields. Needless to say, when Dahu was pulling the rice transplanter to transplant rice seedlings in the field, the ridge of the Hu family was full of people as if they were watching a big show. Several people were about to fall into the field. Adults and children watched holding that strange machine. It was put into the field. Dahu untied the handle of the seedlings, stacked the roots neatly on the wooden boards on both sides in 2 rows, and then pulled the machine backwards. Wherever it passed, the seedlings were planted straight in the mud. Neatly like planting leeks, half of the seedling leaves are exposed, 5 clusters in a row, and 3 in a cluster. Everyone really can't understand, it's obviously rice, but this kind of planting method is unheard of, let alone seen, before seeing the Hu family planting the rice so densely, and worrying that there is no place for tillers to grow like that. I didn't expect that people moved to another place to replant, but the planting was so sparse. If this is the case, how many ears of rice will be lost in 1 mu of land? There are also those ditches and pits that have been dug, and the depth of the dug is definitely not suitable for planting rice, so isn't the reserved space all wasted? No, then the Hu family must have other arrangements, but no one can guess what the arrangement is. Young Master Zhang just had a rest today, so there is no need to rush back. He forgot to sulk when he saw the rice transplanter was brought up, and Zhang took care of him. He wanted to see the seedlings on the machine, and Dahu dragged the rice transplanter to plant the rice seedlings, and he wanted to go to the field to try, but fortunately Zhang stopped him. Yang Feier looked at the trouble, and explained to him helplessly, the rice fields are all made flat. If people step on it, there will be mud pits, which will affect the roots of the seedlings and cause the seedlings to float. Young Master Zhang spent so long at the Hu family, and participated in the manufacture and testing of the rice transplanter, so he naturally knew what floating seedlings meant, so he didn't bother anymore, but he was still restless, and he followed the rice transplanter wherever he went. Seeing the rows of seedlings spit out from the machine that I personally participated in making, I feel a little more proud than being praised by my master and master. Within 2 days, after the seedlings were planted, the woman in charge was asked to buy fish flowers and put them in the fish pit at a density of 2,000 per mu. First, they were blocked with nets, and then removed after the rice tillers had grown, so as not to damage the young seedlings. The fish flowers released are mainly grass carp, gibel and catfish beard, all of which are herbivorous or miscellaneous species, suitable for paddy farming. Yang Feier has long been optimistic that the paddy field in Tongjia village is adjacent to the Tongxi River, and there is a Lingjia lake on it. The water source is sufficient, the water quality is good, and the water intake and drainage are convenient, which can ensure the harvest in drought and flood. The ridges and bottoms of the paddy fields are covered with black mud and yellow mud, not sandy soil, with good water retention and no water leakage. Moreover, the paddy fields of whose family are all made by Zhang's family, and they are concentrated and contiguous for easy management, and the light conditions here are good, which is also very beneficial to the growth of field fish. Although the agriculture is not as developed as in the previous life, there are various chemical fertilizers and pesticides, but as long as the field management is done well in the middle, there should be a better harvest. In addition, although agriculture in the previous life was high yield, it was not beneficial to human health, so it is better to keep the original ecology. Since the seedlings were planted and fish flowers were placed, the whole family focused on the few acres of paddy fields. After the original seedling fields were planted, they also planted seedlings. There were still Xiao Banshan's seedlings, so they had to pull them out and chop them up for feeding. Those chickens, Yang Fei also remembered in his heart that if this method works, it will only be about caddies when soaking seeds next year, and any excess will be a waste. I heard Yang Fei said that pumpkins and yams can be planted on the ridge of the field, but in summer, it can shade the fish, which just makes up for the loss of the half-acre of dry land. It is not too late to replant it quickly, and it saves my heart pity. I also heard that the duckweed in the Yangfirdeo River, the rapeseed cake left over from rapeseed oil extraction, and the bran left over from pounding rice and flour can be used as fish food. Whenever the family has time, they go to catch the duckweed. Sprinkle it with rapeseed cake and bran into the fish pit to feed the fish. As for the management of the rice field, it is still the same. The matter has come to this point, so we have to take good care of it and do our best to obey the destiny. Everyone in the village can watch it helplessly. When the seedlings were just planted, they saw the seedlings gradually turning yellow. Father Hu and the others were so anxious that they couldn't sleep at night. They knew that the seedlings were going to wither. To verify, when it comes to the autumn harvest, just watch other people's homes carrying grain home in bags, and you have to pay for money to buy food, and then you will be laughed at. Although Father Hu and the others didn't say anything, they were frowning and sighing. Yang Fei said nothing, just wait and see. The whole family couldn't think about it, so they had to wait with their hearts like boiling oil. Fortunately, after 2 or 3 days, the seedlings gradually turned green again, and the family let go of the heart that was about to dry up, and watched the seedlings grow taller and taller. Gradually, we could see the difference from the rice fields of the surrounding villagers. The rice seedlings in other fields were only half a foot long and thin, while the rice seedlings in my own field were more than a foot high, dark and thick. Gradually rejoiced and increased confidence. As the weather gets hotter day by day, the seedlings grow more and more green and fluffy. The original space between each hole is 1 foot, and the upper rice leaves gradually connect to form a piece. The growth is gratifying, and it can just shade the fish. Papa Hu and the others have nothing else to do except go to the market in the morning to sell shrimps and come back to feed the fish, but they still have to walk around the rice fields with a shovel on their shoulders every day, for a while, check to see if there are voles and eels digging holes to prevent water leakage and fish. The family was amazed, and the villagers also came to check. Those old crop handles, squatting for a day, feel incredible, and gradually there are groups of people in the nearby villages to see it. Before they reach the field, they can see a thick green and abrupt print on the surrounding shallow verdant trees from a distance. Among them, when I squatted on the ridge of the field and looked closely, I saw that the rice stalks were strong and straight, the rice leaves were dark green and barbs were thick and hard, and there were small fish swimming among the fluffy rice trees. Make a splash, splash the water directly on the face, and the field water is clean. There are almost no weeds, mosquitoes, insects, and lice. According to the Hu family, they are all eaten by the field fish. Really make the best use of everything, symbiosis and mutual benefit, all envious, but I don't know the result for the time being. At this time, Mrs. Zhang, young Master Zhang and others have returned to Fuqing. It is said that there are ice cubes stored in his house in Fuqing, which can be used to escape the heat. Besides, the growth of the crops and fish has always been reported by the woman in charge, and she already knows it in her heart. If there are no natural disasters, just wait for the autumn harvest to see how much the increase in production and income will increase. As for Mr. Zhang, he is naturally very proud. This method is his own. He contributed a lot to benefiting the country and the people in the future. Although he didn't want to go back to Fuqing with his mother, Mrs. Zhang couldn't rest assured that it wasn't because the tiger was not at home and the monkey was called the king. Who could control him, so he just brought him gone. Young Master Zhang reluctantly bid farewell to the children of the Hu family. After getting along with him for a long time, the children have completely changed their attitude towards his previous bully behavior. Besides, they don't have many playmates on weekdays. It's really true. Somewhat reluctant, young Master Zhang turned to comfort them and said that as long as the hot weather was over, he would come back in a short time. According to everyone's interest, he gave Hukong a few academy textbooks with annotations, and another I bought a few miscellaneous notebooks from Yang Fair, and felt that the twins were still young, so they each gave them a small bow and arrow to play with, which actually suited the two children's wishes, like a baby. Hukong felt it was impolite to come and not to go, but he didn't know what gift to give back for a while. Yang Fair thought for a while, then took out the foldable sundial, and said, "Brother, just give this as a gift, although it is not worth much. It is also unique and novel, I think Mr. Zhang will not dislike it." Hukong said, "That's okay, not to mention that you made it with great difficulty." "For a man?" Yang Fair said, "It's okay, I'll do it again. When you give it to him, you don't have to say it's mine, just say you made it yourself, and keep it with you all the time. Besides, don't give this away. Is there anything else to give away?" Hukong hesitated to take it, but he was helpless. Books are expensive commodities, not to mention his own textbooks, which were annotated by famous teachers today. Among the students, it is a priceless treasure. After thinking about it, I had to follow my sister's instructions and give the sundial to young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang really likes it very much, he can't put it down, showing off all kinds of things. Mrs. Zhang also likes it when she sees it. People who are used to doing business, naturally they will not miss such a good opportunity, but they think that the materials used for children's things are cheap, so they ordered people to use gold and silver as the same. I made a few of them, and inlaid them with various kinds of jewels. They are exquisite and gorgeous. I put them in my own jewelry shop to see the market reaction. Mr. Zhang didn't like such vulgar things at first, but after thinking about it, he also bought one for his own use. The original version made of bamboo and wood was packed in a sandalwood box and stored in the dark room he dug on the wall, and he never took it out again. In the twinkling of an eye, the fish were almost squeezed out. Father, who was worried, so he discussed at home that he wanted to build a shed under the holly tree to watch the fish in order to prevent them from being stolen. Yang Fair vetoed it for two reasons. It is not safe to be under the tree. There are many thunderstorms in summer. There is only one tree in the wilderness, which may cause lightning and damage the hut. Secondly, I was also afraid that there would be wolves coming down the mountain, and Father who would not be able to protect himself alone. But so many fish are stocked in the shallow fields, and they grow up in groups, which will attract people's mouth. Father who insisted on his own opinion that he would go home when it rained, and this place was 3 or 4 miles away from the mountains. Few wolves would run so far into the fields without any danger. This stubborn old man couldn't resist, so he had to build a low shed far away from the tree, built a bamboo summer bed with a mosquito net, a broken pillow and an old sheet, and a hatchet for cutting trees. And that's it. After all, Hukong brought a lot of firewood from home, and if a wolf came, he would light the firewood, which could not only stop him for a while, but also inform Dahu, who was sleeping outside the house. Dahu was worried about keeping his family with his wife and children when he came to watch the fish, so he had no choice but to do so. It just so happened that Uncle Tang's bitch, Rhubarb, gave birth to a litter of 4 puppies, and when she didn't know where to throw them, Yang Fair asked the twins to ask for 2 little male dogs to keep them, one black and white and one common. The black one, the one with black and white flowers, is kept at home. Yang Fair named it Xiaohua very carefully, and Father who brought a completely black one, so it was logically called Xiaohei. The puppy grows fast, and it only takes a few months to bark and deter thieves. Even if it can't fight for a while, it can be used as an alarm temporarily. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. August osmanthus is fragrant everywhere. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the mountains and plains, casting a layer of dazzling gold on the world under its rule. The summer heat has receded. Although the heat has not completely dissipated, it has begun to cool down in the morning and evening. Young Fair took the basket, opened the back door of the barn, and took it with him to the backyard. After the rice was planted, because the chickens in the chicken coop grew up gradually, except for the 4 that unfortunately died in the middle, the rest were healthy and lively. For the sake of safety, Dahu and the others sneakily built a half-rock and half-earth wall with a 6-foot-high base and thorny branches on it, connecting the main house in front and the latrine in the back to form a square yard. All the poplar trees in the yard were cut down and used for other purposes, leaving only a circle outside the yard for the chickens to shade in summer. 3/4 of the yard on the west side is surrounded by nets for the chickens to move around. Starting from the back door of the barn, along the edge of the net, a semicircular gravel road is paved, leading to the back hut. Heeding young Fair's suggestion, he built a chicken coop for the hens to lay eggs on the west wall. On a wooden frame half a person's height, there were 2 floors of bamboo cages 2 feet high and 2 feet wide, covered with dense. The grass roof is both ventilated and sheltered from the sun and rain. The inside is covered with thick straw. There is a small door every arm's width, which can be opened and closed for the hens to come in and out, and can also be used for collecting eggs. Watching a yard of fat chickens rushing over with conditioned reflex, they looped around their feet and ignored them. There is actually a pink Hello Kitty embroidered, the water-red thin linen narrow-sleeved summer shirt is rolled up twice, the lotus-colored long skirt is rolled up, and a lot is wrapped around the bend of the legs to avoid dirtying the skirt. Little girl, she has grown about 4 or 5 centimeters in the past 6 months. She was stuck at home all summer and was not allowed to go out. She was afraid that she would suffer from heatstroke and cause old illnesses. She only went to see if there were any diseases and insect pests in the seedling fish occasionally in the early morning or evening. Abnormally, the complexion is white and rosy, and a pair of smart eyes are flickering, pure and thorough. Dressed neatly, he picked up the broom leaning against the wall and started sweeping from his feet, sweeping all the chicken manure and floating soil to the latrine to accumulate manure. After sweeping a yard of more than 100 square meters, I was drenched in sweat. Turn around and enter the barn, drag out a bag containing duckweed leaves and other chicken food, drag it all the way to the net in the middle of the yard before stopping, bend down and grab the 2 corners at the bottom of the bag, and dump all the contents in the bag with force and out. A small pile was built, and those chickens swarmed up, extremely ferocious, scratching their claws and pecking at their beaks, refusing to give in to each other. Yang Fair picked up the wooden shovel leaning on one side, and with great difficulty, he jumped over the heavy chickens and fed the chickens. Slice and form long strips so they are less crowded. Watching the chickens calm down and concentrate on enjoying their dinner, Yang Fair took off his mask, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face, took a short rest, put on his mask again, turned around and walked to the back door of the barn, bent over picking up the basket, tidying up the straw at the bottom of the basket a little, went to the west wall and started collecting eggs. After the Dragon Boat Festival, I finished the work in the field, built the fence and set up the chicken coop. When it was almost June, the hens began to lay eggs one after another, and each hen would lay eggs every 1 to 2 or 3 days. And some lay eggs every day, so, from then on, the family will receive 10 to 20 eggs every day. Because when picking the chickens, they were rushing to collect the eggs. Xin and Wang used a local method to select all the hens, dipped the little paws of the chickens in water, and let them go. Let it walk and look at its footprints. The rooster runs in a straight line, but the hen does not. The specific reason is unfounded, but after all, there must be considerations or mistakes in this method, in case a rooster that does not take an unusual path strays into it. Among the 46 chickens grown up in the family, there are still 3 roosters, but this is also good, such eggs can be used to brood for chicks next year. Hearing a sound from behind the barn, Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng came out in response. The 2 carried a big bamboo basket and walked into the yard. Xiao Guang was behind and closed the door behind his back to prevent Xiao He from squeezing in. Let him in, that was really jumping, shouting in the mouth, "Sister, we are back." Yang Fair had finished collecting the eggs, and turned around in response, and saw that he had placed the bamboo basket in the net circle and removed the pole. Young Fair took it with one hand, and sent it to the warehouse together with the egg basket, and then returned. When I went to the courtyard, I watched my two younger brothers dumping half a basket of screws on the stone slab on the ground. There were more than a dozen large river mussels mixed in. After half a year of daily fishing, the screws in the river were obviously not enough, and I had to run away. Fishing from far away, we also need to add mussels. The mussel meat needs to be chopped up to feed the chickens, which is an extra procedure, but there is no way. One job is all for fun. Feed the chickens, clean up the garbage, and see that the chickens have entered the chicken coop one after another, close the blinds and windows of the chicken coop, check around, and go back to the main house if there is nothing missing. Several people washed their faces and hands. Young Fair beat the dust off his body with a dry towel back and forth, put on an apron, and washed vegetables for dinner, chop a large piece of mahjong and put it in the pot to cook. The 2 bowls of rice left at noon, washed 8 eggs, and stirred a soup bowl of gnocchi, put them in together. Put half a basket of cabbage that is as long as a knuckle in it, boil it and add oil and salt, and it will be fine. This time has been rice in the fields, it started to turn yellow. From the earring to the filling, the adults in the family were extremely nervous and stayed in the field every day. According to their experience, they watered, drained, dried the field, and applied fertilizer again, and then slowly reduced the water in the field. In the later stage, the main thing is to dry, but those fish are still raised in the fields, and they have to be driven to the fish pit and fish ditch. Those fish are now 7 or 8 inches long, and the catfish beard has grown to 1, 2 or 3 inches in size. It looks really gratifying, and the look is even tighter. Hearing someone talking outside, knowing that Dahu had come back, he seized the time to pour hot water from another pot into the earthen pot, and just put the earthen pot on the table in the main room, where Dahu a few people entered the door and laughed loudly. Is Shoer clairvoyant? This point is too accurate. With your voice, it's hard not to hear it. Grandma Wang teased. Shinsher pursed her lips but smiled and said nothing. Grandpa had already walked to the table, took off the towel around his neck and washed it. Yang Fair also laughed, picking out 8 eggs from the pot, and putting them in a soup bowl filled with cold water to wash and peel them off. Set up the chopsticks, serve dinner, put a white and tender egg in each bowl, together with the fried salty lentils and green pepper sauce that was fried at noon, and serve it on the table with xiaoguang xiaochang. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Wang began to babble again. Why are you making eggs again? You children really don't know how to live. You do have them now, but you have to save a little bit. This is not the way to live. Since the hens at home started laying eggs, Yang Fair has added an item to the family's food list. He needs to eat eggs 3 times a week. Now the family's finances are also well off, and the family has more than 200 taels of silver. Well, seeing that the rice harvest is about to come up, there is no need to pay rent or tax, and the fish in the rice fields, there are about fish per moo, and selling them is another income. If those chickens in the backyard were sold a few years ago, they would still be able to earn a fortune. Why bother to live the old life? Besides, Yang Fair is still silently calculating one thing in his heart. Yang Fair sat on the same side as her elder brother, and started to eat slowly, pretending to be casual while eating. Daddy, are you going to buy shrimps at the market with elder brother tomorrow? Yes, said his daughter casually, and Dahu answered casually. Then can Daddy take me to go shopping in the market tomorrow? Everyone at the table looked up. Shin felt sorry for her daughter, and said, Sure, you have to walk an hour or so to go to the market, your health is good, Mother is afraid that you won't be able to eat, why don't you wait until in the 12th lunar month? Mother will go with you and cut cotton clothes for you, let's not be in a hurry, okay? Mother, I know my own body. My body is in good shape now. There is no problem at all. I often walk long distances with Gemini to fish for screws, and I don't feel tired. Let's talk about housework at home. Work, from morning to night is not too little, I can still do it, and I will occasionally deliver meals to you at noon. I believe that there should be no problem for me to go back and forth to the market. Dad, you can take me there. Wang looked at her coquettish granddaughter lovingly, and patiently persuaded her, listen to your mother, let's take a look at it in a while. The last trip to the market will take 2 hours to go back and forth. You are so small, where can you eat, live? Grandma, the weather is neither cold nor hot, and it's just right to go out. Besides, I have stayed at home for 10 years and have never gone out. I really can't wait. I really want to go out and have a look. After a while, the family is going to harvest rice and sell fish again. I'm afraid I don't have time. Why don't you take me out while it's not too busy? I promise I can. Yang Fei sincerely pleaded. Father, who kept his head down to eat without saying a word, and now he raised his head and said to Dahu, after dinner, go to Tang Zhengfu's house with me, and borrow his ox cart for a day. Xiu'er has been bored all these years. It's really hard at home. Since she wants to go, let her go out to see the world. Just bring 10 eggs with you when you borrow the ox cart, and now the ox is idle at home. When Dahu heard that his daughter could go there by car, he felt relieved. After dinner in a hurry, Dahu and Father Hu went to Tang Zhengfu's house with 10 eggs in a net bag to borrow a cart. Hu Kong was happy to see his sister. He looked happy for her, and said, Sister, the fair is very lively, don't be dazzled when you go. I know there are a few interesting shops, and the elder brother will take you shopping. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. When the twins heard that their elder sister could go to the fair, they were envious of something. They scratched their heads anxiously, but they didn't dare to show it. They endured until Dahu and Father Hu left to borrow an ox cart, carrying Grandma and Mother on their backs. The elder sister pulled aside and begged eagerly, Good sister, can you tell Daddy to take us with you? The two have been at home with Xiu'er since they were young, and spend the most time together, so they have the deepest relationship. For country children, children and the road are the most taboo, so such excessive demands can only be said secretly to their sister. Yang Fei knew that since she came to this world, only these two twins came in and out with her. They were almost inseparable, and indeed they had never seen them go to other places. I understand their current mood very well. It is probably the same as when I asked my parents to take her to the playground to play when I was a child, but I still have something in my heart. After thinking about it, I still couldn't bear to refuse, so I agreed to them, saying, Okay. My sister will try to be with you as much as possible. Daddy said, but if Daddy doesn't agree, then forget it, you just have to wait until next time, okay? These two little ones know the thoughts of their family best, and they have always spoiled their elder sister. In the past 6 months, my elder sister has made so many changes for the family. I guess as long as my elder sister speaks this way, they will basically be inseparable. Quickly thanked, happily went to wash with my sister. After a while, Dahu and Father Hu came back empty-handed, knowing that the ox cart was borrowed. Sure enough, Dahu sat down, took a sip of tea, and said to the surrounding mother, wife, and children, the village chief's family is really nice. They said that they can borrow a car and take the eggs home. Isn't it a curse? I said, if you don't accept it, don't you tell me to use your car for nothing, tell me how to be a person. If you don't think it's too little, you can accept it, it's all for the children. These eggs are boiled for your children to eat. In exchange for your ox cart to take our children there, wouldn't it be a good idea to go to the fair last time? I just accepted it and asked us to pick up the car tomorrow morning. For some reason, the whole family suddenly became in a good mood, as if they were the ones who would go to the market to meet the world tomorrow, and everyone's faces were shining. Yang Fei saw it in his eyes and thought, this is the only way to share good and bad. I feel the same way. Taking advantage of the family's happiness, Yang Fei looked at Dahu beggingly and said, Daddy, can you bring Xiaoguang and Xiao Cheng? They have been at home for the past 6 months and have no place to play, they just feed the chickens every day. It's really hard work, I want to take them to play together. Daddy, can you agree? The bearded man was not overjoyed yet, and it was the baby girl who spoke again, and she agreed, saying, Tomorrow your grandma and your mother will be late to go to the field, and you can arrange the chickens in the backyard at home first. It won't be too late for us to go to the fields when we come back from the last episode. When the twins heard that their elder sister could go to the market to play, they were envious of something. They scratched their heads anxiously, but they didn't dare to show it. They endured until Dahu and father who left to borrow an ox cart, carrying grandma and mother on their backs. Pulling my sister aside, she asked eagerly, "My dear sister, can you tell Daddy to take us with you too?" The two had been at home with Shior since they were young, and spent the most time together, so they had the deepest relationship. For me, children and the road are the most taboo, so such an excessive request can only be said secretly to my sister. Yang Fei knew that since she came to this world, only these two twins came in and out with her, they were almost inseparable, and indeed they had never seen them go to other places. I understand their current mood very well. It is probably the same as when I asked my parents to take her to the playground to play when I was a child, but I still have something in my heart. After thinking about it, I still couldn't bear to refuse, so I agreed to them, saying, "Okay. My sister will try to be with you as much as possible." Daddy said, "But if Daddy doesn't agree, then forget it, you just have to wait until next time, okay?" These two little ones know the thoughts of the family best. In the past 6 months, the elder sister has made so many changes for the family. It is estimated that as long as the elder sister opens the mouth, it will basically be inseparable. I thank you quickly, and I am very happy. My sister went to wash up together. After a while, Dahu and father who came back empty-handed, knowing that the ox cart was borrowed. Sure enough, Dahu sat down, took a sip of tea, and said to the surrounding mother, wife, and children, "The village chief's family is really nice. They said that they can borrow a car and take the eggs home. Isn't it a curse?" I said, "If you don't accept it, don't you tell me to use your car for nothing, tell me how to be a person. If you don't think it's too little, you can accept it, it's all for the children, these eggs are boiled for your children to eat. In exchange for your ox cart to take our children there, wouldn't it be a good idea to go to the fair last time? I just accepted it and asked us to pick up the car at midnight tomorrow." For some reason, the whole family suddenly became in a good mood, as if they were the ones going to the market tomorrow to meet the world, and everyone's faces were full of brilliance. Yang Fei saw it and thought, "This is the disaster. I feel blessed and share the same experience, once again lamenting that I came to the wrong world and came to the right family." Taking advantage of the family's happiness, Yang Fei looked at Dahu pleadingly and said, "Daddy, can you bring Xiaoguang Xiaocheng? He has been at home for the past 2 months and has no place to play, he just feeds the chickens every day, and he can't take it with him. It's really hard work, I want to take them to play together, Daddy, can you agree?" Dahu was not overjoyed yet, and it was the baby girl who spoke again, and she actually agreed, saying, "It's okay, the twins went to Fuching in the 12th lunar month last year, and they have been busy this year, so I didn't take care of them. There will be an ox cart tomorrow, let them go for a walk together. Tomorrow your grandma and your mother will go to the field later, and arrange the chickens in the backyard at home first, and wait until we come back from the last episode. It's not too late to go to the fields." Standing behind his sister, Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng watched their expectations come true. They couldn't help jumping 3 feet and cheering. The family looked at the happy children and felt very satisfied. Parents don't want their children to do whatever they want. However, those who are poor and unemployed do not have this condition, and life is a little easier now, so let these children relax. The next day before the time of Mao, the rooster in the yard crowed for the first time, and Xiao Guang and Xiao Cheng couldn't sleep anymore. They all got up and woke up Hukong, and they simply got dressed, and the 3 of them were a little excited inexplicably, sitting in the main room waiting for Dad to borrow the ox cart to come back. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Shin have also got up and are cooking breakfast in the kitchen. It is convenient in the morning. They usually eat porridge batter soup, spread some oily noodle cakes, and the breakfast is ready, on the table. While wiping her hands on the apron, Shin went to the door of her daughter's room, knocked on it, and called Shior a few times. Seeing that there was no movement inside, she gently opened the door. The small face is white and tender in the dark, the eyebrows are stretched, and the eyelashes are curled up. They are really beautiful. They say that their daughter looks like themselves, but how could I be so beautiful when I was a child, and there is an indescribable feeling about my daughter. I always feel that there is a sense of distance that rejects people thousands of miles away, or a sense of isolation that isolates myself from this world. In short, it is as if she does not belong to this world. It probably has something to do with my daughter's chronic illness. She has never been out of the house since she was a child. Children of the same age are taught by their families not to come to play with her. The child is playing. This child is really pitiful, sitting on the side of the bed, stroking her daughter's hair lovingly. Time for my daughter to go out and have a look. She's so old, she even appeared in an episode. In Yang Feier's deep sleep, he felt as if there was someone beside him. He woke up suddenly, opened his eyes and saw that it was Mrs. Shin, then relaxed again, turned his face inward, closed his eyes and asked, "Mother, why did you come in? Get up quickly, your younger brothers are all up, waiting for you in the main room." Chin stood up tactfully and walked out. It is said that a daughter is the little padded jacket of the parents, but the older the child is, the more alienated he is from him. Yang Feier's mind gradually recovered. Thinking of today's arrangement, he got up, dressed and combed his hair, and went out of the room. Seeing a family sitting around a table having breakfast, he rushed to the kitchen to fetch water to wash, and wiped his face. Holding the bomb, he walked out of the kitchen and went to the table. Seeing that his bowl and chopsticks had been set up, and a bowl of rice porridge with noodles, he laughed and said, "Thank you, Mother." He sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and started to eat. It has been cold for a while, it is not hot at all, the chopsticks are lowered down, and a round egg is turned up. This happens every day. Yang Feier is used to it. The scent of jasmine scent wafts a soft atmosphere in the middle of the table, which refreshes people's spirits. In the hot summer, there is no sunscreen, so it can't make the skin run naked. Yang Feier specially asked Dahu from the set. He brought back a box of balm. Dahu was always generous for his daughter, and spent a total of 41, which made Wang nagging for a long time. Yang Feier asked Wangs and Shins to use it, and they were willing to use it. They only said that they were all farmers who were farming, and they didn't have those methods. It would be a waste to use it. Looking at the red face of her granddaughter opposite, Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "Today you thanked the wrong person. This breakfast was served for you by your elder brother." Yang Feier turned to Hu Kong and said, "Ah, I'm sorry, big brother, you've worked hard. I'll give you a shoulder slap when I turn around." Before Hu Kong could speak, Father Hu said, "If you serve a bowl of rice, you can exchange it for shoulder beating." "Well, I'm going to give my family Shior another meal to try tomorrow." "You don't have to. You are the grandpa. Our family is the largest and you can enjoy my shoulder beating service unconditionally. There is also grandma, mother, and father." Yang Feier was in a good mood and was happy to make everyone happy. Everyone laughed happily. Hearing a noise coming from the door, Dahu had come back with the ox cart and tied the ox to a big rock at the door. Dahu entered the door and said, "This ox is still a bit reckless, and he has to feed 2 handfuls of grass later. Just feed it." Turning around, he went into the kitchen, washed his hands in the clay basin, and then went to the table and sat down to eat. Father Hu said, "There are many potato seedlings growing under the courtyard wall. They were harvested when the potato seedlings were harvested. They are raised there and are ready to be fed to the chickens. I'll go get a couple of them, and you can go out and feed them later." Dahu quickly wiped out the breakfast, while answering vaguely. In a short time, all the tables were eaten. Wang and Shin cleaned up the mess. Hu Kong went to the warehouse to get a bucket and a pole, and Yang Feier and his 2 younger brothers ran out to watch the ox cart. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. I saw a huge and majestic green bull pitifully put on the shaft of the car, wearing a fashionable nose ring on the nose of the cow, with a fierce light in its big eyes, who stared at each other. The 3 siblings watched from afar, thinking it was fun, but they didn't dare to go forward. At this time, Father, who came over holding a bunch of potato seedlings with both hands, rolled them into a ball and put them on the car. Hu Kong put the bucket on the back of the car. Let Xiao Cheng and Xiaoguang go up first, sit on both sides, then help the younger sister into the car, let her sit in the middle, with her back against the bucket. Mrs. Shin also came out with a basket, and she was going to pick up the small fish. Most of the small fish picked up this summer were dried into the sun, and there were 2 or 3 caddies a day. Do it, wait until the 12th lunar month, and bring them together to the market to sell well. Finally, Dahu waited, and Dahu turned out from the gable of the east house, holding 3 straw handles in his hand, walked up to the bullock cart, and said, "Come on, you 3, stand up for a while, and find something for you to cushion." The 3 children stood up again, asked Dahu to arrange the grass handles on the cardboard, and sat down again. It was much softer. Hu Kong and Shin sat down on the front of the car, one on the left and one on the right. A potato seedling was rolled into a ball and stuffed into Daniel's mouth, and then Chijiang led Daniel and started to set off. The current shrimp cages are located far away from home, and they are scattered. In half a year, the river shrimps are no longer as easy to hold as before, and 4 more shrimp cages were added to keep the daily weight. Otherwise, I am sorry. It takes 4 hours of hard work to go back and forth every day. After waiting for the shrimp cage, Mrs. Shin went home, filled 2.5 buckets of shrimp and water and put them back on the carriage, and then the ox cart began to sway leisurely and started on the road. It was 2 days later than usual when we reached Fuching. Carve. A car came to the back hall of Ruifuction restaurant, unloaded the bucket, drained the river shrimp, weighed 2 caddies, went to the cashier to get the silver, put it in his arms, and gave the commission. Dahu and Li Fat Chef went out together. At the moon gate in the backyard, seeing 4 children waiting in the cart, Chef Li Fatty said, "I looked to the left to see if you didn't come, and I thought, there must be some delay. Oh, it's like returning home on time on weekdays, sure enough. Why, are you willing to take the children out for a stroll today?" While looking up at the car, he couldn't help but praise, TSK, look, you are really blessed. Nephew, you have 3 sons and a daughter, all of them look upright, and you have this figure, they all look like you, and you will definitely look like you in the future. He's big. Dahu said modestly, they're all from poor families, not to mention average in appearance. No matter how good they are, they can't eat or wear anything, what's the use of it? When I got closer, I saw that one of the girls was really beautiful, dignified and quiet, sparse and cold, and her temperament was different from the others. She was just showing her youth at a young age. Chef Li said in his heart, it really is a golden phoenix flying out of the chicken coop. Judging by the demeanor of this little lady, she looks like a charming lady from a rich family, not like a child from a poor man's family. Although she came from a poor family, the life of a girl depends on with this appearance. There may be some good fortune in the future, and it is not certain. Because she was a girl, Chef Li didn't like to boast too much, so he had a few polite words with Dahu, and asked Dahu to take the children to go shopping quickly. When he came to the street, Yang Fei shouted to Dahu, "Daddy, come here." Dahu laughed and said, "You are clever, what's the matter?" He jumped off the front of the car, stopped the ox cart, and turned to the back of the car. Yang Fei chuckled, and said in a low voice, "Daddy, today I want to hold money, and my birthday is up to me." Dahu laughed and said, "Where's your birthday today?" "Today is only the 2nd day of August. Your birthday is the 18th day of September. Don't you remember? It's still early." Young Fei said aggrievedly, "Every year my birthday catches up with the busy farming season, and I have never had a good time. Today is the first episode in my life. It is a day worth remembering. I decided that today will be the same as my previous birthday. And make it up, Daddy, do you think it's okay?" After finishing speaking, he lowered his head and blinked upwards at Dahu with a pair of big black and white eyes. When Dahu was told by his daughter, he felt a little sad when he thought of the suffering his daughter had suffered before, and his heart melted when he was so cute and soft by his daughter, so he couldn't help but nodded. "What my family Xior said is also reasonable. I will keep all the money today for you, and you can buy whatever you want. With a big hand in his pocket, he took out a brown money bag, handed it to his daughter, and said, "This is the money sold today, a total of 1. I will exchange it for a silver ingot of 1 tael and some scattered silver, and see how my family Xior spends this birthday, so that we can follow behind and rejoice." Holding the money bag, Yang Fei smiled and said, "Thank you, Daddy, then please wait." Hu Kong and his twins looked at him without blinking, and Daddy handed over so much money to him. "Sister, sister?" Hu Zhong got on the front of the car again and set up the ox cart. Hu Kong smiled and said, "Father, I think my younger sister has become more and more eccentric since her health recovered." Da Hu said, "This is the blessing of surviving a catastrophe, your sister's blessing. Now our family has all been affected, and the current life will be put on last year, but I dare not even think about it. Birthdays should be lively." Hearing this, Hu Kong turned around and smiled at Yang Fei. "Sister, what gift do you want for this year's birthday? You can think about it now, and tell your elder brother earlier. I'm afraid that if you want something weird, I really don't know where to find it." "Okay, from today onwards, I've started to think about it, and when I think about it, I'll tell my brother right away," Yang Fei said with a sweet smile. "Send the ox cart to the cattle and horse farm at the end of the street. This place is equivalent to the current parking lot. There is a special person to guard it. You have to pay a guard fee of 2 yuan. Take down the remaining potato seedlings and 3 straw handles, open them, and pile them up." Under Niuzue, he told the spectator that he must take good care of it, and then officially started the highlight of the day shopping. Da Hu brought 4 children, to be exact. Da Hu and Hu Kong brought 3 children, stopped all the way, talking and laughing, watching the 3 siblings look like country bumpkins who are curious about everything. It's fun to follow behind. The 2 twins are naturally very curious because of their young age, but Yang Fei feels like people are playing in a game, which is very novel. On this market, there are many shops, crowds of people, stalls and hawkers. Business is booming, noisy, shouting and bargaining, one after another, men, women, old and young, regardless of rich or poor, rubbing shoulders and throwing clothes. Sure enough, the prefecture city market is more lively than other places. Entering a wine shop, I looked at the large and small wine jars, as small as a pumpkin and as big as a rock, and the bamboo wine handles used for measuring wine were hung in front of the cabinet according to the size. For 2 cups, Yang Fei made 2 caddies of shochu. I went into a grocery store and looked at the sorting of various household goods. The clerk was enthusiastically introducing the packaging to the guests, and bought 2 bottles of sweet-scented osmanthus oil for combing hair and 2 bottles of balm for facial cleansing for Wang and Shin. Entering a cloth shop, there is a row of rolls of various colors on the counter, and a vertical row on the display cabinet behind. There is no shortage of linen, cotton, silk and satin. Yang Fei has seen it in miscellaneous notes, and now the cotton cloth is not spun from cotton, but is woven from the cotton wool produced in the fruit pods of kapok tree. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. If you pinch your wallet, forget it. There is still some plain linen cloth that Da Hu bought last time. Let's talk about it later. Who suggested going to the blacksmith shop to buy 2 sickles? The twins can also go to the field to cut rice this year. They wandered here and there. The pastry shop called baked Suanjin peanut candy, and the melon shop bought crispy pears and persimmons. Come here in half a year, fruit and snacks were out of stock for 6 months, and the family had no such expenses at all, so they bought a little less to satisfy the family's hunger. Unexpectedly, the sun was rising and the people in Jishang gradually became thinner, and he said loudly, "Sure, it's time to go back. I'm afraid it will be past dinner time when I get home. I'm not going home for dinner today. I'll treat you to a big restaurant." Yang Fei was standing by a sugar blower's booth, watching the craftsman blowing and kneading a ball of sugar into a horse. The shape, face does not change color. The Hukong twins looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do. Hukong said, "Sister, the food in the big restaurant is precious, even if you run out of money in your purse, it won't be enough." Yang Fei said indifferently, Then let's order some cheap ones and count the money. Then he asked, Father, which restaurant is the biggest in Jishang in our Anhui mansion? It's Ruofuction who we just sold shrimp. Dahu was stunned. Young Fair couldn't take his eyes off Tangren and said, Okay, then let's go to Ruofuction today. A group of people returned to Ruofuction with the goods they bought, but this time they entered through the main entrance. The staff knew Dahu and Hu Kong. Isn't this the father and son who come to deliver shrimps every day? Could it be that sending prawns to make a fortune and bringing the children to eat meat? I'm afraid that this time, the father and son will have to run for many days. While thinking about it, he came in and asked, Guest officer, how many private rooms are there on the 3rd floor? Do you want to sit in a quiet place by the window? Elegant and quiet. You can also overlook the street view of our Anhui mansion. Dahu and the others were very cramped, standing in the luxurious and bright lobby, trying to calm down, but the eyeballs still couldn't help but glance around. The restaurant has 3 floors, looking up, carved beams and painted pillars, magnificent, surrounded by 2 layers of red lacquered railings. There are a few rich people leaning on the railings and looking down, as if surprised by how many people are dressed like this. Poor peasant children in linen patched clothes and oiled paper bags in their hands also appeared in this prosperous place, and Dahu hurriedly turned his face away. Looking around, I saw a giant octagonal palace lantern that was half the size of whose house hanging from the top of the 3rd floor, and candles were lit in broad daylight, bright and dazzling. It makes people dizzy. Looking forward, there is a square counter in the middle and back, and the guys in uniform wearing sky blue cotton shorts are busy at the counter to settle the accounts, take the wine, and orderly. Everything is as smooth as if it has been done thousands of times. At this time, diners were already seated in 2s and 3s, and the voices of other waiters welcoming customers came from behind. After a while, it was time for the venerable master to see Dahu standing in the middle, and they cast surprised glances. Dahu and the others, it was like a needle pricking my back. When I heard the clerk ask if I want a private room, I had to answer it, so I closed the door anyway, gave up all the money I had for selling shrimp today, ordered 2 dishes, and let the children eat it. But in my ears, my daughter replied crisply, No need, brother, we can just sit in this lobby, please arrange a seat in the middle. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Sitting in the lobby, young Fair started to order. This time, Hu Kong didn't let Hu Kang's jaw drop. He ordered 3 vegetables, 1 meat, and another half-meat winter melon pork rib soup, a total of 486 won. Dahu finally let go of his heart. After a while, the waiter served the dishes, sang the promise of making good fortune, put the dishes down, and saw that they were lilies, lotus seeds, ginkgo, white fungus, black fungus, lotus root, kidney beans, and carrots. Choi Sum circled along the edge. After a while, another dish came to the table. Sang Nua winter bamboo shoots, and Luo Han Shang Su looked closely. It turned out to be dried shiitake mushrooms, fresh mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, vegetable oil gluten, day lily, fresh ginkgo, carrots, and white fungus. Plate, the last vegetarian dish was served, and the staff sang Nuav Bazhen tofu, which is a plate of roasted tofu, which is served with shrimps, crab sticks, scallops, sea cucumbers, squid, diced chicken, fresh mushroom slices, and green peppers. Now that the dishes are on the table, why bother to hold back? Dahu, Hu Kong and the others held up their chopsticks to eat. It was really delicious. Most of the ingredients were eaten for the first time in their lives. It was the first time to taste them. They were very delicious. While eating, the plate of meat dishes was also served. The waiter put the plate away carefully. Withdrawing his hands from the table, he stood at the table and sang steamed sea bass with black bean sauce. He saw a sea bass with its mouth open, and a pile of brown-black soybeans piled up on the back of the white and blue fish. Before the guy left, he saw young Phil suddenly bent sideways and retched. Hu Kong hurriedly threw down the chopsticks and came over. Dahu supported his daughter's shoulder and arm with one hand, and patted his back repeatedly with the other. Hu Kong poured a cup of tea and held it in his hand, and patted his sister's back with the other hand, waiting for the sister to finish vomiting, rinse her mouth. In the past years, Xior often vomited medicine in this way. These movements are used to. I don't know why it suddenly happened today. The twins also put down their chopsticks and stood up, but they didn't know what to do, so they could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Yang Fei finally stopped retching, straightened up, covered his mouth and nose with one hand, pointed to the plate of steamed sea bass with black bean sauce, turned his face and said vaguely, "Daddy, please take this dish down quickly, I can't see it. This dish is too disgusting." A small face was flushed, and tears were in the big eyes. Dahu Hukong also felt that this dish was not as good-looking and delicious as Xior used to make at home. It's time to see the world. Unexpectedly, Xior was so disgusted by the last steamed fish that she wanted to vomit, and she was also unhappy at the moment. The waiter who served the dishes was startled, not knowing what happened all of a sudden, and was about to retreat quietly, when the big who suddenly said to the waiter, "Brother, my daughter is young and has always been in poor health. She can't help but be more delicate. Since she can't look at this steamed fish, she has trouble withdrawing it." After thinking about it again, she said, "We haven't touched this dish, see if you can return it to us?" The guy said, "Guest officer, it's easy for me to help you remove the food, but if you want to return the food, you have to get the consent of our lobby manager." Hukong said, "Then I would like to trouble you to remove the dish first. You can see it too, my sister can't even see this dish now." The guy had no choice but to bring down the steamed fish, put it on the square counter, and explain it to the lobby steward sitting in the counter, and the steward waved his hand to let him go about it, and let him deal with it. The manager of the lobby has been working in Ruifuction for 10 years. It can be said that he has seen countless people, from high-ranking officials to rich and common people. What kind of customers have not seen faults? Returning food is also a common thing, but it is not allowed without a legitimate reason. If you want to provoke trouble or eat free food, the 68 staff of Ruifuction can turn into nursing homes at any time. If you want to smash Ruifuction's signboard, Ruifuction has survived in Fuching for 10 years, is it only because of the luxurious decoration? In fact, as an ancient time about 300 years ago, Ruifuction's dishes are the best, but after more than 1,000 years of survival of the fittest and innovation, compared with the dishes of modern society, they are much inferior. Therefore, the confidence of the lobby staff is not groundless. The steward in the lobby put the pen on the pen stand, closed the account book, stood up and dusted his cotton lapel and narrow-sleeved robe back and forth, straightened the gauze crown, walked out of the counter, looked up at Yang Fei's table, and confirmed his position. Strode over. When he arrived at the table, he glanced at the table. There were 5 people at the table. It looked like a father and 4 children, all dressed in linen clothes, especially the father, with patches on his shoulders and back. He was tall and black. It turned out that it was the poor peasants who brought their children to see the world, but those children were good-looking, not small, and a bit bookish. It seemed that they were at least literate, and their family should be a well-to-do family with a few taels of silver. Otherwise, I would not bring my children to eat in this kind of place. Not to mention, the steward's eyes are poisonous. This guess is really close. I saw the little lady who was being fed water under the protection of a few people still had tears in her eyes. Seeing him standing still in front of the table, she shook her head to express that she would not drink, and looked at the manager who did not speak, but had a questioning expression on her face. The steward bowed his hands to Dahu and the others, and said with a smile on his face, "Guest officer, I'm the steward here. Just now I heard from the waiter that you have to return a dish at this table, so I came here to inquire." "I don't know why." Dahu hurriedly stood up, bowed his hands to the steward, and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, my little girl has a weak stomach since she was a child. Although she was born in my poor family, she is very picky about meals." Steamed fish. Big Hu saw his daughter reaching out to cover her mouth and nose again, and quickly changed her words. "That dish, my little girl really didn't dare to look at it, let alone eat it. However, I asked to see if I could return the food." The manager listened to Dahu's explanation, and saw that the little lady was born with pink makeup and jade, delicate and weak, and the brothers around her cared about her very much. It didn't seem like a fake, but if you don't like the dishes, you can return them. Then he should stop doing the job in the lobby. He cupped his hands again and said with a smile, "That's it, guest officer, you may not know something. The so-called hard to agree, if it's not a problem with the dishes themselves, but because the customers have different preferences, our restaurant will not handle it. The dish I ordered has been on our menu for 5 years. The rate of ordering this dish is very high, and it is very popular among customers, which shows that this dish itself no problem." Dahu and Hukong couldn't help being a little surprised in their hearts. Such dishes are still very popular, so what kind of level should the dishes made by Shower they eat at home every day? They couldn't help but glance at each other, showing that they would heart smile. In the eyes of the steward, this smile is extremely glaring. What does this smile mean? Laughing as if they are gourmets who eat delicacies from mountains and seas every day. But the dishes in this restaurant are not worth mentioning. I don't even look at where this place is. I'm afraid you muddy legs are not blessed to enjoy it, and you don't want to stay any longer, so you cut the mess and said, "Guest officer, I'm afraid I can't return this dish to you. My little lady can't see that dish, why don't I ask someone to pack it for you, and you can take it home before making plans." Xiao Guang suddenly said, "Yes, take it back for Xiao Hua to eat." Xiao Cheng said, "Xiao He also wants to eat." The two people's usual tastes have been spoiled by young fare, and there is no shortage of fish. Looking at the steamed fish like that, I feel that only the two puppies at home can eat it, so I said it before I knew it. Hukong was worried that the two would make a joke if they quarreled, so he hurriedly dissuaded him, "Okay, two puppies' dogs have a share, don't talk about it." The steward's heart is not happy. That plate of steamed sea bass with black bean sauce sells for 150 yuan, and these country mud legs are brought back to the dog to eat. Well, as long as you have money to buy, I will have fish to sell, so you can give it to dogs. Trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, the manager clasped his hands and said, "Then I will ask someone to pack it for you." After speaking, he turned and left. Hearing a crisp sound of pop at the table next to him, the manager was startled, turned around and saw a fine porcelain teacup was thrown on the ground and shattered to the ground. The tea splashed all over the surrounding tables, and the people sitting on the table, the guests, stood up and complained one after another, shaking the tea leaves splashed on their bodies. The steward looked up at the person who dropped the lamp. Tizai runs a few cloth shops in Jishang. The business is not big or small, but he is notoriously tempered. He is known as the Hot Lord. I don't know what provoked this person today. The manager lifted his clothes and walked up to Bao Dalong in 3 or 2 steps, bowed and clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Bao Dalong, I have time to come to the shop today to support you. I am sorry to welcome you from far away. I don't know which guy entertained you. If you are not well received, please forgive me." Mr. Bao Dalong's eyes were wide open, his face was purple, and he pointed at young Fair's table with a hand the size of a bear's paw, spitting at the steward's mouth. "I saw all the dishes on that table, steamed sea bass with black bean sauce. It's exactly the same as my table. Today, my longtime friend came from Kyoto, and I brought him here specially, and said that this is the best restaurant in this province. I asked him to try this plate of steamed sea bass first. He asked me to cut the ribbon first, and I was giving in to him when I heard this kid say, 'Okay, both dogs have a share.' I didn't know it. It turns out that people think your food is not good. Look, it's disgusting. You want to pack this table and bring it to the dog to eat. Come here, come over and tell me. Then what is the matter with the dishes? I entertained my friends. My friends are all watching. How do you tell us to eat? Go down. Is this food in your family for people or dogs?" After finishing speaking, he yelled violently. A man about the height of Dahu, more than half of Dahu Quan's body, sank, and slapped his palm on the table, shaking the bowls, chopsticks, and plates, and the soup splashed out. But to say that this table is really strong, it didn't move at all. The moment the teacup was broken, the guests in the lobby were already half quiet for a moment. When they heard Mr. Bao Dalong speak, everyone in the lobby held the mentality of having a good show, and calmed down to listen to the lecture. After listening to a word, everyone held back their laughter, suffering from internal injuries. It was photographed from the usual prestige of this hot gentleman, At most the muscles on his face twitched a few times, and then he tried to hold it back. If he couldn't help it, he sprayed the rice directly, quickly covered it with both hands, and bowed his head to the table drill down. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Master of Vegetables. Chapter 19. The manager didn't mean to laugh at all. He knew the temper of this hot gentleman, although he couldn't say that there would be no big trouble, but if this matter was not handled properly, today's business would be ruined by him. The person in charge only thought about the solution quickly, and the people next to him saw that there was no movement for a while, and immediately started booing. One table shouted, "We also ordered this steamed fish, how can we eat it?" The other table shouted, "This is our steamed fish too, but is this for people or for dogs?" Another table shouted, "Boss, we want to return the food." Gradually, it became one sentence, "We want to return the food." I want to return the food." He also picked up his chopsticks and knocked on the table and bowl to boost his momentum. The doors of the private rooms on the second and third floors opened one after another, and the people inside came out one after another. They all looked at the lobby below the railing, and the maids, servants, bookboys and followers went downstairs to inquire about the news. The steward has never encountered such a scene in his 10 years of management experience, and he blushed in a moment of urgency and turned around to appease. Hu Kong was already in a daze, and never dreamed that his words would cause such a big change. As a 12-year-old child, even if he is precocious and sensible on weekdays, he is far from being able to deal with such a scene. The same is true for Dahu. He is like a sparrow that accidentally flew into the propeller of an airplane. No, this metaphor is too modern. He is like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, and after causing an uproar, he has to wait for the ashes to disappear. Can this big restaurant spare them? The lobby was in such a mess. How could the cooks in the back hall not know that they poured into the lobby through the food delivery door, and the head chef Li Fatty was the first to bear the brunt. The dish started the chaos. Seeing that steamed fish makes you want to vomit. I would like to ask, how many times has she eaten fish in her life? Although he basically doesn't go to the stove now, and he didn't cook the dish she wanted to return, but he is the chef, isn't this a place to blame him, thanks to the friendship between him and the Hu family for the past 6 months? Chef Li Fatty was furious, went to the counter and picked up the plate of steamed fish with one hand, went straight to young Feyer's table, put the fish on the table, looked at Dahu and said, "My nephew Hu, why do you want to return this dish?" A restaurant suddenly fell silent. Dahu bowed his head and said, "Uncle Li, I'm really sorry, we don't have to withdraw, but, just ask if we can withdraw." He looked up at Li Fat Chef, and then said kindly, "Li uncle, we will not retreat now, okay?" Chef Li Fatty sneered, "No refund? You won't refund, who are you going to eat? Take it back and feed it to the dog?" Big Hu lowered his eyes and said, "Uncle Li, children don't think too much when they talk. Isn't there a saying called Tongyan Wuji?" They didn't mean it either. Chef Li Fat didn't answer, and asked, "Have you tried it?" Dahu said truthfully, "Not yet, it was just served." Chef Li Fatty sneered and shook his head, "If you don't taste it, you have to return the food. Do you think it is reasonable in the world?" The last sentence raised the volume towards the lobby on the first floor and the guests on the second and third floors, and the sound was like a bell. In the noisy environment of the back hall, he still trained the apprentice who was farthest from him. Young Fair watched this for a while, and saw that the Dahu and Hukong twins were silent, but there was no answer, so he answered the fat chef's question, and said in a soft and clear child's voice, "Grandpa Li, you don't blame my father. It's because I can't see this fish that I ordered it to be withdrawn." Chef Li Fatty looked at this little lady now, and he no longer had the slightest appreciation for it, and said coldly, "I don't know how this little lady can't see this fish. I hope you can teach me." Young Fair never looked at the steamed fish, lowered his head and pinched the corners of his clothes on both sides, rubbing each other, and muttered, "It's just not good looking, like a dead fish turning its stomach in the river." Chef Li Fatty really laughed, and there were a few diners beside him who also smiled. Chef Li Fatty laughed twice, then suddenly closed his face, snorted coldly, and said, "How fresh, it's not dead." "Fish? Cut open, fry and cook, what kind of fish doesn't die? Is it possible to catch it from the water and eat it alive?" After finishing speaking, he snorted twice again from his nose. Yang Fei remained unmoved, and said softly, but clearly, "Grandpa Li, you know that's not what I meant, but, as far as my little girl knows, there are indeed fishes in this world that are cooked and served on the table. A way to eat while still alive." Chef Li Fati is 55 this year. He has been a cook for 45 years. He has cooked, eaten, seen and heard no less than 300 dishes. The dishes on the menu of Ruefu building alone there are more than kinds of dishes, all of which are custom-made by Chef Li Pang. Among them, Chef Li Fati has to prepare 10 special dishes in his small kitchen. The Ruefuction family is not the only one who owns restaurants in Anhui Prefecture. Being able to maintain the reputation of the No restaurant in Fuqing for 10 years is not based on the background, but on the customer-oriented service and the indestructible strength of the dishes. Chef Li put his arms around his chest, sneered even more, squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Fei for a while, and said, "As far as you know? How did you know it? Have you ever eaten it?" Yang Fei said, "My little girl has read about it in the book and knows how it is done, but she thinks it is very cruel, so she has never tried it, Li Fat Chef said, "It's still. There are so many strange talks in the book, why do you take it seriously? You say you know how to do it, but I can let you try it. I also want to see what it looks like when this live fish is on the table. I think the distinguished guests in this restaurant today are also happy to meet." He raised his voice and asked up and down the restaurant, "All distinguished guests, is it true or not?" There were many good-natured people in the crowd, and some people saw a little country girl being squeezed and remained calm, a little curious, and said in 2s and 3s, "Yes." Chef Li Fati was a bit crazy, so he took advantage of his enthusiasm and added another fire, saying, "If you make it today, I will pay for all the steamed fish with black bean sauce upstairs and downstairs, and I will worship you as a teacher. If you do it no, I won't bully you, little lady, as long as your father pays you all the steamed fish with black bean sauce today, then today's business is over. If you say you don't want to try, that's fine too, but today's business is up to you, the account for the steamed fish with black bean sauce that was refunded up and down is still yours." Yang Fei bit his lower lip lightly, and said, "So, if I stretch my head out, it's a knife, and if I retract my head, it's also a knife?" He came out sideways, looked at Li Fat Chef, and said with a smile, "Grandpa Li, please lead the way." Turning back to Hukong, he said, "Can I ask Big Brother to go with me?" Dahu Hukong watched his daughter and younger sister chatting with Li Fat Chef. He was sweating anxiously and was unable to intervene. When Dahu saw that his daughter was going to cook, for some reason, he was relieved for a while, and then hearing that her daughter wanted her elder brother to help her, she rushed to push Hukong. Hukong had already stood up and stood beside his younger sister. Chef Li glanced at the two brothers and sisters, and said to the manager in the lobby, "All the guest officials settled down for a while, and the result will be seen in a moment." Then he led Yang Fei and Hukong to the back hall. He took him to his small kitchen, let the siblings go in, and told them where the ingredients and condiments were, and where the utensils should be used. Chef Li Fat abided by the industry rules, moved an armchair and put it on the porch to guard the door, and let the two siblings go about their own work. Yang Fei stood in the room and went through all the procedures carefully in his mind, and then said to Hukong, "Brother, the dish that my sister cooked today is called sweet and sour live fish. The main point of this dish is 3 fasts and 1 essence. The 3 fasts are fast processing, fast cooking, and fast serving. The first essence is skilled knife skills and superb cooking skills. You need to do 2 things for your sister. One is to light the fire should be big or fierce, and the other is to serve. I hope that my brother will serve the dishes to the front lobby quickly and steadily." Hukong said, "Sister, don't worry, brother will definitely fulfill this request." Yang Fei pursed his lips, gave Hukong a firm smile, and asked the eldest brother to start a fire under the stove. When the pot was heated, pour in a small half pot of oil and continue heating. Fish out a carp weighing about 1 caddy in the water tank, quickly remove the scales, open the carp, and remove the 5 internal organs, and cut flour knives on both sides of the fish in one go. Put it in the lotus root starch, then immerse the fish body in hot oil and deep fry until cooked, put it on a plate, pour sweet and sour sauce, ask Hukong to turn off the fire, take a tray, put the fish plate in the middle, and Hukong will serve it. He picked up the tray and left, followed by Yang Feier. Hearing the noise, Li Fat Chef opened his slightly squinted eyes and saw the brother and sister rushing out with a tray. Before he could speak, Yang Feier stopped behind and said, "Grandpa Li, please follow me." Before Li Fat Chef could react, he walked more than 10 steps away in a blink of an eye, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop." Seeing that the two of them kept walking, he had to move his fat body, got up and chased after him. The 3 of them entered the lobby. Hukong put the tray on his own table, and everyone gathered around him. He saw a carp on the plate. The fish had been cut open and fried until golden. It was spread on the plate and topped with toppings. The juice is bright red, thick and bright, sweet and tangy, which makes people smell it. When the index finger is moved, the head of the fish is alive, and the gills move and the mouth is opened, which makes people wonder whether the fish is raw or cooked. After eating, everyone couldn't help being amazed. People who couldn't see clearly heard the sound of amazement and squeezed in desperately, but there was no gap, and someone shouted on the 2nd and 3rd floors, "Hey, hold up higher, hold it up." It's a pity that no one paid attention to it at this time. Bao Dalong looked amused, took the wine jug from his table, and fed some wine into the fish's mouth, which kept opening and closing, saw that the fish's mouth opened and closed even faster, and the gills of the fish kept moving, and everyone was amazed again. Chef Li Fatty was dumbfounded, and he was stunned on the spot. He has been a chef for 45 years. Today is an eye-opener. In less than a moment, the dishes are on the table. Sure enough, as the girl said, the belly was ripped apart, fried and cooked. The fish is still alive, but the heart is not reconciled. It is just a clever idea, to win quickly. The taste may not be good, pick up a pair of chopsticks at hand, turn around, put a piece of fish into the mouth, but feel that the sauce on the surface is sour and sweet, the middle layer of fish skin is crispy and fragrant, and the inner fish meat is tender and delicious, with layers of deliciousness and different layers. Seeing Chef Li trying to eat it, everyone in the circle held their breath and watched his state quietly. Seeing that Chef Li had finished eating a piece of fish, his face remained motionless, and he only slowly put the chopsticks back on the table, stretched his hands, stretching his clothes and dusting off the dust. He bowed to Yang Feier to the end, and said, "Today I am convinced, and after I have said my word, I have worshipped the little lady as my teacher here." Everyone was in an uproar. Yang Feier turned sideways to avoid the big gift, and said, "Grandpa Li doesn't have to be like this. My father and brother have always been taken care of by you, and I can't thank you. Today, I'm tired of you. It's really not my wish. I hope Grandpa Li will forgive me." Li Fat Chef said, "I, Li Baotian, keep my word. If I say I want to be a teacher, I have to be a teacher. Today, many acquaintances in the neighborhood are looking at it. Among the literati, there is a saying that there is a word teacher, and there is a saying in our cook business that there is a dish teacher. You are better at making this fish than I am, so I will worship you as my teacher, which is also a matter of course." End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Squirrel Mandarin Fish. Chapter 20 Squirrel Mandarin Fish. Yang Feier said, "Since that's the case, my little girl can't accept this gift of apprenticeship from you. This sweet and sour live fish is just a dish to impress the public and show off its cooking skills. It has nothing to do with the deliciousness of the dish itself. It is so cruel that my little girl was forced to do something today. It is already a crime. How dare I teach it to my disciples?" Speaking of this, the plate of sweet and sour live fish over there has been eaten up by all the diners at some point. Only the fish head is still open and closed from the mouth, and the gills of the fish are fluttering. I have endless aftertaste and praise for the food, making those who can't grab it envious. Hearing that this dish is about to become a secret, he was very dissatisfied and shouted. Fish is for people to eat, why not eat it? This fish is so delicious, if it is lost in the future, wouldn't it be a pity? The steward in the lobby next to him just snatched a piece of fish, and he was very reluctant to taste it. If he had been in this restaurant for 10 years, he had never known that fish could be made sweet, and it was so delicious. The customers must be like this if you think about it. If you learn this dish, it will be the treasure of the town store. How can it be lost? Thinking in this way, he took a step forward, stood in front of young Fair, bowed and cupped his hands and said, "This little lady, forgive the villain for not being able to see Mount Tai, but the little lady has superb cooking skills, which is really admirable. Delicious, let me wait for an eye-opener, but look." Pointing to the crowd squeezed in the lobby, and the diners on the second and third floors looking at the railings, said, "There are so many customers, I have not been able to see the true face of this delicacy, let alone taste the delicacy of this delicacy. Let such a unique skill pass by, but I will regret it for life." He spread his hands and said, "And from today, the fish in this restaurant may no longer be available. No one wants to order, alas. I don't know how Chef Li will explain to the owner." Li Baotian stood aside and sighed when he heard the words. This is a mountainous area, there are not many aquatic products, and there are only a few people who eat fish. Fishing is not his forte. Even so, his fish are in this Anhui city, it's not too bad, but now that he has this sweet and sour live fish to compare, how can he do his job well? Yang Fair pondered for a moment and said, "It's not difficult. I also know a recipe that is similar to this dish, so I'll give it to you in this restaurant. Do you think it works?" The steward said, "The feeling is good, please trouble little lady." He said in his heart, "I'll let you burn it out first, and if everyone refuses to agree, let's see what else you can do." Here, he told the guy next to him, "I'm not going to lead the way, I will invite you to the back hall." Yang Fair's heart was like a mirror, and he didn't show his face. He followed the waiter to the big kitchen. Li Baotian didn't need to be invited, he followed consciously. Hu Kong was also about to follow. The manager stretched out his hand to stop him, saying, "Important place, idlers are not allowed to enter, you two should stay calm and wait here, buddy. Show the two guests tea." But after a while, Yang Fair and Li Baotian returned to the lobby, followed by a waiter, holding a tray with the dish on it, walked to Yang Fair's table just now, and put the tray on the table. Everyone looked at it together, and saw that there was still a carp in the tray. The whole body was deep-fried and crispy golden, especially the fish body, which was cut into a rhombus shape by a flour knife, was fried in oil, rolled up and opened, shaped like a squirrel. It's really beautiful. There was also a bowl of orange-red sauce beside the fish plate. Yang Fair reached out and took the bowl of sauce and poured it on the fish, and the fish immediately squeaked like a squirrel. Bao Dalong and a group of people were all amazed, and they couldn't wait to stretch out their chopsticks to taste it. They only felt that the fish was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, sweet and sour, and had a pine-red aroma. One chip. Yang Fair said, "This dish is shaped like a squirrel, and its color is like osmanthus, so it is called squirrel mandarin fish. Can I replace the sweet and sour live fish dish just now with this dish?" The steward and the chef all looked at the crowd. Bao Dalong stuffed a big mouthful of fish and was chewing himself. Hearing this, he ignored the food in his mouth and hurriedly replied vaguely, "Yes, yes." A tall and thin middle-aged man squeezed in. The steward and the chef looked at it, and hurriedly bowed and said, "Master Zhou." It turned out that this person was Zhou Bangley, the shopkeeper of the restaurant. He was greeted and sent off in the lobby on weekdays. I don't know why he only showed up at this time today. This week, the shopkeeper walked up to Yang Fair and bowed to Yang Fair. Said, "This little lady is very skilled, and I am interested in asking for advice, but there are so many people downstairs, I wonder if I can please talk about it in the private room upstairs?" Then he turned to Hu Kong and others, "Please also invite your father and brothers to go together." Yang Fair also wanted to escape from the crowd quickly, so he gave him a slight nod. The shopkeeper Zhou bowed to express his thanks, then turned to the crowd upstairs and downstairs and cupped his hands. The guests who are dining in this restaurant today, if there is a little those who have eaten this dish of steamed sea bass with black bean sauce, if they want to return the dishes, as long as there are more than 2/3 of the dish left, they will all be returned. Small twists and turns, I dare not delay the dinner of the guests, please also everyone go back to your seats. Then he made a gesture of invitation to Yang Feier, and immediately made a way here. The shopkeeper Zhou led the way, Yang Feier followed, and the Hukong twins followed closely. Several people left the lobby and went upstairs. Shopkeeper Zhou brought Yang Feier and the others to a private room on the second floor, invited them to sit down, and said with a smile, "The few of you were late because of the delay just now, and you haven't finished your lunch yet. Why don't you accompany me?" Turning around, he said to the waiter at the door, "Go, give the distinguished guests here another 4 dishes and 1 soup according to their order, and change the fish into roast chicken, so as not to be embarrassing again." Dahu hurriedly said no, the guy here has already ordered to go on, so he has to give up. Shopkeeper Zhou chatted and joked with him, and when the food was served, he exited the private room, letting them eat with peace of mind. When shopkeeper Zhou left the private room, Hukong and the twins finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go to eat vegetables and soup. "After all the tossing just now, I am tired and hungry." Yang Feier took out the folding sundial hanging on his waist, which was remade later, and it was smaller and more delicate than the first one, looked at the time, and said in surprise, "It's the end of time." Dahu said, "Your mother is worried about us for some reason at home, you should hurry up and go back after eating." Yang Feier said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't be soon, maybe I will have to cook here in a while." Only then did Dahu recall what the shopkeeper said to ask for advice just now. He couldn't help sighing, and said, "Oh, well, if you want to eat in this restaurant, it's a waste of time, and we almost lost our family and property, now don't we stayed with you. But they still want you to cook, sure, I think, you might as well make it more unpalatable, so they won't embarrass you, so they let us go back. Anyway, you also taught them what about a squirrel mandarin fish." Sure ate spoonfuls of pork rib soup and rice, while saying, "If you want to go back earlier, this is a way, but today's 481 is a waste of money." Dahu asked suspiciously, "Sure, what else are you going to do? Don't make us worry about following behind. Let's finish our meal in an inn and cook some unpalatable dishes for them. Let's go back." And he tried to persuade, "Our family has a good time now, sure, you may not know it, but with our current savings, the average landlord's family may not be better than us. Father and your grandfather are thinking, this year's rice there is no need to pay rent and tax, enough to eat, and within a year there is no need to buy grain, and the fish in the field can be sold for about 10 taels of silver. The silver, plus the money for selling shrimps, can be combined to about 350 taels. Our family can also buy acres of fertile land and become a small landlord. Daddy doesn't need you to take other risks, just the rice field raising fish. Your grandfather and I were very anxious at the beginning. Our family just sells some shrimps, raises some fish, and raises some chickens. Life is already very good, and Daddy is already very content." Yang Feier bowed his head in silence, pondered for a while, then sighed slowly, and said, "The plan of selling shrimps is not long, farming and raising fish is too tiring, elder brother and younger brother want to study, and there are no good teachers in remote places. Father, I think we the whole family moved to Fuching to live and do business here to make a living. Let the elder brother and twin sons go to school in Fuching. Don't buy the land with the family's money for now, we can discuss it after the autumn harvest, okay?" Everyone at the table was shocked when they heard this, especially Dahu, who had been living in that small mountain village since he could remember, and had never thought of moving. How would farmers live without the land? Just as he was about to object, he suddenly heard 2 beeps from the door of the private room. Knowing that it was shopkeeper Zhou who had come, he hurriedly put an end to the conversation and said, "Please come in." Sure enough, it was shopkeeper Zhou who came in, and he cupped his hands apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to disturb everyone's meal." Dahu said, "You are welcome, Shopkeeper Joe, we have finished eating." Shopkeeper Joe said repeatedly, that's good, then I'll ask the buddy to come in and remove the table, order some good tea, and I'll trouble my brother to bring the 3 young gentlemen to wait here for a while. It just so happens that our host's wife is here and wants to see Mrs. Hu lady, therefore, I want Miss Hu to take a step to speak. Dahu was embarrassed for a while and wanted to refuse. Shopkeeper Joe saw that Dahu didn't agree for a while. Knowing that he was worried about his daughter, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother. Speaking of my boss, I am also in the same family as my boss. You and I are both people who work for Zhang Dagwan's family in Fuching, do you think so?" Another person came in from outside, but it was young Master Zhang's bookboy Zhang'an. He came in and saw Dahu and others. He had been eating and drinking at Hu's house with his son for a month, so he was very familiar with it. He bowed to Dahu and said, "Uncle Hu." He greeted the Hu Kong twins again, then turned to Yang Fair and said, "Hello, Miss Hu, my eldest lady and son have been waiting for a long time." Only then did Dahu feel relieved that Zhang'an was the family slave of Dagwan Zhang, and there would be nothing else to do. Therefore, the family knew that the restaurant was also owned by the Zhang family. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Yang Fair followed Shopkeeper Joe and Zhang'an up to the 3rd floor, and stopped at the door of the innermost private room. Shopkeeper Joe bowed and knocked on the door twice, and a middle-aged female voice came from inside, "Please come in." Business manager Joe pushed open the door, turned sideways to let Yang Fair in, then followed him in. Zhang'an followed closely behind, and closed the door behind him. When I entered the room, I realized that this room was not an ordinary private room, but a bit like a study room. There was a huge bookcase in the middle, and a whole wall of bookshelves behind it. There are the 4 treasures of the study, 1 set of utensils, there are chairs on both sides in front of the table, and there is a person sitting behind the table. Young master, the 2 of them are smiling and looking at her. Mrs. Zhang is still the same as in the past, with a radiant look and a gorgeous face. I haven't seen Mr. Zhang for half a year. He seems to have grown a lot taller. He is wearing a light blue round neck gown, which makes him look more handsome. Yang Fair, as soon as he saw the 2 of them, he also felt that they were very kind, so he could not help but soften his expression, and walked forward with a smile to greet Mrs. Zhang and young Master Zhang. After Yang Fair and Shopkeeper Joe sat down, Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "I just came back to this mansion from the capital the day before yesterday, and today I came to the restaurant to look at this season's account. I don't want to meet Miss Hu here by chance. It's really fate, what?" Yang Fair apologized and said with a smile, "It's the little girl who has no shape and disturbed madam. I hope madam will not be blamed." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "If you want to talk about being disturbed, you are surprised by the cooking skills of the little lady. In mid-spring, my Dalong was a lot of trouble at the little lady's house, and I heard him often say that the little lady is very good at cooking. See, I realized that what I said was true, but I knew it too late." Yang Fair lowered his head and said, "Because my little girl is usually weak, and I want to get my body back to normal soon, so I can think about some food and cooking. These are all crude methods, and it is difficult to be elegant." Mrs. Zhang shook her head and said, "Your method is novel and interesting. I heard from the people who have tasted it downstairs that it is also delicious. It is better than the dishes in my restaurant. Why is it so difficult to say that it is a pity? It is a pity that I was not there and could not taste the taste in person." Yang Fair listened to the meaning of his words, but he was also happy with the beauty of adults, and said, "My wife likes it, and it is my daughter's honor. This dish is also easy to make. If my wife is still free, my daughter can cook it right away." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "Then you will be a working lady, but wait a minute, when Dalong and I go with you, we will also increase our knowledge today." Then he turned to Shopkeeper Joe and said, "Shopkeeper Joe, you can lead the way and find a clean kitchen for Mrs. Hu to cook. I heard that the chef here has a separate kitchen and a yard, so go there. Well, by the way, call the Hu family and his son, let's all go downstairs together. Shopkeeper Zhou responded yes, stood up and opened the door, and asked Mrs. Zhang to wait for everyone to come out. Mr. Zhang asked the servant girl to follow Mrs. Zhang first, and he quietly landed at the end to walk with Yang Fair. From the moment this little girl came in, she looked at her petite figure, pink and tender face, and her flowery smile, and saw her chatting with her mother fluently and gracefully. She was not like a farmer's daughter. She was calm and unhurried, and suddenly felt a different kind of thought spontaneously, making her heart warm. She just wanted to protect her tightly, but she instinctively had a kind of fear. This feeling was too strange, but the time was too short. Before he had time to think about it carefully, when he suddenly looked at the little girl again, he felt that his behavior was a bit sneaky, not as magnanimous as in Chun-Ri, but he couldn't help wanting to get close to her, and to get close to her again. Perhaps, when he received the small sundial that Hu Kong gave him, he had such thoughts. Smelling the long fragrance from the sundial, he knew it belonged to that little girl, so he put it away properly, but at that time, even he didn't know the meaning of what he wanted to do. He was just pure I don't want others to see and touch such things again. Didn't see him for a summer, and I didn't feel how much I missed him. Everything was studying and practicing martial arts like in the past. Until today, I don't want to meet again in this restaurant. Suddenly everything has changed. Everything around has become different. Although young Master Zhang doesn't know what has changed, it is different. But now there are so many people and noisy, it is not time for him to think. He just walks beside this little girl and feeling at ease. Young Master Zhang's nerves jumped for some reason. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the little girl's hand, holding it firmly in the palm of his hand, but he didn't look at her, and walked forward with the crowd without looking sideways. Yang Fair was suddenly grabbed by his hand. He was startled at first, followed by an inexplicable sense of discomfort and disgust. When he looked up at young Master Zhang, he realized that he was actually taller than her this summer. Too much, almost a head taller than her, and I cursed in my heart, what kind of plane is this kid doing? Do you want her to make a fool of herself here because she was angry that she smashed his house's signboard? With a vigorous shake of his hand, he got rid of Zhang Xiao's clutches, gave him a hard look, and put his arms around his chest, making him elusive and ignoring him. But I don't know if in the previous life she stared at this, she would have a little bit of Yujiafan, and maybe it would scare a few children, but if it was placed on this little Xiaoer, in the eyes of young Master Zhang, it would be different. Jiaochen is cute, especially when he sees that the little girl hides her hand in order to prevent him from grabbing her hand, so young Master Zhang can't help but laugh. Don't look at this little girl who speaks things in a serious and orderly manner, but she still can't get rid of the little girl's shyness in her bones. She was thrown away by her at first, and she felt a little lost in her heart. To bother her, just walk beside Yang Fair with a smile and don't mention it. Shopkeeper Zhou went to the second floor and stopped for a while, and ordered the staff to invite De Hu and others out from the private room on the second floor. It was already past the mealtime, and there were not many diners in the downstairs lobby, so it would not cause any commotion. We passed through the lobby safely and passed the aisle of the large kitchen. After cleaning it up, all the utensils were put in their place, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't let the owner see the mess. After leaving the big kitchen, there is a yard. In the yard, there are 2 tall old ginkgo trees, still with green leaves dancing. There is a row of wooden shelves beside the yard wall, on which are placed bamboo baskets, wooden barrels and wooden basins. Dahu and others followed came in from the back. Dahu Hukong is very familiar with this yard. He sells shrimp every day and receives the goods in this yard. After purchasing other materials, they are also sent here first for inspection and receipt. Shopkeeper Zhou ordered the staff to move the tables and chairs under the shade of the trees. Li Fati, the steward of the lobby, was also called and waited on him with the staff. Handkerchief just waited for the wife and son to sit down and went to make tea for the 2 masters, and then stopped and stood aside with Dahu and others. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said to Yang Fair, "Miss Hu, today we have not eaten afternoon. please trouble the lady to wash my hands and make soup to comfort our hungry stomachs. I agreed in advance that you will cook it downstairs just now. You must have the squirrel mandarin fish dish. Also, you are too busy to cook by yourself. See who else is available here. You can just pick it up and help you go together. Yang Fei gave a salute and said, Madam is too polite, my daughter is terrified. Thinking that today's affairs are all started by fish, my daughter will make a table full of fish. My daughter really needs help, so I will pick one. Go up to 2. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, just choose. Li Baotian puffed out his chest, it's a pity that his stomach stole the limelight. Yang Fei said, I only need 3 people, 1 to kill the fish, and 2 to light the fire. I don't know who would like to do it. Li Baotian stepped forward, let me kill the fish. Yang Fei asked suspiciously, Grandpa Li, you are the chef, are you willing to kill fish? Li Baotian said, you cook better than me, I have already worshipped you as my teacher just now, and it is only right for an apprentice to help the master. Everyone laughed, and shopkeeper Joe said, if you say that our fat chef is also an idiot, in order to learn the craft, even the grandchildren are willing to recognize him as the master, it is really shameless to ask. Mrs. Zhang said, there are talents from generation to generation in the country. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and the chef is also a hero. The steward of the hall also smiled and said, the ceremony of apprenticeship has already been performed in the hall, Miss who can't deny it. Unable to refuse any more, Yang Fei said, then Grandpa Li, just come and have a guy who can make a fire. Among the guys standing at the moment, someone came out, and Yang Fei turned to Mrs. Zhang. After a little blessing, he said, Madam, please wait a moment, it will take about 2 quarters. Madame Zhang nodded with a smile, and Yang Fei turned around and led the 2 of them into the kitchen. Although it is a small kitchen, it also has 4 stoves and 4 medium pots, which are only used when the dishes are served at the same time. When cooking here at noon, Yang Fei has already seen 20 or 30 pots in the 2 large vats inside. There are fish, herring, carp, crucian carp, mandarin fish, blackfish and soft-shelled turtle. It is worthy of being the largest restaurant in Fucheng. A table full of fish. There are dishes for a table, 4 cold, 4 roasted, 4 fried and 4 special, open soup, stewed soup. The time was limited, so Yang Fei decided to cut each one in half, turning it into 2 cool, 2 boiled, 2 fried and 2 special, and only 1 for soup. Boiling soup is the most time-consuming, and it needs to be boiled first, and other dishes can also be cooked at the same time. According to his own taste, Yang Fei chose to make fish head and radish soup, 1 big silver carp fish head, 1 radish sliced, ginger sliced, pour a little more oil into the pot, because the radish absorbs oil, the oil temperature is when it is 1% hot, add ginger slices, fish head, and fry the fish head for a while, then turn it over and fry it again. Don't fry it too hard, just fry for a minute on each side, so that the soup will be milky white. No fishy smell or scum either. Grill the fish head aside, put in the radish and fry for a while, let the radish go through the oil, it is easier to rot than boil it with water, and it is more delicious. Pour a large pot of water and bring it to a boil. Another time-consuming dish is steamed vegetables. Today I started with steamed fish. I must make a steamed fish. Let's add it to the cooking. I asked Chef Li to clean up a catfish, and I mixed ginger, garlic, chop the red pepper, separate the shallots, chop the white and green onions, and chop the tempeh. Use a chopping knife to cut off the sharp spines on the side of the catfish's head, where it is easy to stab your hands. Chop the catfish into half-inch chunks, heat the frying pan, add oil, add ginger, garlic, scallion, red pepper to the cold oil and stir-fry until fragrant, add tempeh and stir-fry over low heat until fragrant, add light soy sauce, water, brown sugar, a small amount of broth, and pepper, and cook over low heat until the brown sugar dissolves to form black bean sauce. Pour the cooked soy sauce into a bowl, add catfish cubes and mix well, set aside and marinate for 15 minutes. In this era, there is no monosodium glutamate and chicken essence, so it can only be replaced by broth. 2 cold dishes. A bingxiang cold fish. Although the name has fish, but it is made of pea flour. Put a bowl of pea flour into the pot, add 5 bowls of cold white boiled in the pot, heat it over medium heat, and keep stirring with a spoon. After the pea flour becomes thick, turn to low heat and stir slowly until it becomes transparent. Find another earthen pot and fill it with cold water. Pour the boiled pea flour into a colander, and squeeze it with a spoon on the earthen pot too. Make it fall into the cold water and solidify. After squeezing, change the water in the basin once, and the cold fish will take shape. Each fish is about ½ an inch long, with a pointed head and tail, translucent, like whitebait swimming in the water. Then drain the water and mix it with seasoning, plate and set aside. The second cold dish of mushroom fish slices is to take strong shiitake mushroom slices, deep fry them in hot oil, then add chicken broth and salt to cook for more than ¼ hour on low heat to make them fully tasty. When cooking the cold fish just now, Chef Li had asked Fatty Li to take the sea bass and clean it. Young fair sliced the fish, added lotus root powder and pounded it into thin slices with a wooden hammer using the method of knocking the fish. Put it into boiling water to mature into a crystal transparent shape, and then put it in cold water cast cool. Arrange with cucumber strips, add mushroom slices and fish slices to all the seasonings, mix well, and pour on the cucumber strips. Put the 2 cold dishes on the tray and ask Li Baotian to bring them out for everyone to taste. 2 cooking dishes. 1 is the squirrel mandarin fish ordered by Mrs. Zhang. A big carp has been cleaned up. Yang Feier has taken it and prepared it in the same way. After it is ready, it will be served with the seasoning immediately, and let the head chef Li Fatty personally. After pouring the sauce, Chef Li Fatty was very apprehensive, and he was very satisfied when he heard the squeak sound of the dishes under his hands. He has seen this dish twice, and his heart is itchy, thinking that he will try it himself in the evening. At this time, the steamed catfish was almost ready to be marinated. Yang Feier took another deep plate and placed the marinated catfish in the shape of a 6-petal plum blossom. Sauce, then topped with sesame oil. Boil water in the steamer, put the fish plate on it, cover it, put the stove under high heat, and time it secretly, steam for 12 minutes. 2 stir-fried dishes. 1 is Yang Feier's favorite, stir-fried fish slices. First of all, fresh herring is selected, the fish is sliced, and then marinated with starch, salt and a little light soy sauce. The purpose is to taste tender. Then mix the marinated fish fillets with egg whites and starch, and let them stand for a while. After about 2 minutes, put the white wine and scallions into the stirred fish fillets and continue to stir. Remove the ginger and onion for about 5 minutes. The fish fillets prepared in this way are refreshing without losing their strength, soft without losing their elasticity. Cut the bamboo shoots into square slices, cut the red pepper into small slices, cut the onion into sections, and slice the shiitake mushrooms. Then heat the pot and put raw oil in it. When the pot smokes, gently pour the fish fillets into the frying pan. When the fish fillets turn white, drain the oil and set aside. Put the chopped bamboo shoots, red peppers, green onions, and ginger into the pot and stir fry. After the bamboo shoots are cooked, pour in the fish fillets that have been fried once, mix them gently, stir fry several times, and then take them out of the pan and put them on a plate. Li Baotian delivered the food all the way out, looking at the refreshing and fragrant fish fillets. He really wanted to salivate. He hadn't eaten lunch yet, but how dare he stretch out his fat claws to the plate. This is for the owner to taste, not an unusual guest. The other dish is fish-flavored eggplant, which is also a dish with fish in its name but no fish in it. Cut the eggplant into strips, soak in salt water for 10 minutes, then remove and drain the water, sprinkle some dried lotus root powder and mix well, put it in the pot, put in an appropriate amount of oil, heat it to % heat. Deep fry the eggplant and remove it, leave a little base oil in the frying pan, add ginger and garlic to sauté until fragrant, then add bean paste, and stir fry green and red peppers, stir in the fried eggplant finally, pour in the pre-adjusted sauce, salt, lotus root starch, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, sesame oil, water, stir fry evenly, and then take it out of the pan and put it on a plate. This was an appetizer. and the bright sauce red color almost made Li Baotian unable to control it again. Special means a special dish, a sweet fried crucian carp. Yang Feier chose a fat crucian carp weighing half a catty, and handed it to Chef Li Fatty to kill it. Put it in a hot oil pan, add a little ginger slices, garlic after copying the incense. Put the cleaned and arranged fish into the pot. After the fish is put into the pot, the fire must be strong, explode until the skin of the fish is golden brown, and there is a fragrance wafting out. At this time, put the fish on one side of the pot, and you can see that there is still a little oil at the bottom of the pot. Pour the stems of the washed and cut green garlic into the pot and stir fry. Turn it over. Then put the fish and green garlic together, add salt, monosodium glutamate, a few chopped garlic, add a little soy sauce, stir fry a few times, add a little water to simmer, and tell the stove not to overheat. When the soup thickens, add a little garlic tail. After a light stir fry, it can be taken out of the pot. The other is Mandarin duck fish jujube. Because there are no thorns in the perch meat, Yang Feier takes the cleaned fish meat of sea bass, slices it into 3-inch thick slices, cuts it into 1-inch long and 3-inch wide rectangular strips, puts it into a bowl, adds a little cooking wine and refined salt, and marinates for about 5 minutes. All-time Yang Feier could only rely on estimates, and asked Chef Li to wash the rapeseed leaves with water and cut them into thin shreds for later use. She puts the egg whites into the plate, stirs them into a snow-white foam with chopsticks, then adds corn flour, mixes well to form Korean flour, divides them into 2 bowls, and adds red yeast rice powder to one of the bowls, mixes well and turns red to ask Li Peng, the chef, to come to stir-fry the pot. Inject half a caddy of peanut oil, heat it to % heat, add shredded rapeseed, remove the oil when it is deep red, and sprinkle it on the disc, then sit in a stir-frying pot, add a pound of peanut oil, and heat it until it is % hot. Dip the fish sticks in a layer of flour first, and then divide them into 2 parts. One part is covered with Korean paste, deep-fried in a stir-frying pot, and taken out. Pure oil. Wrap another portion of fish sticks with Korean paste containing red yeast powder. Fry in another frying pan with warm oil, remove and control the pure oil, and put red and white on the rapeseed pine in the disc on both sides. 2-color fish sticks in the shape of mandarin duck and fish dates. Li Baotian went out with the dishes. Looking at this brightly colored and uniquely shaped mandarin duck and fish dates, he was completely convinced. Who would have thought that a fish can be eaten in so many ways? These 2 dishes were cooked at the same time. While Li Baotian delivered the dishes, Yang Feier added salt, broth and pepper to the fish head soup, covered it and cooked it. It was time to steam the fish here, so I turned off the fire under the stove, wrapped my hand with a wet towel, and brought out the steamed fish, sprinkled shallots on the surface, and placed it on the tray. Yang Feier also ordered the fish soup side to turn off the fire, and took out a large soup pot to put out all the soup fish, sprinkled with chopped green onion. Probably because the ingredients were fresh and natural, today's fish soup was cooked especially well. Thick milky white, it is lined with green dots, which looks gratifying. Yang Feier used an apron to pat his front and rear clothes and hair, washed his face and hands, and brushed back his loose hair. Li Baotian was carrying the soup, and Yang Feier was carrying the fermented soybeans to steam the catfish, and followed them out of the kitchen to the yard. Recommend the author's new book Dust Cloud Story. Welcome to watch and collect // End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Seeing Yang Feier coming out, Mrs. Zhang stopped her chopsticks and smiled and said, "Little lady is really good at cooking, I can't stop eating. Today's meal is enough for me to eat for a day." Young Master Zhang smiled at Yang Feier's silence. The little girl's face was not covered with makeup, but it was rosy and radiant, and there was a trace of wetness on the broken hair on her forehead. It can be seen that her face came out after washing. Looking refreshed and clean, a sense of intimacy regenerated in my heart. Yang Feier replied with a smile, "As long as madam is happy to eat." Mrs. Zhang said, "It's not just for the joy of eating. If I eat like this every day, I will grow into a fat man in less than a month." Young Master Zhang smiled and said, "Even if my mother becomes fat, she will still be the most beautiful fat person in the world." Mrs. Zhang said angrily, "Your mouth, save it to lie to your wife in the future, don't use it to fool me." Everyone laughed. Young Master Zhang couldn't help but blushed slightly, and said, "Mother, the son is telling the truth." After finishing speaking, for some reason, he glanced at young Fair and thought, "This little girl looks like this good-looking, but unfortunately still a little too thin. Given time, when he grows up, such a look is not inferior to his own mother." Mrs. Zhang said, "That's all because your son doesn't think your mother is ugly." Then she said to the maid next to her, "Put me half a bowl of rice. Look at this stewed fish head soup. I would like to eat some." A servant woman on the side said, "Miss, you have eaten a lot today, why don't you eat later in the evening?" Mrs. Zhang said, "The soup that has just been made is best to use now. I don't need dinner at night." Madam tasted a spoonful of it, and found it tasted salty and fresh, with a sweet aftertaste, mellow but refreshing. She couldn't help but drink a few more spoonfuls. At this time, the rice was served, and the maid waited and added 2 spoonfuls of rice to the soup bowl. Mixed with fish soup, Mrs. Zhang ate 2 more mouthfuls, then put it down and said, "Oh, it's too bad, I can't eat any more." The servants and maids next to her all laughed. "Ma'am, it's rare today, so it can be seen that these dishes are really good." While serving Mrs. Zhang, she rinsed her mouth and wiped her mouth. Young Master Zhang is eating spoonful by spoonful gracefully. He is growing up now and has heavy schoolwork. A meal of 3 bowls of rice is not too much. The problem is how to eat 3 bowls of rice calmly, and gracefully. Zili, maintaining the true nature of the noble son of the Zhang family, watching the young Master Zhang slowly and honestly finish the bowl full of fish soup and rice that the maid gave him, Yang Fair believed that he had already done it, and young Master Zhang didn't intend to stop. The same bowl of fish soup with rice was added to the bowl again. Mrs. Zhang asked Yang Fair how he came up with these dishes, and praised Yang Fair's exquisite thoughtfulness, which is really rare. She smiled and watched young Master Zhang eat. Like all parents, the child has a good appetite, and the family is also happy watching it. What's more, my son hasn't grown up all the time, so I'm really worried. Since this year, my son's stature has grown rapidly, and I don't have to worry about eating. Mrs. Zhang has always been happy in my heart. Is the president tall? Talking and laughing, after waiting for Mr. Zhang to eat, Mrs. Zhang smiled and said to Yang Fair, "Miss Hu, come upstairs with me, I still have a few words to say to you." Then she said to everyone, "Please wait here, whose father, please also wait a moment, I want to ask your daughter to say a few words, and I will come down in a while." Dahu hurriedly said, "Okay, we'll just wait here." Young Fair went up to the study on the 3rd floor with Mrs. Zhang and young Master Zhang. They sat down, and the maidservants who accompanied them served tea, and all of them withdrew, closed the door, and stood outside the door to wait. Mrs. Zhang took a sip of the fragrant tea. This is Maofeng from Huangshan Mountain, a top-grade variety, with an elegant and delicate fragrance, very refreshing, especially after eating meat. It feels less oily and greasy. After taking a few sips, Mrs. Zhang put down the teacup and said to Yang Fair with a smile, "Miss Hu, although you are still young, your words and deeds are very mature and prudent. For some reason, sometimes I feel that you and I are of the same age." A nerve in Yang Fair's heart slowly tightened, not knowing what Mrs. Zhang was going to say. Mrs. Zhang continued, "You are so smart and capable, and you are very different from the little ladies I know, so I don't want to go through your adults, but I can talk to you directly if I want to." Yang Fair still looked at Mrs. Zhang without saying a word, but squeezed the teacup harder, waiting for her to finish. Mrs. Zhang suddenly asked, "From my young lady's point of view, how is the business of my restaurant?" Yang Fair thought for a while, and said, "The house is full of guests, and the guests come like a cloud. It's good to think about it." Mrs. Zhang shook her head and said, "Actually, it's not true. Although the income is high, the expenses are also high. There are 96 people in the staff and the back hall. The monthly bill for a single day costs more than 10 taels of silver, as well as the cost of kitchen dishes and fragile items. It's amazing to calculate every 2 days. if someone has an engagement banquet, you can make a small profit, but if you only rely on random customers on a single day, you will have to pay back. Yang Fei thought of a common saying that there are 3 big lies in this world. One is that the old man said that I am not dead, I have lived enough. If I say that my business is not making money, I still have to post money. I asked this the same for Mrs. Zhang went on to say, the reason, I think, is that the dishes are not attractive enough. My place is big enough and luxuriously decorated. Wedding banquets, and entertaining guests will be held here. It's easy to come and go. Secondly, it is also very face-saving, but it is almost impossible to say that anyone comes here for the dishes. So I have always thought that if the dishes can be made to make people look back, it can make up for my lack of money in a single day. It's a loss. It's a pity that these years, there are still some old dishes, and the people in the back hall have been asked to study new dishes, but there has been no result. Today, I tasted the little lady's craftsmanship, which gave me hope. Hearing this, Yang Fei understood Madame Zhang's meaning a little bit, and said, I don't know what my little girl can do for Madame. Mrs. Zhang really admired this little lady in her heart. No matter when, she could always pass the ladder to someone at the right time, which was very reassuring. Mrs. Zhang said, Miss Hu, if I have something to say, I won't go around the bush. I want you to take charge of our back room. Yang Fei couldn't help being surprised. How can the little girl be in charge of the back hall? What about Grandpa Li? Mrs. Zhang said, you don't have to worry about this. Chef Li Fatty is my family's slave, and he won't have nowhere to go. I think you are a girl. It's not good to show your face too much. Since the chef has recognized you as a master, just let him come forward. I just thought of a few plans, and after comparing them, I still think this is the best. Yang Fei said, then what does Madam want my little girl to do? Mrs. Zhang said, you have also read our menu. I want you to draw up another copy and teach the chef the dishes you know. I will try the dishes in this restaurant in the past few days. If it is possible, I just changed the old menu. He said again, of course, I will also pay Miss Hu accordingly. Is it okay for Miss Hu to hear it? Yang Fei said, ma'am, you are being polite, what is it? Mrs. Zhang said, after changing the menu, if there is a profit, how about I give you a % dividend? Yang Fei was startled, this is so much, such a restaurant scale, the loss is like the Yellow River breaking its embankment, and if it travels 1,000 miles, the win is like raining money from the sky, making money every day. Also, it's called technology shareholding, and many restaurants implement back-office contracting. The head chef and the boss split the accounts at or. Now I'm alone, so naturally I can't do all the things in the back room, so the dividends given by Mrs. Zhang are very good. Reasonable, Yang Fei secretly admired it. Mrs. Zhang analyzed the future profit and cost so thoroughly after just one meal, it can be seen that she knows the business of this restaurant like the back of her hand. But Yang Fei is still very confident in his craft, and he will consider other things in the future, didn't refuse at the moment, and promised, Mrs. Meng loves me so much, my little girl will definitely do her best. Mrs. Zhang said, I was planning to go to the farm today to see your fish and rice symbiosis. You will go back with our carriage in a while, let your father and brother go back first, and you have a rest. Here is a menu. What's the best thing to do? I'll come with you tomorrow morning, how do you like it? Yang Fei said, Madam has considered everything carefully, my little girl has no one to see, so my little girl will go and tell my father and brother to let them go back earlier, so that the family can rest assured. After speaking, stand up and talk to Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang. Young Master Zhang has blessed each other with a gift, and is about to go down. Mrs. Zhang said, Jin'er, you go down with Miss Hu for me, and come up with her later. Young Master Zhang should be so he went out with Yang Fei. Yang Fei said, thank you Mr. Zhang. Walking to the corner of the second floor, young Master Zhang turned around and stopped, and said to Yang Fei with a playful smile, Sure, I guess, you keep calling me young Master Zhang, do you not know my name? Yang Fei glared at him, and said, How can you call a girl by her boudoir name directly? How about knowing your name? Didn't I want to call you Mr. Zhang? Young Master Zhang lowered his head and pondered for a while, and said, if you know my name, you can call me by my name in private, and you don't have to call me young Master Zhang again. Yang Fei looked up at him, then leaned down to him. Qian Fu gave a salute, and said, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but it's a pity that my daughter doesn't know your name. I will call you Mr. Zhang in the future. He was bitter about grabbing his hand. Young Master Zhang grabbed Yang Fei's wrist, and also realized that what he said just now had a condescending meaning, and said, you and I have known each other for half a year, and you still call me young master, doesn't it seem strange? From now on, you can just call me Fusion, and my name is Zhang Fusion. Yang Fei pulled his hand away forcefully, and said, my lord, you are self-respecting. The little girl dare not go beyond her status? Zhang Fusion didn't expect that this little girl was so strong that she broke free twice, but he didn't take it seriously, and said, don't say you and I are friends, even the maids and servants in my family call me that. Hearing his sincerity, Yang Fei regarded him as a friend, and felt less dissatisfied with him, thought for a while and said, then why did I hear your book boy call you son? While talking, the two unconsciously went downstairs side by side. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 What is Dongpa? Chapter 23 What is Dongpa? Zhang Fujian said, he always goes out with me. There are many people with ulterior motives outside, so let him call me son. He also said, from today, I will go to Zhuangzi with my mother. After the work in the restaurant is over, I will go to your house to join you, okay? Yang Fei thought, can I say no? He said, as long as you don't think my food is bad, it's okay to add you alone. When the two came to the courtyard, they saw shopkeeper Zhou, Chef Li, and the three people in charge of the lobby sitting around the table of Zhang's mother and son eating. When Mrs. Zhang and mother came to eat, the servants would use the public chopsticks to put the meal into the bowl. Yes, secondly, these people have long been salivating after looking at these novel dishes, eager to try them, and thirdly, they have been making a fuss all afternoon, and they are really hungry. So just have a meal with it. Seeing the young master and Mrs. Hu coming in one after another, they all hurriedly stopped and stood up. Dehu stepped forward and asked, Sure, are you ready? Zhang Fujian said, Uncle Hu, my mother said that Mrs. Hu will draft a menu here later, and it may take some time. It happens that we are going back to Zhuangzi, so let you go back first and wait for your house. After the little lady is finished, you can go back with us in the same car, Uncle Hu thinks it is feasible? After hearing this, Dehu couldn't help being taken aback, looked at Yang Fei and said, pretend menu? Sure, can you do it? Yang Fei smiled and said, try first, do your best. Dehu didn't know what to say for a while, he looked around in place, and was afraid that he would never go back. The family members were anxious, so they said, well, I will go back with your brother first, you must be careful by yourself. At any rate, I'm with Mrs. Zhang, so I don't worry. Yang Fei smiled and said, understood, Dad, you go back earlier, so that mother and the others won't be worried at home. I don't know what to say when I go back now. Dehu and others resigned from the crowd, went to the cattle and horse shop, picked up the ox cart and went back. Yang Fei and Zhang Fujian went back to the third floor and entered the study room. The maid was placing paper and pens on the desk. Mrs. Zhang sat on the side chair with her cheeks closed and her eyes closed. Seeing them coming back, she said, here the pen and paper are all ready, you can write here first. I'll take a look later. Yang Fei walked over, the pens and paper on the desk had been put away, and there was a thread-bound menu next to it, and when he opened it, it turned out to be the old menu of their restaurant, with the names of the dishes densely written on it. Like this, the menu is not for the customers to read, but for the guys to memorize, probably for their own reference. I sighed that this lady is really careful, so I sat down and penned. Mrs. Zhang said to her son, Jenner, follow me to take a nap in the room. You will start class tomorrow and you will be tired. Take a good rest today. Zhang Fujian sat down on the armchair beside Mrs. Zhang, and replied in his mouth, "Mother, I didn't do anything today, so I don't need to rest. I'll just watch Miss Hu right here, but mother, you are busy. All morning, you go to rest for a while. When Miss Hu finishes writing, I will ask Qingwan to call you." Qingwan is Mrs. Zhang's personal maid. Mrs. Zhang was indeed a little sleepy, so she didn't bother to take care of her son anymore, and said, "Then do as you please, just remember not to disturb Miss Hu." The servant woman helped her into the inner room. He came out from inside, bid farewell to Zhang Fuzhen, Dao, and several others went downstairs to eat together, and went by himself. Zhang Fuzhen looked at Yang Feier's delay in writing, walked to the bookcase curiously, and said with a smile, "Isn't that a girl who can't write?" Yang Feier can understand these traditional characters with guessing, but he really doesn't know how to write these traditional characters. It seems that he needs to practice more in the future. He smiled slightly, a little ashamed, said, "Yes, there are indeed many characters that I can't write." Looking at the little girl's shy face, Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help softening his voice, and said with a smile, "Then I'll write for the little lady, you say I'll write it, okay?" Yang Feier couldn't wish for it, so he quickly gave up his seat and asked Zhang Fuzhen to sit down. He moved another armchair and placed it opposite the desk. After sitting down, he opened the menu. There are recommended dishes on the front page, and Yang Feier thought, if he wants to replace all dishes, he will have to make dishes to make up for it. One dish, I'm afraid I can't think of so many dishes to fill in for a while, even if I can think of it, which chefs can't learn so many dishes for a while. Tilting his little head, his black eyes turned a few times in his big eyes. How about this? Prepare 1 or 2 dishes of each type first, and then ask Chef Li Fatty when he comes tomorrow, which dishes are more unsaleable. First put those unsaleable dishes are replaced, and then the order rate of the dishes is counted every half month, and the bottom elimination system is implemented, and then new products are replaced. First is the recommended dishes. Yang Feier thought about it. Since it is aimed at the tourists, the dishes should be more earthy. It should be easy to obtain materials, but not too cheap, otherwise it will affect the flow. Not only must it be delicious, but also the way to eat it is novel and interesting, which can attract customers to turn back. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Fuzhen, "First, write down recommended dishes: roast duck in open oven, prepare 2 white ducks weighing more than 8 caddies, and 200 caddies of fruit wood. If you are afraid of losing something, just prepare 1 more." Zhang Fuzhen was looking at the little girl opposite, muttering to herself for a while, rolling her eyes for a while, pointing and drawing on the menu from time to time with her thin white hands, as if entering a state of ecstasy, very funny and cute. Suddenly heard the order, hurriedly held his breath, dipped in the ink, sipped the tip of the pen on the stone inkstone, pressed the paper, and wrote neatly. Yang Feier said again, "Second, cook vegetables, dompa roast pork, and prepare a caddy and a half of high-quality pork belly." Zhang Fuzhen picked up a pen to write, and asked, "Which 2 characters are dompa?" Yang Feier said, "The east of the east is the slope of the hill." While writing, Zhang Fuzhen asked, "Why did you choose this name?" "The Fuqing is to the east of my house, and the terrain is slightly higher than that of my house, because it's a slope." Yang Feier glanced at the person opposite him, feeling a little funny in his heart. Zhang Fuzhen said, "It turns out that it is so appropriate." Yang Feier. Yang Feier said, "The third one is stir-fried vegetables, beef tenderloin, half a caddy of beef tenderloin is enough." He said again, "The fourth one is cold dish, boiled chicken for nothing, prepare a chicken about 2 caddies. Fifth, steamed vegetables, bergamot avalokitesvara, Chinese cabbage, jamai shrimp, fish, ham, dried shrimp, broccoli. If not available, you can also substitute chives, salted eggs. The sixth one is soup, green seafood soup, 5 shrimps, 5 raw scallops, a little crab meat, and 15 clams. Seventh, sweets, papaya stewed snow clams, prepare papaya and snow clams. If you don't have snow clams, you can also substitute white fungus. The eighth, the staple food, fried buns. Okay, I'll teach you so much tomorrow. plus a few fish dishes I made today: mushroom fish fillet, squirrel mandarin fish, mandarin duck jujube, pan-fried Christian carp, raw fried fish fillet, steamed catfish with black bean sauce, and fish head radish soup. These dishes also need to prepare the ingredients. First roll out and try to see the market reaction. Yang Fei put down the recipe in his hand, waited for Zhang Fuzhen to finish writing, stood up and turned behind Zhang Fuzhen to see if he wrote it was complete. It was a surprise at first glance. I didn't expect Zhang Fuzhen to write a good handwriting. I couldn't help but praise, "Oh, I didn't expect your handwriting to be so beautiful." Zhang Fuzhen was delighted to be praised, but said, "It's not that good either. Among my peers, I can only be considered upper middle." This sentence is a bit modest. Yang Fei carefully looked at the words on that paper. At this level he could have made a living by it in his previous life. He asked again, "What font are you using?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "This is cursive script, and it is also my favorite font. The teacher asks me to practice Xiaozhuan and Lishu on weekdays, but I don't like it very much." Yang Fei said, "Why is that?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "The shape of Xiaozhuan characters is vertical, the strokes are uniform in thickness, uniform and round, and the beauty is beautiful. It is not unavoidable to be rigid. The official script is slightly wide and flat, and the horizontal strokes are long while the straight strokes are short, neat, exquisite, but too dignified and serious. Running script is a general term, divided into two types, regular script and cursive script. It originated from regular script and is between regular script and cursive script. It is to make up for the slow writing speed of regular script and cursive script. Xing means walking, so it is not as scribbled as cursive script, nor as correct as regular script. In essence, it is the cursive of regular script or the regularization of cursive script. Regular script is more than cursive, it is called Xingkai, and those with more cursive than regular script are called Xingcao. Zhang Fuzhen pointed to his own handwriting and said, "And what I write is Xingkai. A really good Xingkai should be like flowing clouds and flowing water, coming out of the slender, not real or grass, away from the square." He laughed again and said, "As for my writing skills, I'm still in the dark, and the teacher said that I still need 10 years of hard work before I can make any progress." Yang Fei didn't quite understand what Zhang Fuzhen said. He just held the word, couldn't put it down, and said, "In my opinion, it's already very good. Why don't you write another one, and I'll keep one as a backup." Yang Fei is already a little fangirl at this time. In his previous life, Yang Fei liked to write and draw, but it was purely a hobby. The pace of life in big cities was too fast, and he didn't have time to stop and feel the beauty of art. He once thought about waiting until the day he retired. At that time, I looked for a corner of the mountain to build a stilted building, planted flowers and grass, wrote and painted, raised a pond of fish, raised 2 dogs, took a walk in the courtyard with my beloved, and listened to the chirping of birds under the grape arbor. At that time, this pitiful time-traveling accident happened." Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's not easy, I just write it for you." Sitting down again, he wrote another sheet, dried the ink, and handed it to Yang Fei. This sheet was written with more heart, compared to before. One is better. Yang Fei rolled up the paper carefully, but couldn't find a place to store it for a while, and missed his Hermes very much. "Don't know what will happen to my family in the previous life after I have been in this other world for so long. Am I already dead? Or is there another self living for myself? I hope it is the latter, otherwise the parents are old and lose their independence. What a miserable situation it will be. Let me put it in my bookcase for you first. Anyway, we will go back in the same car later, and I will bring it to you when we get home." Zhang Fuzhen interrupted Yang Fei's ups and downs. Don't know why this little girl suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. She was obviously happy just now. Yang Fei hurriedly restrained his mind, said, "Oh, yes, that's also good." He handed the writing in his hand to Zhang Fuzhen to put it away. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. I went to the window and turned on the sundial, and saw that it was already the middle of the day, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fei couldn't help but secretly worried, but he heard the sound in the room. The maid who served Mrs. Zhang's rest had just come back and had already come back to serve in the inner room. Then she saw the servant woman come out from the inner room, walked to the door and whispered, "The eldest lady is awake." I saw 3 maids and servants outside carrying washbasin towels, and balm and other items for smoothing the face, passing through the study and entering the inner room, helping Mrs. Zhang to get up. After a while, Mrs. Zhang came out with a radiant face, and said with a smile, "Miss who has been waiting for a long time. I don't know why she has been a little sleepy for some reason these days. I accidentally slept past the hour." Young Fair stood up and said with a smile, "Probably because of the season. As the saying goes, spring is sleepy, autumn is exhausting, summer is weak, and winter is the time to sleep well." Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Fuzhen were both taken aback, and then couldn't help laughing, especially Mrs. Zhang's laughter, which was as melodious and clear as a yellow eagle, and as beautiful and refreshing as Huan spring water, sweet as honey, making people feel happy, feel comfortable and refreshed. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "You little lady really knows how to say, wouldn't it be like sleeping for a year?" Yang Fair just bowed his head with a smile, and handed the first written menu to Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang took a look and said, "Why are there only a few dishes?" Yang Fair then detailed his thoughts. After elaborating, Mrs. Zhang nodded and said, "I'm impatient, so that's fine, take your time and be safe." After reading it carefully again, he asked, "I understand the rest of the ingredients, but what's the meaning of the word dongpa?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "I do know this. The restaurant is located in the east of Tongjia village. The terrain is slightly higher and slope-shaped, so it is called dongpa." Yang Fair replied, "Exactly." Madame Zhang was relieved, and said to the servant girl next to her, "It's getting late, let's go to the farm now, before it's dark, we can go to the field to have a look, and take this menu down to Chef Li, let him prepare the materials for tomorrow, and I will come here with Mrs. Hu tomorrow morning." The 4 servant girls answered yes in unison. One of the servants took the menu, went out first, and called Zheng'an to come in and pick up the young master's bookcase. 2 servant girls stood in front to protect her, a servant woman supported Mrs. Zhang. Zheng'an followed behind with a bookcase. Zhang Fuzhen and Yang Fair fell behind and went downstairs together. This time, Yang Fair was already wary of Zhang Fuzhen, and he took a step back and walked to the end. Not only was Yang Fair the most disgusted by talking and talking, in this unenlightened ancient times, it could also ruin a woman. Famous festivals, even if this world is considered open, it is incomparable to the previous life. Zhang Fuzhen was not like a disciple. The first time he took Yang Fair's hand was because he hadn't seen each other for a long time, and when they met again, he was so happy, and the inexplicable emotion in his heart made him forget himself for a while. The second time was done out of desperation, without much thought. Seeing that little girl carefully avoiding her behind her now, she was secretly amused and a little annoyed. So this little girl avoids herself like a snake? Thinking in his heart, he had already gotten into the carriage, and Yang Fair saw that the interior of the carriage was spacious, surrounded by brocade, with a Persian carpet on the floor, smoked with sandalwood, and soft and thick cotton wool under his buttocks. Not as simple as it looks from the outside. Mrs. Zhang sat facing forward, Yang Fair and Zhang Fuzhen sat on both sides, Zheng'an and the coachman sat on the front shaft of the carriage, and there was another carriage with 4 maids and servants sitting in the back. Hearing the coachman in front say "drive," the whip cracked in the air, and with a snap, the carriage started to move. And gradually accelerated forward. Along the way, the 3 of them talked about the turmoil in the restaurant today. It turned out that as soon as there was a commotion in the lobby, Mrs. Zhang's mother and son knew about it. But seeing that it was Yang Fair and others, they hurriedly asked the shopkeeper Zhou to go down and wait and see what happened until the next day. The 2 dishes, squirrel and mandarin fish, came up, and the scene had eased, so shopkeeper Zhou came down to finish it off. Yang Fair thought to himself, no wonder the shopkeeper Zhou was polite to them as soon as he came. It turned out that they were ordered by Mrs. Zhang. In less than half an hour, I saw the farmland in Tongjia village. Among the green carpets, there was a piece of orange inlaid in it. That was the Hu family's field, which matured a month earlier than other fields. Stopping at the side of the road, Zhang Fuzhen was in a vigorous posture. Before the coachman got off the horse stool, he jumped out of the carriage, turned around, first helped Mrs. Zhang down, and when he was about to help Yang Fei, he saw that the little girl was gone. He stepped on the dismounting stool and got off by himself, so he had to give up. The 4 people in the car at the back also got down and came over. Mrs. Zhang said to Yang Fei, "Take me to the fields to see how the fish and rice are growing." Yang Fei should be leading the way. A servant woman from behind came to help her. Mrs. Zhang said, "No need, you see that only one person can pass on this ridge. I will go by myself. If you want to come and see, follow behind." She lifted her skirt and hurried away. Up, Zhang Fuzhen followed closely behind, and all the maids and servants, Zhang'an, the coachman, also followed to see this unique rice. Who doesn't plant a field? Take a look and learn some experience. Xiaohua has grown into a big dog. She eats delicious food in whose house? She has a bright coat and looks like Bien Mu from a distance. She saw a group of people coming and standing under the holly tree. Barked a few times, and when he saw who was coming, he stopped barking and walked over, sticking to Yang Fei's leg and kicking it, so he let it go. When we arrived at the Hu family's field, we found that the ridge we were standing on was taller and wider, and there were pumpkins and yams planted on it, which could be harvested soon. Deep ditches were dug around the paddy field, and there was a large puddle in the middle of the field. Inside you can clearly see the school of fish shuttle back and forth among them, leisurely swimming. Yang Fei said that this is the fish ditch and fish pit for fish farming. The water in the rice field has been exhausted, and it is time to dry the fields. When I walk to the ridge adjacent to the Hu family and other houses, I compare the ears of rice with the Hu family. The ears of rice have already started to turn yellow. Harvesting, while the ears of other families have just started to head, and the difference between the heads of the ears is nearly half of the length. Even if the short ones are filled with grain, they will not reach the ears of Hu's rice. Mrs. Zhang knows this well, and every year she lived on the farm for 2 months, one to nourish her heart, and the other to feel the joy of farmers who plow in spring and harvest in autumn every year, and also know the growth periods of various crops like the back of their hands. It seems that Miss Hu's new method of growing rice has indeed come true. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Mrs. Zhang plucked an ear of rice, held it in her hand, looked at the mountains in the distance, was full of thoughts, stopped and looked at it for a moment, and said to Yang Fei, "Miss Hu, let's go back. See, I also read it. Your family will undoubtedly have a bumper harvest this year. Congratulations." Yang Fei should be, and while leading the crowd back, he said, "My family is planting the field of my wife, and my wife is also happy." Mrs. Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed a joy. When I go back, I will send this rice planting method and this ear of rice in my hand to Kyoto, so that my husband will go to the Emperor Shu, and let farmers all over the world try to grow this rice. When the time comes, you will also contribute a lot." Yang Fei said, "Up to now, my daughter has been thinking that if there is no madam who is open-minded and has a unique vision, such a method will not be known to others, let alone let farmers all over the world try planting." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "At that time, it was only for my Dalong to fetch water for fun. How could I know that Mrs. Hu has planted this method of fish and rice symbiosis? If I had known this earlier, I would have done it. I will give you the 3,000 acres of land my family has here as an experiment, and I have to charge a few more rents per mu, and you have to pay the taxes yourself. Who will be patient and pay the taxes for you? I spend all day, I can't even count the silver at home." Everyone laughed, and Zhang Fuzhen said, "Mother, did you trust your son this time? I said that Mrs. Hu is a person with a chest, she really is." Mrs. Zhang laughed and scolded, "You brat, are you here to run on your mother now? Didn't I agree to borrow the land in the end? Otherwise, what would happen today?" Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, "Sure enough, my mother is also a hero among women, she is kind in her vanity, otherwise she would not be where she is today." Everyone followed and laughed all the way, got on the carriage again, and went to Tongjia village. Xiao Hua followed a few steps, stood still for a moment in a daze, and finally returned to the shack wagging her tail. Father, who just got out of the thatched shed, darling, that's the female relatives of Dogwan Zhang's family. Just now he saw his granddaughter coming over, and was about to say hello, when he saw a group of female relatives behind him. All of them were well dressed and dressed in brocade clothes, especially the lady in front, like a fairy descending from the earth, surrounded by front and back, so imposing. He was so scared that he retreated back to the shack, seeing that his granddaughter and that lady seemed to have a good relationship, talking and laughing. He felt very proud, looking at the entire Tongjia village, who has the face of his own granddaughter now. Everyone returned to the farm all the way, and came down one after another. Zhang Fuzhen took out the spare menu and handed it to Yang Feier. Mrs. Zhang said, "I will send a carriage to pick you up at midnight tomorrow." Yang Feier should be, and was about to get off the car, but Mrs. Zhang said no, and ordered a maid to go up and take Yang Feier back together. At this time, when it was getting dark, I was afraid that she, a little girl, would be afraid on the way home. Zhang Fuzhen, volunteering, said, "I'll go too. Madame Zhang will be afraid when she comes back alone." Mrs. Zhang agreed. Zhang Fuzhen jumped sideways, sat on the shaft of the car, retracted his legs, and got into the car. Mrs. Zhang shook her head helplessly. When will this monkey look change? Tongjia village is at least 1 mile from the east end to the west end, and the Hu family lives farther away. If you want Yang Feier to walk, it will take about a quarter of the time. And arrived at the door of Hu's house. Mrs. Wang was standing at the door looking around when she saw a carriage coming out of the dark village, and knew that it was her granddaughter who had returned, so she hurriedly said to the people in the house, "Xior is back." The whole family sat and waited. Just as I was worried, when I heard Wang's call, I hulala came out. Yang Feier got out of the carriage first, seeing that Zhang Fuzhen was also getting up and about to get off, so he hurriedly stopped him. In front of his family, he dared not even say goodbye, and said goodbye to Zhang Nanny, who was in the carriage, and the family stood at the door to watch back in the carriage. Thank you, book friend 535 **** for the recommendation ticket, okay? End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. When the carriage was nowhere to be seen, the family turned and went in. Yang Feier saw that the table was ready for dinner, and even shouted how hungry. Dahu and others came in together and sat down at the table for dinner. Dahu asked, "Why did you come home so late?" and said that you want to draw up a new menu. Has it been drawn up? Yang Feier said, "In such a big restaurant, there are more than 300 dishes on the menu. How can I change it all at once? Even if I change it, who will do it? So I have to replace it slowly. Today I listed one Shanzi is going to teach them tomorrow, and at midnight tomorrow, the Zhang family will send a carriage to pick me up and teach cooking together." Xinshi was surprised and said, "Do you want to go tomorrow?" Yang Feier said, "Yes, not only tomorrow, but also the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. I plan to teach them cooking twice a month, and each time I teach them 3 days." Dahu said, "If it weren't for you insisting on going to this restaurant to eat, you wouldn't have taken this trouble for yourself. What should we do? We can't replace you in cooking. Ask them if they can change it to wash the dishes, your mother, and I can change them for you when the time comes, even if it takes a few more days." Shins and Wangs nodded repeatedly, and said, "Yes, sure, can you go and ask?" Yang Feier was baffled by what they said for a while, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help laughing, and was very moved again, shook his head, and said, "Father, mother, have you ever seen a boss who uses a carriage to pick up a cook?" Everyone looked at each other, but didn't consider this point. Wang said, "They all belong to the same village, shouldn't they be on the way?" Yang Feier said, "It's really not because I'm on the way, but because I'm already a shareholder of Ruifuction Restaurant." The big furniture was taken aback. Yang Feier poked the egg at the bottom of the bowl with his chopsticks and took a bite. The egg was considered big, so it must have been picked by his mother. Dahu was stunned for a moment and wondered, "Could it be that you bought the stock with your cooking skills?" Yang Feier said, "Exactly. That's why I have to teach them how to cook twice a month. The table was speechless again. Although he knew that his daughter was good at cooking, he never thought that the big restaurant would be willing. Take the shares in exchange for your daughter's craftsmanship. Father, who came back every night to have dinner, walked in the door, saw that the people at the table were silent, and the atmosphere was strange. He said, "What's the matter?" Then everyone realized that it was Father who came back, and Mrs. Shen hurried to go when the water was fetched. He put it on the head of the bench, asked Mr. Hu to wash his hands and face and sit down, splashed the water, went to the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks, took a bowl of dried noodles from the soup basin on the table, and put his hands together. "Pass it to Papa Hu." Da Hu listened to what Xiao said just now to Father Hu, and Father Hu was a little surprised when he heard it. After thinking for a while, he said, "There is no basis for what you say. If you make money in the future, if the Zhang family pays less to you or we don't care about you, we have nothing to do. You can't check other people's accounts." Yang Fei said, "I also thought of this. We have no power or power. If someone doesn't keep their promise, why should I ask for it? But there is no other way. Think about it, our family is not relying on this, forget it, do our best, listen to the destiny, maybe we are villains? Even if there is no dividend, our family will not starve to death, will it?" When everyone heard this, it was also true, so they put the matter aside. Da Hu asked again, "Xiao, at noon, you said in the box that you wanted to move to Fucheng, is it true?" Yang Fei said, "That's what I think. Now our family has saved some money. I want to rent a shop in a good location in Fucheng. Our family can start a small business, so that the eldest brother and the twins can get rid of farm work and go to school." Da Hu said, "The idea is good, but what kind of business can we do? You can do it, but we can't. You can't rely on you to work on this family alone. If you live here, at least you can farm shrimps and fish. Isn't it a pity that we have to move away after we have just found a way to raise chickens? With this year's income, within a few years, our family can become a big landlord." Shin said, "Yeah, I'm used to living here. Anyway, there are a few neighbors walking around. When I arrived in Fucheng, my eyes were darkened. I couldn't find anyone to help me with anything. Father Hu and Mrs. Wang don't even want to move. Every plant and tree here was bought by them when they were young. Father Hu said, "If you think this house is small, we will build a big house next year. Now this house can be used as a living room. In the second lane wing room, put firewood and other sundries, and put more chickens in it." Yang Fei said, "The elder brother is so good at studies, but now he has dropped out of school and stays at home. The twins have passed the age of enlightenment. I was thinking that our family can also move 3 times like Meng's mother. Move to a place closer to the academy, to create a good learning atmosphere for them." Da Hu said, "As long as they are enrolled in this school, it is also possible for the 3 brothers to live in Fucheng. Why did the whole family move to Fucheng and lose their own livelihood?" Yang Fei said, "Raising chickens, raising fish and farming, it seems that the income is not bad now, but you have also seen the price of vegetables in Ruifu building. A table of banquets can eat up our family's income for a year. The work of selling shrimp is too hard, and it will not be a problem after a long time." Hu Kong and his twins saw that the issue they were discussing was related to themselves, so it was not easy to speak. The table was silent for a while, only Yang Fei and Hu Daddy, who entered the door behind, were still eating the noodles in the bowl, and the others were all sitting on the table. Yang Fei thought for a while, and then said, "This matter is not urgent, let's put it aside for a while. The rice is about to be harvested now, after the rice is harvested, there is still a field of fish to sell, and chickens to be sold in the 12th lunar month. It's early. I went to Fucheng today to sell our fish. I want to sell this fish as soon as possible, so that Grandpa can come back to live as soon as possible. Seeing that the weather is cold, I got cold or got infected when I slept outside. Rheumatism is no joke." When Father Hu heard his granddaughter's words, he felt a hot spot in his chest. Thinking about it, isn't this granddaughter always thinking about the family and the whole family? Doesn't she know the difficulties of moving to Fuching? It's not for the elder brother and the weaker brother. Dahu said, how do you want to sell this fish as soon as possible? Young Fair sneered and said, I originally wanted to find a big restaurant to see how their fish was cooked, and then find some faults, so as to teach them a few fish dishes. His family's fish is in short supply, and then let them buy our family's fish. But what happened today was beyond my expectation, and I didn't expect Mrs. Zhang to be here. Fortunately, the deviation is not too big, and it can be said that there are other gains. Dahu Hukong was very surprised. Dahu said, you mean you said in the Ruifuction restaurant that you pretended to vomit when you saw that fish? Yeah, I stuck my chopsticks down my throat while you were all watching the steamed fish, and I was about to vomit right away. Young Fair remembered his prank with a bit of pride. Dahu Hukong looked at each other back and forth a few times. Dahu said, Sure, when did you become so courageous? You have always been timid. Yang Fair smiled and said, perhaps when people grow up, their courage also grows up, and I have thought about it before and after. Even if it doesn't work, the big deal is to pay the bill and leave. It's just spending money to gain knowledge. Nothing will happen. Hukong thought about it for a while, and it was the same reason. I had no choice but to shake my head and smile. The next day, the Zhang family's carriage arrived as scheduled and stopped at the door, causing the villagers to speculate. Young Fair didn't bother to ask, and left after getting in the carriage. Go to Fuching. Zhang Fuzhen was not in the car today. Mrs. Zhang only brought a maid named Nanny Zhang, and a maid named Qingwan. Mr. Zhang must have started to pay attention to class today, and couldn't help but think of his elder brother and two twins. My school is still unavailable, so I wanted to ask Mrs. Zhang, but on second thought, it's better not to ask, lest people misunderstand that I have ulterior motives. When we arrived at Ruifuction, we were still in the small courtyard where the goods were received, and entered Chef Li's kitchen. Seeing that the ingredients on the menu listed yesterday were all ready, we didn't waste much time, so we put on the apron and tied it up. Bandana, roll up your cuffs, and get to work. The first is the roast duck in the open oven. Young Fair saw an oven in the yard yesterday, but it had been dusty for a long time and was almost abandoned. Now let Chef Li ask someone to clean it out for later use. Let Chef Li head ducks are slaughtered by bloodletting on the neck, scalding with water at 55 to 60 degrees Celsius, and without a thermometer, Yang Fair had to test the temperature with his hands. The operation should be light and fast, and the feathers should be clean without hurting the skin. Then, a small opening should be made under the duck's wings, and the internal organs should be taken out. 3. Wash the duck cavity, duck neck, and duck mouth, and take out the soft tissue in the intestine and cavity to make the duck skin free of blood. The second step is to scald the skin and hang the color. Scald the duck body with maltose boiling water, scald 3 to 4 times from top to bottom, and then pour the duck body with sugar water. Generally, the ratio of maltose to water is 1 to 6-7. Preparation. The third step is to cool the billets. Hang the ducks that have been scalded and hung in a cool and ventilated place to dry the skin of the ducks. Generally, cool the billets for 24 hours in spring and autumn, and 4 to 6 hours in summer. The temperature is still summer now, so Yang Fair dried the duck next to the oven, covered it with a linen cloth, and started to teach Dongpa how to roast pork. Wash the ginger and cut into large slices. Wash the shallots. Cut the pork belly into small pieces about 4 centimeters square and uniform in size. Tie each piece of meat with twine to blanch the pork belly and drain the water. Spread a bamboo grate on the bottom of the casserole, and put a layer of shallots on the bamboo grate. Put the blanched pork belly, skin side down, in the casserole. Spread the ginger slices evenly on the meat. Spread another layer of chives. Add rock sugar and dates, after adding salt, sugar, braised soy sauce and rice wine. The soup should be level with the meat. Cover with a lid, bring to a boil over medium heat, and simmer for 2 hours. Unwrap the casserole and discard excess shallots, then take the meat out gently, put it in a steaming bowl, and pour some stewed meat soup. Put it in a steamer, steam it for 1 hour, and then take it out. Then there are boiled chicken, beef tenderloin, bergamot lotus, and papaya stewed snow clams. and green seafood soup. As expected, Shuaha didn't have any, so they replaced it with white fungus. He also told Chef Li Peng that the beef tenderloin can be stir-fried with a variety of vegetarian dishes, such as beans, green garlic, green peppers, green onions, fungi, etc., and the taste is very good. What makes Li Baotian very curious is what is a snow toad. The master Yang Feier did not tire of trouble, said, "It is a kind of frog oil. The production area is in the extreme north of the country, probably because of the long distance and inconvenient transportation, so the Central Plains has not appeared." Then I made another sheets of dough and put them on a plate, and mixed a bowl of sweet noodle sauce, and put it together with the dough, and told me not to serve it as a dish for a while, but to eat it with the roast duck after it was ready. I taught the fish dishes I made yesterday again, and while demonstrating them myself, I explained to Li Baotian the key points of the operation one by one. Chef Li Fadi had already prepared a small booklet and carefully recorded each item. At noon, all the dishes were served on the table, and shopkeeper Zhou personally brought them one by one to a private room on the third floor, and asked Madame Zhang to ask Mrs. Zhang to try the dishes. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Of the dishes on the fish banquet yesterday, only one mandarin duck and fish dates were served, and the rest were all new dishes. Dompa roasted pork has thin skin, tender meat, bright red color, thick taste, crispy but not broken, and glutinous but not greasy. Boiled chicken is beautiful in shape, white in color, buttery in belt, tender and delicious, and has a very delicious taste. Bergamot avalokitesvara is mainly made of cabbage, named after its image, made into lotus and bergamot shapes, served with shrimp, fish, ham, dried shrimp, salted egg yolk and broth to enhance the flavor, added green onion to decorate, and cooked by steaming made to keep the original taste of the dishes. The appearance of this dish is vivid, elegant and atmospheric, and the taste is light and sweet. The green pepper beef tenderloin is fresh in color, the green pepper is crisp, and the beef tenderloin is tender. Braised white fungus with papaya is bright in color, sweet and moist, and also has nourishing effect. The green seafood soup is green in color, delicious and delicious. Every time Mrs. Zhang tasted a dish, she would ask Yang Feier, who was standing by the side, about the selection of materials and the key points of making it. She nodded frequently and was full of praise. After tasting each dish carefully, she said with great joy, "Miss Hu, you are my lucky star. Not only did you become a fish and rice symbiosis, but you also became the chef of this restaurant by mistake, and made these delicious dishes. Every dish is a dish that I have never seen or heard in my life. These dishes once launched, I don't know how many gourmets will flock to it." Yang Feier said with a smile, "It's too early for Madam to praise my daughter, everything will have to wait until the dishes are launched, and it won't be too late to evaluate after some diner's verification." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "At that time, I won't praise you anymore, and it will be the most beneficial to pay you dividends directly. My little girl, Mrs. Meng, never gave up and gave her opportunities many times. My little girl will definitely remember it in her heart." Yang Feier said sincerely. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "This is also the most cost-effective business I have done." She said again, "Miss Hu, you can take a seat too. You have been busy all morning, and it is also hard work." Calling the door, Zhang Nanny said, "It is also called Zhou the shopkeeper, Chef Li and Qingwan come in, let's have lunch together, and ask everyone to try the new dishes that we are about to launch in Ruifuction." Several people came in at the sound and sat around the table. Nanny Zhang said, "Madam, you don't use much today. Do you want to use some more?" Mrs. Zhang smiled and said to everyone, "I usually take care of Mr. Jiang. I told you to eat only % full, I ate too much yesterday, just bear with it today, you go eat, don't worry about me." Everyone raised their chopsticks one after another when they heard the words. These people are considered people who have seen the world on weekdays, but today they are a little out of control. Among the praises, the turmoil is turbulent, especially Li Baotian, who was born before his little master Hu. When cooking, I was already salivating, but I had to record the main points. How could he taste it? In addition, he eats a lot. Today, he is really learning to concentrate, which consumes a lot of energy. When the plate is empty, he only eats. He was half full and looked at the other people, who were still unsatisfied, and reluctantly put down the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Yang Fei smiled and said, "Everyone have a rest, there is one more dish today. Just because it takes a little longer and it hasn't been cooked yet, I will go down with Grandpa Li and finish this dish." Standing up, bowed to Mrs. Zhang and everyone, and returned to the courtyard with Li Fat Chef. Touch the body of the 2 ducks, the skin has no moisture, dry and not sticky, then start the 4th step of roasting the duck. Roasting. First block the anus of the duck with a plug, and pour boiling water from the knife edge of the neck, which is called roasting. Pour the soup, then beat the color again, and then enter the oven. The wood used for roast duck in the open oven is jujube wood, followed by peach, apricot, pear, and apple wood. After the firewood is ignited, the fire in the oven will be prosperous and smokeless. When the temperature in the oven rises, hang the neck end of the duck with a ring iron hook, put it into the oven, and cover the oven cover. During the roasting process, Yang Fei did not dare to leave an inch. He had to adjust the position of the duck according to the coloring of the duck. He turned the ring iron hook 2 to 3 times, took it out and brushed it with sesame oil every time he turned it. Generally, it takes about 30 minutes to bake. Take it out when it is cooked through, and remove the bamboo skewer and hemp rope. Here, I ordered Chef Li to prepare lotus leaf cakes, shredded green onions, mashed garlic, shredded cucumbers, shredded white radish, shredded carrots, sugar, and sweet noodle sauce. After the duck is out of the oven, immediately brush it with a layer of sesame oil to increase the elasticity of the duck skin. Brightness. After everything was done, Li Baotian and Li Baotian carried a roast duck, and ordered 2 assistants to carry the knives and forks and various ingredients to the 3rd floor. The original bowls, saucers, cups and plates have been removed, the table is wiped clean, the roast duck and so on are put on. Several people withdrew. Shopkeeper Zhou came to the door of the study, and asked Qing Wan at the door to invite the eldest lady to come out to try the dishes. Mrs. Zhang had just returned to her room to rest. After sleeping for more than half an hour, she was sitting up and eating tea. After hearing that she was asked to try the dishes, she smiled at Madame Zhang. "I took a small amount of the meal at noon, but now I really feel a little I'm hungry." Saying that, she got up and walked out. Zhang Momo followed behind and said with a smile, "Madam who has a good appetite in the past 2 days, and Madam who has contributed a lot." When I came to the private room and sat down, I saw that the original dishes and cups on the table had been removed, and the surface of the table was wiped clean. I put the roast duck on, and several people withdrew. Qing Wan asked the eldest lady to come out and try the dishes. Mrs. Zhang had just returned to her room to rest. After sleeping for more than half an hour, she was sitting up and eating tea. After hearing that she was asked to try the dishes, she smiled at Madame Zhang. "I took a small amount of the meal at noon, but now I really feel a little I'm hungry." Saying that, she got up and walked out. Zhang Momo followed behind and said with a smile, "Madam who has a good appetite in the past 2 days, and Madam who has contributed a lot." When I came to the private room and sat down, I saw 2 roast ducks on the table that were maroon in color, oily and shiny, plump and mellow, with a tangy aroma, and there was another table with plates and bowls on the side, as well as raw food. I couldn't help but said in surprise, "Miss, who made roast duck?" Yang Fei smiled and said, "This dish is called Minglu roast duck. 1 duck and 3 meals." Mrs. Zhang said, "Roast duck in the open oven?" I remember that when our restaurant first opened, we also had this dish, but the duck was roasted mottled, burnt or raw. It is always difficult to control the heat. Whoever orders this dish, there were not many guests, so it was cancelled later. While talking, he looked at the duck skin on the plate, and saw that the color was uniform, the texture was clear, and the oil was shining brightly, which made people's index fingers move. Yang Fei said, speaking, "I sliced a few pieces of duck breast, each piece of duck skin still has duck meat of the same size, put a piece of duck dipped in sugar, put it on the plate in front of Mrs. Zhang, and said, "Madam, please taste how the duck is roasted." Mrs. Zhang picked up the piece of duck skin with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and chewed it a few times, only to find that it was crispy in the mouth, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and soft, fat but not greasy. He narrowed his phoenix eyes in enjoyment. Young Feier picked up another slice with chopsticks dipped in some sweet noodle sauce and put it on Mrs. Zhang's plate. After Mrs. Zhang ate it, she couldn't help but let out a huh and said, "What kind of sauce is this? It's so soft and sweet, it goes with it. This duck skin and duck meat really complement each other." Yang Feier said, "This is sweet noodle sauce, which is made by boiling oil, salt, sugar, soy sauce, flour and water in proportion." Mrs. Zhang said, "I see, this sauce is really delicious." Yang Feier spread another piece of dough on the plate, added some shredded green onion, shredded red and white radish, and sweet noodle sauce, and added 2 slices of duck skin on top, wrapped the sides of the dough with chopsticks like spring rolls, and cut it into 3 pieces with a knife and fork. Duan, even the disc was handed to Mrs. Zhang, and Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "It's really embarrassing for your little brain. How could you think of so many tricks? Greasy, strong taste." Yang Feier said again, "There is another way to eat mashed garlic with sweet noodle sauce, served with duck skin and duck meat. I wonder if Madam can eat mashed garlic." Mrs. Zhang said, "I don't usually eat these strong flavors, but today is not only a test dish, but also one of the ways to eat this dish, so I might as well give it a try." Yang Feier should be, so he wrapped another garlic burrito, cut off a piece, and put it on Mrs. Zhang's plate. After eating it, Mrs. Zhang nodded and said, "This way of eating adds a touch of spiciness to the delicious aroma, the flavor is more unique." Yang Feier said, "It's fine if Madam likes it, but please wait a moment, Madam, the roasted duck should be sliced into the skin before the duck breast collapses and served on a plate. I will finish the 2 ducks first." He said to Nanny Zhang, "Please also ask Nanny Zhang to serve Madam. It's just that Yang Feier doesn't operate too much on weekdays. He only knows that the best knife technique is to cut 30 pieces of duck skin and duck meat in 2 minutes and seconds. Do the best you can for now." Carefully sliced? 2 large plates, the clothes were already sweaty, but fortunately, the pieces of duck skin on the plate were all connected with duck meat. It was basically considered a success, let alone counting the number of slices. Then he resigned and said, "This duck rack can be cut into equal sizes, half of which can be used as fried duck rack with salt and pepper, and half can be added with wax gourd or cabbage to roast duck rack soup. Let's make it, my little girl." Then he and Li Baotian withdrew. Mrs. Zhang didn't hold back the amount of this meal. She didn't stop until she couldn't eat anymore. Also asked the shopkeeper Zhou to call the steward in the lobby to sit down with Mammy Zhang Qingwan and savor the taste. Mammy Zhang taught everyone to follow Yang Feier's example and eat by themselves, alternately salty and sweet, full of fragrance, before waiting. Sweet and full of fat, salt and pepper duck rack and winter melon duck rack soup are also served. Chef Li Fatty also couldn't wait. He had a great meal, and he has been a chef for 45 years, and his experience is not as long as these 2 days, so he is the right master. All the people are full of soup and food, with endless aftertaste. After returning to the back hall, he told Li Baotian to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow, saying, "I will do it again tomorrow, and you will do it with your apprentices the next day, and the roast duck skin also needs to be practiced. From now on, it will be done in front of the guests. The slices have belt meat, which is thin but not broken. For a duck weighing 4 caddies, more than 100 slices of duck meat should be sliced out, and the size is uniform like clove leaves, and the taste is crispy and tender. I hope Grandpa Li will bring your apprentices practice a lot." He said again, "Let Grandpa Li make the fish dishes tomorrow by himself. I just look at it. If it works, I will ask the guys to memorize and recommend it." He took Li Baotian's memory booklet and read it carefully, pointing him to the details where he can't remember clearly. Seeing that the sun was setting towards the west and the day was busy, Yang Feier only felt that his body was abnormally sleepy. After all, he was still a child and lacked physical strength. Standing up to move around, Qingwan came in and said, "Miss Hu, my eldest lady asked me to ask you to go back together." Young Feier should have said so, turned around and bid farewell to Shefli, and followed Qingwan up. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Along the way, Mrs. Zhang asked how her family was doing, how many brothers and sisters were chatting, and before she knew it, she had already arrived. Mrs. Zhang got out of the car first, and still let the carriage take Yang Feier back. When I got home earlier today, only 2 younger brothers were at home. Seeing my sister coming back, I shouted happily, "Sister, you are back." Yang Feier smiled and said, "Yes, just you 2 at home? What are you doing?" Xiao Guang said, "The chickens have been fed just now. The eggs are also taken away." Yang Feier said with a grunt, "Then I'll go and make dinner." After making a pot of sweet potato porridge, and baked 8 more dead dough cakes, Yang Feier really couldn't hold it anymore, and said to the twins, "I'll go to the room and lie down for a while, Dad and the others will call me when they come back." After going to the room, he was extremely tired, but within a few breaths, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he saw the moon outside the window like a hook, hanging in the middle of the sky. The night was dark and the surroundings were deep. He guessed that it was about 1 o'clock in the morning. Lying on the bed, not wanting to move, thinking that it has been half a year since I came here, as if in a lifetime, every day the sun rises and the sunset rests, I seldom think of the past life. Is it going to be like this for the rest of my life? With a wry smile, what else can I do otherwise, just be a monk for a day and hit the clock for a day. Take a step and watch a step. In a few hours, it will be dawn, and there are still things in the daytime. Gradually I felt my strength come back. I propped myself up, put on my clothes, leaned on it for a while, felt a little hungry, so I went out of the room, went to the kitchen to find something to eat, took advantage of the moonlight, opened the lid of the pot, and saw a steaming rack inside. A small soup bowl with a bowl of porridge in it, a noodle cake on a plate next to it, and half a bowl of something else. Suddenly a voice came from the back room, "But my Xiu'er?" The voice was a little old but kind, and Yang Feier recognized the voice of Grandma Wang, walked to the door, and whispered back, "It's me, Grandma, go to sleep, I'll come out to eat something, don't worry about me." But I heard everything inside, footsteps kicking, and then the door creaked and opened softly. Wang came out with clothes on and an oil lamp. The orange light instantly warmed the small kitchen. Wang said, "My Xiu'er was exhausted yesterday. Your mother went to call you twice, but you didn't wake up, so I couldn't bear to call you anymore. I left a meal for you and put it in the pot. Are you hungry? Go and eat." Putting the lamp on the stove, he took out the food from the pot one by one, and said, "You can just lie down on the pot and eat it, it's still hot, and if you take it out, it might get cold." Yang Feier responded well, went to the main room and moved a stool in, sat on it, took the chopsticks handed over by Mrs. Wang, and began to eat. It turned out that half of the bowl was scrambled eggs with green peppers, which was Yang Feier's favorite all the time. With sweet potato porridge, after a while, the wind will blow away, and the bowl will be empty. Only the noodle cake was left uneaten, and Wang persuaded, "Eat that noodle pancake again. How can I only eat this thin one after such a long empty stomach?" Yang Feier said, "Don't eat it. I can't eat anymore, I still want to sleep for a while, I can't fall asleep after eating too much." He said again, "Grandma, you go to sleep too, I'll go to sleep after rinsing my mouth. Put the used bowls and chopsticks, put it aside and wash it together tomorrow morning. While scooping hot water out of the pot to brush your teeth and wash your hands, Wang said, "No rush, I'll wait until you finish." Yang Feier had no choice but to leave the kitchen to her. After finishing the work, Mrs. Wang sent her back to the bedroom with a lamp, and then went back. There was nothing to say all night, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning when Mrs. Shen woke up Yang Feier. She hurriedly dressed and washed, and after breakfast, the Zhang family's carriage came to pick her up. During yesterday's day, everyone in the village knew that the Zhang family was coming to pick up the Hu family. Hu's daughter used to be a cook, and they all wondered, when will the Hu family's daughter know how to cook? It was so good that the Zhang family came to pick up their chef from the restaurant every day, but these, whether it is suspicion or jealousy, to Yang Fei, they are just passers-by on the sidelines, and they have no influence on her, nor can they cause concerns. When I arrived at the restaurant, I made it again according to yesterday's menu, and asked Chef Li to make all the dishes on the fish banquet. After all, he is a person who has handled pots, bowls, ladles and spoons for more than 40 years, and his cooking is very similar. Mrs. Zhang asked someone to write down the menu, and ordered the clerk to memorize it, and recommend it from tomorrow. 2 roast ducks were baked in the afternoon, and the masters and servants satiated their appetites. Yang Fei was also extremely tired, and fell asleep when he got home, and was woken up by Mrs. Shin at dinner time. After eating dinner and washing up, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. Mrs. Big, who stood beside the bed and said worriedly, "It's so tiring, sooner or later you will be tired and sick again, but what should I do?" Yang Fei closed his eyes and smiled, and said, "Father, Mother, don't worry, it's only tomorrow, and you don't have to go the next day." Da Hu Shinshur sighed, but she couldn't help it, so she went out. On the second day, Zhang's carriage came to pick up Yang Fei, but did not go back to pick up Mrs. Zhang, only Qingwan accompanied him. Yang Fei curiously asked, "Sister Qingwan, why didn't your eldest lady go today?" "That's right, running around every day, after all, is tiring. Mrs. Zhang has a lot of money, how can she bear it?" Qingwan covered her mouth and chuckled, and said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't say it, but Miss Hu, you are young and mature, smart and wise, and seems to be a man of few words. I will tell you quietly that you are not afraid." Yang Fei smiled embarrassedly when praised. Qingwan then whispered something into Yang Fei's ear. Yang Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, and let out an "ah." Didn't expect Mrs. Zhang to be happy. Qingwan's complacency is beyond words. Since the eldest lady gave birth to the son, she has been silent. In the past few years, even the parents of the high-ranking official have been quite critical. The Zhang family is weak, and they want the high-ranking official to accept it. As a concubine, Qingwan was sold into Zhang's mansion since she was 7 years old. From a little girl sweeping the house to becoming Mrs. Zhang's personal maid, she has been by her side all the time. Madam is in a hurry. I don't want to think that after returning from the restaurant yesterday, Mrs. Zhang felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't eat anything. She thought she probably ate too much in the afternoon, but Nanny Zhang kept an eye out and secretly called a carriage to pick up Dr. Jiang from Fuqing. Madam took the pulse, and unexpectedly she was nearly 2 months pregnant. The master and servant were overjoyed. Today, Madam Zhang will not let the eldest lady go out, saying that she wants to have a restful pregnancy. When they arrived at the restaurant, Qingwan was alone and had nothing to do, so he stayed with Yang Fei in the backyard. Today, Yang Fei let Chef Li Fatty do the cooking. He just watched from the sidelines and gave pointers from time to time. The other dishes were cooked decently. Stuck. After all, it's not his usual cooking method, so Yang Fei decided to ask him to prepare 2 more ducks, so he can make another trip tomorrow. On the second day, as expected, I ran again for the roast duck alone, and several other dishes were added to the menu, so I can recommend them today. Li Baotian did not hide his secrets when cooking. I learned from behind, so Li Baotian was able to devote himself to the roast duck business, and had an independent operation experience. This day, Li Baotian was obviously calmer. Once his mind calmed down, his ability also improved. The roast duck he made having basically met the requirements, Yang Fei asked Li Baotian to take a few apprentices to practice for a few more days. When he felt that what he made could be served on the table, he told the Hu family who came to sell shrimps every day. Let's see again. When I got home for dinner at night, I didn't expect Nanny Zhang and Qingwan to come together. After greeting Father Hu and others, they pulled Yang Fei into her bedroom, and Nanny Zhang sat on Yang Fei's bed. Yang Fei sat on the 1-meter plank bed, and Qingwan sat on a chair beside her. Zhang Momo whispered, "I heard Qingwan girl said that you already know about our eldest lady's happy event?" Yang Fei smiled and said, "Yes, congratulations." Nanny Zhang also smiled, clasped her hands together and bowed towards the void, saying, "Yes. I am really grateful to the Bodhisattva for blessing me, making my eldest lady pregnant again smoothly." But he said sadly, "It's just that the pregnancy reaction of the eldest lady has also appeared. Since last night, I have only eaten a bowl of noodle and fish soup. I am anxious, so I also think of you, little lady." Yang Fei smiled and said, "But I'm not a doctor, I'm afraid I can't." Nanny Zhang said, "I'm afraid the doctor can't do anything about this pregnancy reaction. I just think of Mrs. Hu, you are a good cook, maybe you can think of some novel foods, and see if my eldest lady can eat some." Qingwan also said from the side, Yes, Miss Hu, you are so good at cooking, you can help us. It is not a problem for my eldest lady to go on like this, she ate a lot in the restaurant yesterday. I haven't heard of people who don't want to eat, so it can be seen that I still like to eat what you cook, little lady." Yang Fei thought for a while, and said, "Usually, I often borrow some books about gossip and strange theories to read, to pass the time. I remember a book that said that when a woman is pregnant, she reacts in various ways, and there is no warning at first. There is no expectation when I retire. Today, my mother and sister came to invite me in person. I will not refuse, and I will do my best, but it may not be what you think. Then please don't blame me and my sister." "That's good." Nanny Zhang and Qingwan looked at each other and laughed. Nanny Zhang clapped her hands and smiled and said, "Oh. Really, my little lady Hu, how did you have such a clever mouth, and the words are so tight, it makes us women and maids look even more it's okay to be clumsy." Qingwan stood up, came over to hold Yang Fei's arm and walked out, saying, "Okay. My little aunt, I will do as you said, as long as you agree to go, you can do whatever you want, let's do it." Nanny Zhang followed behind with a smile, and the three of them simply said to the adults of the Hu family that Mrs. Zhang wanted to eat a dish, and only Miss Hu could cook it. The Zhang family sent such a decent nanny and maid to invite, how could the Hu family refuse, let alone their own boss, although they feel sorry for their daughter who has been tired these days, but they can't do it. "Get a good night's sleep, it's been less than an hour since I got home, and I'm called to leave again." End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. This is the second time for Yang Fei to enter the Zhang family's farm. When walking through the halls and yards, he feels inexplicably familiar. When Yang Fei came, he said to Madame Zhang in the carriage that he had to meet Mrs. Zhang first. Knowing whether you have any preferences or what food you really want to eat, so that you have some goals and will not be at a loss, so when you entered this village, you went straight to Mrs. Zhang's bedroom. When I arrived at the bedroom, I saw 4 or 5 servant girls standing at the door. Mama Zhang was displeased, and asked in a deep voice, "Why don't you wait inside, what are you doing standing outside?" One of the maids bowed her head forward and said, "Nurse Zhang, you made a mistake. It was Madam who was annoying and kicked us out." In front of outsiders, Nanny Zhang didn't like having a fit, so she snorted heavily and ignored it, and pushed the door into the bedroom. I saw only one single candle in the room quietly and independently. On the bed, the dark curtain was hanging down. When someone came in, Mrs. Zhang asked behind the curtain, "But Madame Zhang is back?" Her voice was low and hoarse, exuding tiredness and sleepiness. Yang Fei was surprised. He didn't expect Mrs. Zhang, who had been in high spirits and talking and laughing 2 days ago, would become like this in one day. She was really sick like a mountain. Although pregnancy is not a disease, it is the same as the disease. It also has various symptoms: headache, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, back pain, bedridden, etc. In the previous life, although Yang Fei did not, I have experienced it personally, but colleagues, friends and classmates around me have had babies one after another, witnessed it with their own eyes, and sometimes accompanied it in person. When Madame Zhang heard the question from her eldest lady, she hurriedly replied, "It's me, eldest lady. I have invited Miss Hu back." As she stepped forward, she pulled up the bed curtain, and saw Mrs. Zhang lying sideways on the bed with phoenix eyes. Slightly closed, the black eyebrows are slightly raised, the hair is scattered, and the description is haggard, and I can't help feeling distressed. Nanny Zheng is Mrs. Zhang's nanny. She was brought up to look after her when she was a child, and she was more important than her two sons. The lady has a relationship with the surname Zheng, the nurse's surname is Zheng, and her husband's family name is also Zhang. She married in at the age of 16 and gave birth to Fujian. At that time, she didn't have such a reaction for some reason. Could it be because the eldest lady is getting older? Nanny Zheng sat sideways on the side of the bed, smoothed Mrs. Zhang's hair, and asked softly, "Why don't you light a few more candles?" Seeing how calm the room is. Mrs. Zhang was silent for a while, and said for a while, "It hurts my eyes." Then said, "I feel very uncomfortable now, I just want to be alone, don't ask me to talk." Nanny Zhang said in a softer voice, "Okay, don't say anything, but you haven't eaten for more than a day, and you went to pick up Mrs. Hu again. At least think about whether there is anything you want to eat, so that you can call Hu little lady do it." Mrs. Zhang was silent again, probably thinking about what she wanted to eat, before she said for a while, "No, I don't want to eat." Zhang Nanny was a little anxious, but Qingwan couldn't help but took a step forward, hesitating to speak. Nanny Zhang said, "Miss, think about it again, eat as much as you want, the baby in the womb will not be able to bear it if this continues, and I have already written a letter and sent it to the capital to the high officials, but don't let the high officials eat it. There's a lot of joy." Mrs. Zhang frowned, and said, "Then do whatever you want. I really can't think of it." Young Fair and Madame Zhang Qingwan stood in the kitchen, all three of them were frowning, not knowing what to do. After Mrs. Zhang said the last sentence, she stopped talking, the three had no choice but to come out and figure out their own way. Young Fair walked over and took a lamp to illuminate the various ingredients on the wooden shelf. There was no shortage of seasonal fruits and vegetables, and there was a large vat wrapped in quilts and straws in the ground, with fish, shrimp and meat frozen in it. There is also a chicken coop outside with 4 or 5 chickens. Thinking of chicken, young Fair couldn't help but his eyes lit up. In his previous life, a friend was pregnant and couldn't eat anything. He only had a soft spot for KFC and Coke. He often couldn't eat anything for 2 or 3 meals, and then he carried his family behind his back, sneaking away to eat KFC. You can eat a family bucket and a large glass of iced Coke effortlessly or even gobble it up. A young Fair, who was watching, was stunned, but he couldn't bear to dissuade him. Although it was unhealthy, it was better than not eating anything. But these two things are somewhat difficult to make. It is almost impossible to make them exactly the same, but can you find something to replace them? Seeing a square bench beside him, Yang Fair sat on it, resting his elbow on one hand and his cheek on the other while resting on the chopping board, thinking for a moment, I don't know if this is feasible. Turning around, she said to Nanny Zhang and Qingwan, "I wonder if you have plums, hawthorn, licorice and sweet-scented osmanthus at home? The best plums are dark plums." Qingwan said, "These are all usual snacks or condiments, but they are not lacking. There are osmanthus flowers on the tree outside, so I will pick them right away." He took a small bamboo plaque and went out. Nanny Zhang said, "Then I'll go find a few other things." Talking about turning around and about to leave, Yang Fair hurriedly called her to stop and said, "Mother Zhang, wait a moment, and ask Mother Zhang to find another cook for me, kill a chicken for me, and clean it up by the way." Nanny Zhang said, "This couldn't be simpler. The 2 cooks and the 2 firemaids are waiting outside. I'll call them in. Just order them around for what you want to do. The eldest lady can't eat anything for a day, they are in a panic." As he spoke, he walked out of the kitchen, summoned 4 people, gave some instructions, and asked them to go to Yang Fair to wait for orders, but I went to find those materials myself. Yang Fair ordered them to kill a chicken, clean it, chop it into large pieces, and remove the head, neck, tail, and feet. He himself found all kinds of ingredients for fried chicken in the kitchen. You can use the existing ones instead, even if you don't have any. In this situation, you can only forcefully make the taste. After Nanny Zheng and Qingwan found a few materials, they went back to Mrs. Zheng to take care of them. Yang Fei first made a soup bowl of sour plum soup with a few ingredients they found, put it in ice, and let the cook keep stirring it with a spoon to let it cool down quickly. Marinate chicken pieces on one side, and adjust the fried chicken powder. Try the temperature of the sour plum soup, it is only lukewarm, and I added a few ice cubes to it, and asked the cook to bring it to Madame Zheng, and see if Madame would like to drink a few sips. After a while, the cook came back empty-handed, and happily said to Yang Fei, "Miss Hu, you really have a way. Madame has already used 2 small bowls. It is sour and sweet, and it is very delicious." Yang Fei, after hearing this, I was a little relieved. Mixed the chicken pieces in the bowl again, and waited for the time to marinate. Unexpectedly, Qingwan rushed in again, and shouted from the yard, "Miss Hu, Miss Hu." Yang Fei hurriedly stood up and greeted him. "Sister Qingwan, I'm here, what's wrong?" Qingwan grabbed Yang Fei's arm and said out of breath, "Hurry up, the eldest lady said that she is hungry and wants to eat." Yang Fei asked, "So what do you want to eat?" While getting rid of Qingwan's grasp without a trace. Qingwan was stunned and said, "Oh, I didn't say that, I just said that after drinking this sour plum soup, I felt empty and uncomfortable for a while, so I ran to find you in a hurry." Then said, "Miss Hu, you just do what you have prepared, I just believe that if Mrs. Hu made it, our eldest lady will definitely like it." Yang Fei agreed, let Qingwan go back first, then quickly fried the fried chicken, and sent it to Mrs. Zheng's bedroom with the cook in front. Mammy Zheng took it and brought it in. She smelled the fragrance and put it in the bedroom. On the small round table in the middle, I handed the chopsticks to my eldest lady. However, apart from the chicken legs and wings, the fried chicken was only cut into 4 large pieces. After finally picking it up, it was about to fall off. Mrs. Zheng was in a hurry, so she just took it with her hands. During the journey, the chicken pieces just out of the pan were cold. The heat is moderate, once you bite down, you will feel crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the chicken juice overflows. After chewing a few times, it is almost delicious. Mrs. Zheng didn't eat 4 meals a day and a night. She just got her appetite from the iced sour plum soup. Eating this modern fried chicken, which is regarded as a classic and suitable for all ages, is naturally a bit overwhelming. I eat it all in one go without knowing it, and I still feel a little unsatisfied. I can't help but feel a little shy. De Duo Qi, who doesn't care about her image, felt relieved when she saw that Nanny Zheng didn't stop her, and didn't laugh at her, and only said that it would be fine as long as the eldest lady ate. After eating fried chicken and drinking sour plum soup, Madame Zheng was in good spirits at this time. She called Qingwan and Yang Fei in, and smiled at Yang Fei, "Thanks to Mrs. Hu, otherwise I would have to starve all night." Yang Fei smiled and said, "As long as Madame likes it, that's fine." On the side Zhang Momo said, "Miss, you are so picky about eating now, according to your slaves, you should keep Miss Hu by your side. Anyway, you don't have to go to the restaurant from tomorrow, so let Miss Hu stay in this village. How about cooking some novel food for you?" Qingwan couldn't stop nodding and said, "Yes, big lady, don't stop eating every meal, you'll scare the slaves to death." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "I really want to stay, but I'm afraid that Mrs. Hu is not willing. Although it is a child from a poor family, but which one is not a good baby who grows up in her arms, maybe she is willing to send it to someone's home to serve her." Human. Nanny Zheng smiled and said, "Miss Hu, let me ask you first, are you willing? Don't worry, we are not buying people by force, and you are not here as a slave or handmaiden. You only need to take care of our eldest lady's daily life. You can eat and drink, and you don't need to worry about anything else until our eldest lady gives birth to a baby. What do you think?" Yang Fei really didn't want to, but he couldn't bear to be looked forward to by these 3 people in such a pleasant manner, so he could only say, "Mrs. It's an honor, but it's a big matter. The little girl has to go back and report to her parents, and everything can be decided by the parents." Nanny Zheng smiled and said, "I knew you, little lady, are not so talkative. Although I know you have your own ideas, you are right. You are still young, and you need to talk to your parents about these things. I'll send you back here, and explain the situation to your parents by the way. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Steak Ramen. Chapter 29 Steak Ramen. Yang Fei bid farewell to Mrs. Zhang, and went home with Madame Zhang. Mrs. Dahushan came out and stood under the eaves when she heard the sound. Nanny Zhang also came down, and the four of them entered the main room and sat down. Nanny Zhang cut to the chase, explained the situation without hiding, and said that as long as Mrs. Hu agrees, she will be paid 2 taels of silver a month, and as long as she is a good lady eat, and come and go freely at other times. For a while, Dahushan didn't know how to answer, and didn't know what her daughter was thinking. She was afraid that she would make some inappropriate decision and wronged her daughter, so Dahu could only say, "Thank you very much for your wife to value Shoer so much, but this we need to discuss it again before we can decide." Nanny Zhang was a little disappointed. Originally, she had hoped that the Hu family would agree to this kind of wages. This is a monthly rule for 2 cooks, and they only need to be responsible for the food for the eldest lady. Unexpectedly, the Hu family would unmoved, he had to leave angrily. After seeing off Nanny Zhang, Yang Fei felt extremely tired, and didn't want to talk about it for a while, but said it was getting late, so he told Big Hushin to go to bed quickly, washed himself, and went to bed. Unexpectedly, in the early morning of the second day, Yang Fei was still in a dream, and was awakened by Shinshi bringing Qingwan in. Qingwan said anxiously, "Miss Hu, get up quickly, my eldest lady is here to invite you." Yang Fei I didn't know what happened, so I hurriedly got up and dressed, looked at the sky, it was only slightly bright, around 5 o'clock, and asked, "I don't know why ma'am is looking for me. It's so early." Qingwan anxiously said, "I don't know why, I just ate so much fried chicken last night, and today I feel hungry again at Inshur, saying that I dreamed of a lot of braised beef, but I couldn't eat it anyway, and I was awakened by hunger. I asked the cook to make braised beef. When it was ready, the eldest lady said she couldn't eat it. She said that there were too many ingredients in the braised sauce and she felt nauseous. She picked out the ingredients and said the beef was too old to eat. I made a clear stew again, and said that the smell of mutton was too strong, disgusting, and I couldn't eat it at all. I fished out the meat and sliced it for cold salad, but said that I couldn't see the green onion, garlic and coriander on it, and it was also rejected. I have been tossing until now, I didn't eat a bite, and I'm still hungry. I really can't think about it with Madame Zhang, so I came to you so early, Mrs. Hu, please, help us find a way, if this continues, I'm really going crazy already." Qingwan spoke quickly and anxiously, and Yang Fei heard the general idea here, sighed in his heart, and thought that he would have nothing to do today, so he could sleep late and catch up on sleep, but pregnant women are big, so he had to accept his fate and do whatever he wanted. Qingwan got into the car, lamenting that pregnancy is such a miraculous thing along the way, that Mrs. Zhang is such an elegant and stable person, tossing so many things, while thinking about how to cook beef to meet Mrs. Zhang's many requirements. After entering Zhuangzi, I went straight to the kitchen and looked at the remaining beef. It was a piece of beef rib with 4 bones. I didn't hesitate to remove the bone and keep the meat. Let the cook chop the bone into inch-long pieces and add cooking wine and ginger. The vinegar and tea leaves are stewed together, and they are kept as broth. The beef is cut into palm-sized thick slices with the back of a knife, and then mixed with cooking wine, fruit vinegar, salt, and light soy sauce. Add sesame oil, cover with a damp cloth, set aside, then mix sugar, light soy sauce, fruit wine, and black peppercorns into a sauce, and adjust the starch juice, put oil in the pot, fry minced garlic and shallot until fragrant, pour in the sauce, stir-fry evenly, then pour in starch juice, stir-fry a few times to make black pepper juice. The freshly mixed steak was supposed to be marinated for more than 2 hours. During the half hour that Yang Fei was waiting, Nanny Zhang and Qingwan made 2 separate trips, so they had to get up to look at the marinated beef. Try it first. Put a frying pan on the stove, put oil in the pan, Heat the oil to 8% heat, pat a little dry lotus root powder on both sides of the steak, put in the steak, seal the oven door, and turn to low heat. While waiting, I chatted with 2 cooks, and learned that one of them was from the Northwest and was good at making noodles, so I asked her to make ramen and boil it in beef bone soup. After watching the steak change color and condense on one side, turn it over, fry both sides and put it on a plate, put the cooked ramen noodles, pour black pepper sauce, and decorate with half a sliced apple on the side. A steak that is half Chinese and half Western ramen is ready. Mrs. Zhang saw that the method was novel. There was a whole piece of beef the size of a palm, with a knife and fork next to it. She knew that Madame Zhang and Qingwan were probably using their own banner to invite the young lady of the Hu family, so she was also looking forward to it. Nanny Zhang followed the eating method taught by Yang Fei, carefully pressed the steak with a fork, cut off a piece of beef, put it on Mrs. Zhang's plate, and Mrs. Zhang picked it up with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Nanny Zhang watched Mrs. Zhang's face closely. Seeing Mrs. Zhang chewing a few times, showing joy, she quickly cut another piece and put it on the plate. Just like this, one piece of steak was eaten quickly, and another piece of steak was on the plate. Take it over and eat a serving of black pepper mixed ramen. Nanny Zhang smiled happily, asked someone to bring in water, and washed her up. Mrs. Zhang woke up early, and advised her to go back to bed and sleep again. Mrs. Zhang was full, but she also felt sleepy, feeling overwhelmed. He went to bed crookedly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fuzhen came to say good morning before breakfast, and Zhang Fuzhen hurried out with a tray to stop him. Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help being surprised when he saw the plates and knives and forks in the tray, and asked, Zhang Fuzhen, what did mother eat this early morning? Nanny Zhang said with a smile, your mother has been feeling a little sick these past 2 days, so I won't have to say goodbye to you sooner or later. Today, because your mother has a bad appetite, I invited Mrs. Hu to make breakfast. What kind of steak is it called? Ate and fell asleep. Zhang Fuzhen heard that the little girl was actually at Zhuangzi, and said happily, where is Miss Hu now? Nanny Zhang said, it should still be in the kitchen. I just have a few words to say to her. You haven't had breakfast yet. Would you like to come with me and try the steak made by Mrs. Hu? Zhang Fuzhen couldn't wish for it, and followed behind, all the way to the kitchen. Zhang Fuzhen asked, will Miss Hu be the cook in our house in the future? Nanny Zhang said, we really want to, but she doesn't agree. What can I do? I just want to talk to her about it. Zhang Fuzhen wondered, why didn't she agree? Is it because the work is too heavy? Or is the money given too little? Or is it not free? Nanny Zhang said with a smile, you are very considerate, why don't you go and ask her? While talking, they came to the kitchen. When Yang Fei and the 2 cooks saw the empty plate in the tray, a big stone fell from their hearts, and they finally ate it. Otherwise, Yang Fei would be at the end of his rope. Seeing that Zhang Fuzhen also followed in, Yang Fei greeted the people in the kitchen. Zhang Nanny smiled and said, today, Fuzhen's breakfast is served in this kitchen, and I have to trouble Miss Hu to follow the instructions. Make 2 more servings of the big lady's meal just now. Yang Fei agreed with a smile, fried 2 more steaks, and asked the Northwest cook to make 2 ramen noodles. After making 2 servings, they put them on the kitchen table. Nanny Zhang taught Fuzhen how to use them. Zhang Fuzhen learned how to cut meat with a knife and fork, and he became proficient in a while, enjoying the food slowly. Seeing that it was time to talk at this time, Mammy Zhang sent everyone in the kitchen out, and talked to Yang Fei about being a cook, saying that she could double the monthly allowance. The key is that this is an extraordinary period, and everything the eldest lady's body must be the most important thing. Yang Fei saw that he couldn't shirk it, so he had to agree, then I will come over for meals every day, and I will go back after my wife has eaten. It is close anyway, and you can feel free to eat if you have anything to do. Call me. I won't come here until I teach the cooks here, or the lady resumes her eating habits. Seeing that Yang Fei finally agreed, Mammy Zhang said happily, that's fine, as long as the big lady can take care of the daily meals of the young lady Hu, I can stop worrying and live a few more years. said, "Hey, I'm going to tell that girl Qingwan, so that she can feel relieved earlier. This girl has been too worried these 2 days." Saying goodbye to Zhang Fuzhen, shaking her fat body out of the kitchen. For a while, there were only 2 people left in the kitchen. Zhang Fuzhen raised a fork to send a piece of steak to the entrance, and said unhurriedly, "You are so evasive, why? Is it because of too many things? Or is it because of less money? Or is it restricting your freedom?" Yang Feier was watching him cut and eat the steak, and had to admit that some people are born with elegance. Although Zhang Fuzhen is only 13 years old, it seems that this small kitchen can't hold him. Brocade clothes and robes, handsome facial features, smooth skin, and that superior, pampered nobility and self-confidence, led him. His body was full of brilliance, compared to that in spring, but within half a year, his temperament was quite different, because the change in height made his seemingly mature words and deeds more reasonable, making it impossible for people to laugh at him, let alone ignore him. In a daze, he was startled when he heard the words, but he didn't expect Zhang Fuzhen to ask this question. After thinking about it carefully, he said, "If you really have to choose one item, it is freedom." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Every day you come, you can go back after cooking a meal. When did your freedom be restricted?" Yang Feier said, "That's just freedom to come and go, but my time is no longer complete. I still have a lot of plans, but it's hard to complete them. For example, I wanted to rent a shop in Fuqing after the rice harvest and run a little business. For a small business, I still need to find a college for my eldest brother and 2 younger brothers to study, look at the house, decorate, and find a college. It takes time, but now I can only wait at home." Yen was planning in his heart, but all of a sudden, like beans poured out of a bamboo tube, he couldn't stop talking. Maybe Zhang Fuzhen has been vaguely regarded as a friend of the same age who can understand him? Zhang Fuzhen was stunned for a while, and said, "You want to move your family to Fuqing?" Yang Feier nodded. "Leaving the field, what will your family do for a living?" Zhang Fuzhen gave another piece of meat. "I've already made a plan, and I believe it won't be worse than farming and fish farming," Yang Feier said. For some reason, Zhang Fuzhen believed her for no reason. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Word. Chapter 30. Zhang Fuzhen thought for a while, and said, "About the academy, I can help you to ask. Now my teacher is the head of Shushan Academy in Fuqing. He has worked in Shushan Academy for more than 30 years, from an ordinary teacher to a mountain leader. It has been 8 years since my father invited him to be my teacher, but some of his students and colleagues are still in the academy, and they often communicate with each other when they were in Fuqing." Hearing this, Yang Feier lifted his spirits and said, "I don't know if it's convenient or not. This Shushan Academy is well known, it is equivalent to a provincial key point, and it is equivalent to the continuous reading system of primary school, high school, and university. The order from low to high is Meng Shui Tang, Guozi Shui, Guozi Temple and Guozi Jian. Have often heard my elder brother mention it before, and every time I talk about it, it is a feeling of longing, but let alone Shushan Academy, even the Weining Academy in the county is out of reach for the Hu family." When Yang Feier thought of this, he felt a little disappointed, wondering how much money would be left in the house after renting the shop for renovation. Although the ancient academies were open to the lower classes of society and folk scholars, there was no threshold for enrollment in the academies, and there was no household registration restriction for enrollment. As long as they were interested in studying, they could enroll regardless of wealth or region, which is what Confucius advocated. Kind, however, because the teachers of Shushan Academy are all well-known masters in the world, they have been sought after by the society for many years, and some of them pay 3 or 4 times more than others. Those who pay the tuition fees have never intended to let the teacher pay for nothing, and the price of ancient textbooks is even more expensive than that of textbooks. Moreover, although there is no threshold for admission, there are still admission requirements. Because there are many applicants, the enrollment standards are also very strict, and the cultural level and personal quality are relatively high. As for the assessment of comprehensive quality tests including academics, it is not enough to just study well. Yang Feier didn't know much about the qualifications of his elder brother and younger brother. He was worried that he would borrow the Zhang family's relationship to get in, and he would be expelled if he didn't study well. Zhang Fuzhen was eating the ramen on the plate, while watching the face of the girl opposite him change rapidly. It seemed that he was thinking far away. After a moment of pondering, he knew what this girl was worried about. Then he smiled and said, "Miss Hu, if you really want your elder brother and younger brother to go to Shushan Academy, it's really not difficult. You just need to review your homework at home and get ready for the exam. I will ask my teacher to say hello in advance." Bao taught them to pass the test. When it comes to recruiting students, the teacher has the final say. The boss doesn't have to sway his power. Yang Feier said, "Such a rigorous study, I'm afraid I can't hide my clumsiness. Even if I entered the school based on my relationship, I still have to excel in my studies to gain a foothold." Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "As far as I know, Shushan Academy not only recruits the main course students with excellent test scores, but also admits the supplementary course students who are slightly inferior. Moreover, your brother and I have both come here to live. As far as I can see, it can be regarded as upper middle class capital." Yang Feier was dubious in his heart. He didn't know when Fuzhen saw it, and said, "It's not difficult to ask your teacher to come forward, but if the academy doesn't want to, then it will make your teacher unhappy." Zhang Fuzhen said, "That's okay. You may not know it. In addition to government aid, the funding for running the academy mainly depends on private fundraising, donations, and income generated by the academy. The main source of funds. In addition to the mu of private land in Anhui Mansion, my family also owns another mu of school land. In addition, my father lives in the Imperial College to sacrifice wine. I believe Shushan Academy still knows it well." Yang Feier has studied Chinese history, so he naturally knows the official position of Guozijian Jijiu, which is equivalent to the official position of the Minister of Education. He didn't know that this family has such a deep foundation, so it is inconvenient to ask him now, so he got up and asked him solemnly. Yifu said, "That is to say, then I will trouble Mr. Zhang again." One word after another made the two of them think of the scene in spring at the same time, and couldn't help but smile at each other. Zhang Fuzhen ate a steak ramen and added another steak, very satisfied, thanked Yang Feier, and went to class. Yang Feier couldn't see the time, and it was still early, so he also found Zhang Nanny to leave, and Zhang Nanny wanted a carriage to send him off, but Yang Feier stopped him quickly and said, "From today onwards, I will go back and forth 3 times a day, and then I will go back and forth 3 times a day. Don't be so troublesome, I'm afraid people will gossip about you." Nanny Zhang also followed her way, and said, "It's better to come earlier at noon, because I'm afraid that the eldest lady will wake up and be hungry." Yang Feier agreed, and went back. When I got home, I saw Mrs. Hu's father, Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Shen and his twins were eating breakfast. Before Hu Kong came back, he also filled a bowl of porridge and sat down on the table to eat. During the dinner, he talked about Zhang's hiring her to be a cook, and said, "I have already agreed to them, but I have not yet decided when I will do it. At the latest, Mrs. Zhang's family will give birth to a child. The salary is 4 taels a month, sooner or later. You can come back as soon as you have a good meal, and you are not afraid of being too restrained." The family was quite amazed at the salary. After a year, it was twice as much as the gross income of the Hu family's mu of land. Fortunately, the family now has hundreds of taels of silver in savings, which is considered a good fortune. In these circumstances, she was still calm, and Shen said, "Since I agreed to him, and he is willing to pay so much money to invite you, you have to do a good job, but you must be worthy of the salary." Yang Feier said, "It's natural, you either don't do it, or you do it well." He said, "I have to tell you one more thing. When the elder brother comes back, you tell him, let him and the twins spend time at home to review their homework. After the end of the year, I will take the entrance examination for Shushan Academy." The family has long been immune to the young and mature speech of their own girl, and they are not surprised to hear her arrangements, but the people living in Anhui Mansion, from high-ranking officials to ordinary people, who don't know Shushan Academy? Daming, that is a sacred place that can only be admired from a distance. Since the establishment of the academy, there has been one champion and 4 second-place candidates. How dare Xior say that she wants her elder brother and younger brother to go to such an academy? Father Who said, how can people like us go to such an academy? I think the Weining Academy in the county is very good. After the new year, I will send 2 chickens and 20 eggs to Tang Xiucai, ask him to write a letter of recommendation, and we'll just go to Weining Academy, and the surrounding villages do the same. Yang Fair said, no matter what, I have to find time to read books now, and then I will go to Shushan Academy to take the exam. If I can pass the exam, it is their good fortune. If I fail the exam, it will not be too late according to Grandpa's arrangement. Everyone was speechless, and Father Who said again, the rice in the field can be harvested soon. I plan to open the sickle in the future, but right now there are 2 people going to sell shrimps every day. I am afraid that the fields in front are harvesting, and the fields in the back are harvesting. Tian can't wait any longer, it would be a pity if there is lodging and rotten rice. Wang said, these are the only people in the family. Originally, Xior could cook and deliver meals at home, but now she has promised Zhang's family that she will go to Zhang's family to cook in the morning, noon, and evening. It is impossible to count on the twins. They are still young, so it's going to be a disaster if there's water. Shin said, there are dozens of chickens in the backyard, and the twins need to feed them. He added, in this way, the only people who go to the field every day are me and my mother-in-law, plus one who doesn't sell shrimps. The twins are going to try harvesting rice for them this year, and it's not a lot of work. The 9 acres of land can be harvested. Yang Fair thought for a while, and said, Uncle Tang and his family's rice is still early, and now it's the slack time. You can ask their family for help, and the village chief's grandfather's house. There are many male laborers, so let's do it together. Please come, when the time comes, it will be enough to pay them wages. Father Who and the others have been sticking to the rules all their lives, so they never thought about hiring people. They opened their mouths and said, isn't that just hiring short-term labor? That's something only for landlords. Yang Fair said, then when their family harvests rice, we can pay him back for his hard work. Father Who withdrew his dumbfounded expression, nodded and said, that's a way. Compared to hiring part-time workers, this method is easier to accept, said, I'll go to Zhang Zhang and Zhang Fu's family tonight, and say hello to them first. The charter is Uncle Tang's name. After breakfast, Yang Fair also went back to Zhangjia's Wangzi. Sitting in Zhang's kitchen, looking at the various ingredients on the shelves, Yang Fair thought hard about what to make for Mrs. Zhang. Pregnant women are picky eaters, and they are just starting now. I don't know what will happen in the future. This is also the reason why Yang Fair refused. This cook who serves pregnant women is not easy to do. First, she must be able to eat, and then she must grasp the nutritional balance. There are also various taboos. As for the meal at noon today, to make Yang Fair difficult, there is nowhere to start. Looking through the meat in the ice tank again, I saw a duck. I thought of the chef Li Fatty and his apprentices in the restaurant who were still trying to experiment with the roast duck. Brother wrote it down and brought it to Li Baotian tomorrow. Putting that thought aside, and thinking that Mrs. Zhang didn't seem to be very resistant to ducks, she brought up the duck. It was a baby duck that weighed 3 caddies. It had been cleaned, and it was suitable for making a braised duck. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhang was not picky. When she came to the table at noon, she didn't say anything. She silently ate more than half of it and ate another bowl of noodles in vegetarian soup. He Qingwan whispered in his ear, the eldest lady eats very well, just like when she was in Huifazan, this time she must be a young master again. Qingwan couldn't help being overjoyed when he heard the words, thinking of Umitba in his heart, bless the eldest lady to have another son this time. Let's see what the old lady of the Zhang family has to say. Zhang Fuzhen was sitting at a table eating, seeing the weird expressions of the people beside him. He was puzzled, but he still held his breath, silently ate the rest of the duck, plus 2 big bowls of rice, and left the living room. Walking through the corridor and passing the pillars, he went straight to the kitchen, and saw Yang Fei, 2 cooks and 2 fire maids eating around a small table. On the table was a plate of stir-fried vegetables with Kong bean curd and a bowl of loofah egg soup. It was almost over. These few people were very surprised to see the young master suddenly come to the kitchen again. This kitchen has never been lucky enough to let the young master step on your feet, but today it has come twice. They were surprised. They put down their bowls and chopsticks and stood up to salute. Zhang Fuzhen shook his hand impatiently, and said, "There's no need to be too polite, just finish eating quickly and leave. Miss Hu, stay here, I have something to ask you." The 2 cooks and the girl hurriedly ate the leftovers in the bowl and left quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. In the middle of the day, it was already daylight. Nanny Zhang prepared the soft sedan chair, and Qingwan helped Mrs. Zhang go up and sit down, and then called a servant and a maid to follow, and together with Yang Fei, they left the farm and went to the Hu family's field. Watch the scythe open. At this time, the mid-autumn day is approaching. Although it is early in the morning, there is already a constant stream of people coming and going on the main road of Tangjia village. In addition to the little lady who is leaving her natal family, the bridegroom who is paying homage to her father-in-law, there are also farmers from 8 villages nearby. Stepping on the morning dew, I specially came to see the Hu family's rice field raising fish. Looking at the 1,000 mountains from a distance, the clouds are coming out of the mountains, and in the blue sky, the milky clouds float on the mountainside. The mountain scenery in autumn is different from that in spring and summer. At this time, the sky is taller and the clouds are lighter, which makes people see more. It is far away, but the mountain is no longer a thick indelible green, but occasionally dotted with a touch of bright yellow, which is ginkgo, and occasionally added a piece of fiery red, which is maple forest, which makes the mountain seem to be lively in an instant. In the vast field at the foot of the mountain, the rice in the farmland is earing. At this time of the year, the farmers who make the crops are happy. The crops have passed 4 months without drought and waterlogging, and they are about to harvest the grain. How can you not be happy? But this year, these farmers are not thinking about their own fields. Look at the golden yellow in the Hu family's rice fields. The rice stalks that are thicker than chopsticks can't hold up the heavy ears of rice, and they hang down heavily. There is a fat fish with a length of 1 foot swimming between the rice trees in the field ditch. How is it not a wonder that has not been seen in this mountainous area for 100 years? Unexpectedly, today is the day when the Hu family opened the sickle. A crowd of villagers stood on the ridge of the field, watching with greedy eyes the handfuls of rice stalks with half-foot-long ears of rice that were knocked down by the sharp sickle and gathered into bundles. The rice handles were transported to the threshing box in the middle of the field. Mrs. Wang and Shin were smashing the ears of rice on the handles onto the long bench placed in the wooden box. The rods fell on the bottom of the box, but when they were sliced, a thick layer had accumulated on the bottom of the box. When the thickness reached a certain thickness and affected threshing, they had to be bagged and transported home to dry. Both Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang were helping in the fields, and Tang Chaofu, the eldest son of the village head, and Tang Chaogui, the second son, were also invited. De Hu, as the main laborer of the Hu family, stayed at home today as the leader of the scythe. Several of them were in their early 30s, and in their prime. The tigers wielding the scythe in their hands were in full swing in the fields, and on the ridges of the fields the onlookers looked at it, which aroused the male's natural desire for performance. You chased each other. Compared with the competition, after a while, second Aunt Tang was left far behind. The sickle is engaged in transportation, helping to transport the rice handles behind the 4 to threshing. The village chief Tang Zhengfu also came here early in the morning with his 2 sons. Standing under the holly tree with his hands behind his back and squinting his eyes, he looked at the circles of golden rice and the fish ditches where schools of fish swim. He had already traveled back and forth to this land. How many times have I seen it, and every time I look at it, I still can't help being surprised and sighing. Just as he was thinking, Yang Fei accompanied Mrs. Zhang and others to come under the holly tree. Seeing that it was the Mrs. Zhang's, Tang Zhengfu hurried over to greet him. Although his family has no relationship with the Zhang family, the Zhang family is a well-known local family. Officials have different status. Mrs. Zhang smiled and exchanged greetings with him. Tang Zhengfu took the opportunity to leave. Looking at the bustling harvest scene, Mrs. Zhang was very grateful for her decision at that time. Such a scene, if nothing else, will spread throughout Anhui Mansion by this time next year. At that time, their Zhang family will be the leader of the world. The model of farming, the forerunner of overturning the authority of history, honor and wealth will roll in. What an honor. All of this was brought to him by the little girl beside him. Mrs. Zhang thought of the first time she saw this girl in her study in the spring day. She was neither humble nor overbearing, elegant and generous, with a yellow shirt and green skirt, like a dandelion flower, a small flower. Half a year later, she had grown quite a bit, although she was thin, but it doesn't look so delicate. I couldn't help but feel moved. Although the girl generously promised to name the technologies she provided as Zhang's at that time, she probably didn't expect such a big impact. If she saw Zhang in the future, will there be any regrets about the fire cooking at home? After several encounters, Mrs. Zhang certainly will not still treat Yang Fei as an ignorant child. This woman is a formidable talent. If she repents, what will she do? Mrs. Zhang thought about it several times in her heart, and she had made up her mind, and she looked at Yang Fei again. Unconsciously, it was almost time. Yang Fei figured that Papa Hu and Hu Kong would probably be back, so he couldn't help but look to the side of the road from time to time, and sure enough, he saw Hu Lai's father, Hu Kong, coming from a distance carrying a bucket, but there was a man behind him. That chubby fat man, who was his overage apprentice. Seeing those three people coming straight up, Yang Fei also went up to them, greeted Li Baotian with a smile, called Grandpa and Big Brother, and said to Li Baotian, "Why is Grandpa Li coming too?" Li Baotian was panting. He said with a smile, "The fish in the restaurant are almost out of stock these days. Every day I rush to buy all the fish from the market, but it's not enough. Some customers not only eat in the restaurant, but also pack it before leaving. Take a copy home. Where can I do it?" He paused and gasped for a few more breaths, and said again, "I didn't intend to talk about this with your grandfather this morning, so I realized that your family still has a few acres of fish, so I will follow your grandfather. While walking, I have come back under the holly tree." Several people met Mrs. Zhang separately. Father Hu and Hu Kong did not take a moment's rest, picked up the sickle, and joined De Hu and the others. Yang Fei took a copying net and led Li Baotian down to the field and came to the fish pit. At this time, the rice fields had dried up, and all the fish were gathered in the fish pit of the fish ditch. All kinds of fish, carp, black carp, Crucian carp and catfish, are 1 foot long, and catfish are already 1.5 feet long, with thick flesh and lively. Li Baotian was overjoyed, and said, "Master, the size of these fish is available, and these fish can be sent tomorrow. 300 caddies are required every day. With these fish, there is no need to go to the market to buy them every day. That's enough." Cheng Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I've saved myself a headache." Yang Fei was also happy in his heart, and said with a smile, "Well, I will talk to my father and the others at night." After the two talked about selling fish in a few words, they walked back. Li Baotian said, "Master, I received your letter yesterday, and I have divided the apprentices who learned how to roast duck with me into slaughtering, hair removal, ironing and coloring. There are 4 shifts for baking and sliced skin. There are 2 people in 1 class. They are different from each other. You are right in thinking. It is easy to make each step more proficient." Yang Fei laughed and said, "It's hard for you to understand the many other characters written in my letter," and said, "This is just a stopgap measure, and there will always be wise people who will realize the reason. There are many ways to prepare and eat roast duck in the previous life, and it is divided into 3 schools, North, South and Middle School. The North is represented by Beijing roast duck, which is wrapped in lotus leaf cake and served with various fruit and vegetable ingredients. The middle part is represented by Nanjing roast duck, which is directly chopped into chunks and poured with red soup and stew. The south is represented by Guangdong roast duck, which is chopped into small pieces and served with sour plum sauce for dipping, which has a unique flavor. This is all human imagination and wisdom about food. Li Baotian bid farewell to everyone and went back to Fuqing. Yang Fei saw that the sun was getting hotter, but fortunately, it was not as vicious and sun-drenched as in summer, and said with a smile, it can be regarded as giving him a chance to lose weight. Nanny Zheng is also urging her to go back to the village quickly. The eldest lady got up early and was already a little sleepy. The sun is coming up, and she is afraid that the eldest lady will be exposed to the sun. Yang Fei also wants to go back to prepare lunch, so he and Dahu, when people said hello, they all went back. After settling down for lunch, and waiting for Mrs. Zhang to finish eating, Yang Fei ate it hastily in the kitchen, and Yang Fei hurried back home. Seeing that Mrs. Shen and Gemini were still cooking, there were fish and meat stewed. Seeing Yang Fei coming back, Mrs. Shen said, "It's just in time for you to come back. Come and help mother put these vegetables into the earthen pot, it's getting late, and those who work in the field are afraid that it will be early, hungry." Yang Fei went over and took out the earthen jars, scalded each of them with boiling water, filled them with food, and took the bowls, chopsticks and spoons, and as soon as they were ready, Shen's last dish, scrambled eggs with green peppers, was also out of the pot now. Put it on a plate, then take another plate of the same size and put it in the basket of bowls and chopsticks. The four of them cleaned up the house, locked the door and went to the field to deliver food. When they came under the holly tree, they called the people in the field to come and eat, and at the same time, they carried Hu Lai's father's bamboo bed under the shade of the tree, and put the wine, vegetables, bowls and chopsticks on the table. Everyone sat down and saw the fish and eggs being put on the table one by one. The person who came to help was taken aback. Second Uncle Tang said, "Why is this just like Chinese New Year?" Father Hu smiled and said, "It's all hard work, how can you not eat better? Compared with your hard work, this is already slow." They were polite, they were hungry after all, so they drank a bowl of hoof soup with thick butterflies floating in it, and then the men drank a few glasses of old wine, very happy. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Shen are also in good spirits when they celebrate happy events, and they chatted with Aunt Tang, and the three of them laughed from time to time. Everyone knows that Hu's family is helping Zhang's family plant a test field this year, and they don't need to pay taxes or rent, so it's a net profit. It is said that the Hu family has good luck this year, and it will turn around this year. If it continues like this for a few more years, I am afraid that it will become a landowner. Everyone chatted and laughed, ate and drank, and the host and guest had a good time after a meal. After eating, they put away the bowls, chopsticks and noodles, and returned Father Hu's bamboo bed to their place. They rested for a while under the holly tree, and went to the field again. Into battle. In the afternoon, a few new members were added to the field, and the progress was even faster. Needless to say, Father Hu, he is a veteran in the field. Hu Kong has also been training in the field for 3 years, and he works well. But the three of them, Yang Fei and Shuangzi, were too tired to run the transportation. Second Aunt Tang saw that someone had taken over her transportation work, and she had already moved to the threshing box of Wang's and Shen's. Second Aunt Tang is born with a good singing voice. She likes to sing a few lines when she is happy. The autumn is clear today, and the villagers who watch the excitement have not yet arrived, and the neighbors in Etienne are also good neighbors on weekdays. It can be said that the time and place are favorable, so he cleared his throat, supported the box and sang. My sister is picking pomegranates in the south garden. Which debt collector smashes bricks through the wall? It just happened to hit Xiao Nu's head. To eat pomegranates you take 2. If you want to have a heart-to-heart talk, follow me to the tall building. Why bother hitting me with a brick? Yo yo yo. Ida ada yo yo. Why bother hitting me with a brick from the wall? Second brother Tang stood up straight, with one hand on his hip, and continued to sing. If I don't eat your pomegranate, I won't go upstairs. How can the heart-to-heart talk come to your home? Breaking bricks is to ask you to go for a walk. Aunt Tang sang. Yesterday I took a beating for you. Today I got scolded again for you. Beaten and scolded all because of your little enemy. Yo yo yo. Ida ada yo yo. You get beaten and scolded all because of your little enemy. Uncle Tang sang. It hurts to hear that you were scolded. My sister was beaten like cutting my flesh. Why don't you go down to Yangzhou with me? Aunt Tang sang. I heard that Yangzhou is right in my heart. Just pack a bag and I'll go with you. Go to Yangzhou and never look back. Then the two sang together again. Yeah yo yo. Ida ada yo yo. Go to Yangzhou and never look back. Go to Yangzhou and never look back. Yo yo yo. Ida ada yo yo. Go to Yangzhou and never look back. Go to Yangzhou and never look back. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Aunt Tang's voice is sweet and crisp, and Uncle Tang's voice is high-pitched and clear. Together they achieve a perfect harmony. Become a little bird, fly to the sky, and fly to the distance. Yang Feier was a little surprised. She heard the lyrics clearly, never thought that the folk customs here can be so open, that women can invite men to go upstairs to talk. Upstairs here probably means the boudoir. Can you still travel with men, or elope? Then was her reaction to Zhang Fuzhen standing outside the door talking so loud last time. Was she overreacting? Second, it is unexpected that Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang are usually not so outstanding, but they immediately seem to be different people when they sing. It is also very rare to see them singing in harmony. At the end of the song, everyone in the field applauded, and Tang Chaofu shouted, "Sing one more. Sing another." Second, Aunt Tang smiled and said, "The Hu family called us here to help with work. Is it possible that singing can lost your work? Hurry up and do your work." Everyone was aroused by the singing, and their emotions were also high. Tang Chaofu said, "Isn't it just singing? I can too. If you don't sing, I will." After finishing speaking, he roared and sang. The singer is immortal, and he eats a handful of bitter vegetables for dinner. Seeing that my dear sister is near the door, the folk songs are not true. I asked my eldest sister if I could talk to someone, cough cough cough. Accidentally choked on his own saliva, coughing so much that he was forced to interrupt his beast singing, making everyone in the field lean back and forth gleefully. After laughing enough, everyone went to drink water under the holly tree to replenish energy, and started a new round of rice harvesting competition. Unaware that the sun was heading towards the west, Dahu called everyone to drink water under the tree and rest for a while. As soon as everyone sat down, they suddenly saw two official sedan chairs approaching from the main road. The handle of the knife followed the sedan chair, walking to the side of the road and stopping. The person who got out of the sedan chair turned a person sideways from the sedan chair, bowed to the two adults, and without knowing what they were talking about, he pointed at the holly tree and led the two adults. An adult came all the way here. The more the Hu people looked at it, the more wrong it became. Why did they seem to be coming to their own fields, standing up in a daze? It wasn't until he saw that the person leading the way in front of him was actually the village head Tang Zhengfu, that he was sure in his heart that it was indeed from his family's field. At this time, there were more than a dozen village names surrounding the ridge of the Hu family's fields. Some were from the same village, and some were from nearby villages. Little Black and Little Flower yelled and were kicked by Father Hu. They immediately died down and went back to sit under the tree. Tang Zhengfu took the lead and trotted to the tree, beckoning to Papa Hu and Dahu, "Come quickly and meet the prefect and county magistrate." Father Hu and Dahu have stayed in this small mountain village all their lives, and the biggest official they have ever seen is the village chief. They never thought that there would be a day to meet the county magistrate, and they were so nervous that their calves were twitching, and they knelt down tremblingly. Paying homage to the two great masters, the Wang family and others behind, as well as the surrounding villagers also knelt down to pay respects. The magistrate's surname is Wu, in his 60s, of medium build, wearing blue silk uniforms, white face and beard, clear face, not angry and majestic, but at this time he smiled and said, "You don't need to be polite. Today I will be with your parents and officials." The adults came here together, not for official business, but to see the new method of rice cultivation, so get up quickly. Then he asked with a smile, "Which of you are Hu Jiaxiao and Hu Yongqiang?" Father Hu and Da Hu rushed out, and Father Hu stepped forward and bowed and said, "Xiao Min is Hu Jiaxiao." Da Hu said, "Xiao Min is Hu Yongqiang." He was already sweating all over. The county magistrate, surnamed Li, is in his 40s. He is a little taller than the prefect Wu. He has broad shoulders and wears a navy blue uniform. He has official authority, but he looks like a general. At this time, it was still face and mist, and said, "I heard that your village reported that your family used a new method to grow rice, and the output has increased greatly. I will accompany the prefect to see if the situation is true. If it is true, I will report it to the court. Apply for an award. Within my jurisdiction, it is my blessing to have this new thing." Wu Jifu said, "You two, take us to the fields first." Father Hu and Da Hu answered in unison, leading the way, leading the magistrate and the county magistrate down to the field, and the villagers at the back adhered to the principle of spectating when there is excitement, followed closely behind, and a group of half a dozen the older children were accompanied by a few dogs, running back and forth and frolicking. Tang Zhengfu scolded twice, asking someone's children to take care of them, but was stopped by the prefect of Wu, said, "It's very nice to have a childlike innocence, let them go." Tang Zhengfu hurriedly responded and followed. Wu Jifu and Li County Magistrate picked up a handful of rice stalks and looked at them together. They saw 3-inch-long rice stalks hanging on the rice stalk as thick as chopsticks. The grains were full and their heads hung down heavily. There are many ordinary ears of rice. I asked Da Hu to pick 2 rice stalks from a nearby field and compare them. The 2 stalks were only half as thick as the ones in Hu's family, and the ears of rice were only 2 inches long. Less than. Wu Jifu said, "Father of the Hu family, is it possible to estimate the yield per mu now?" Father Hu bowed and said, "There was no such a yield in the past, and the sickle is only harvested today. I am afraid that we will not be able to calculate the yield until all the harvest has been dried." Wu Jifu listened, nodded and said, "Well, it should be so, then it will not be too late to report after the weighing." Father Hu said, "Yes, Grand Master." Daho brought a net from the shack, led the 2 elders to the fish pit in the field, and said, "2 elders, please look, this is a fish raised in the rice field. It grows up by eating rice, flowers, grass and insects." Said, seeing the place where the fish school is really dense, he got out of the net and picked up a bag of fish, and piled up 7 or 8 fish in the net, tumbling and jumping. Wu Jifu and Li County Magistrate were very surprised. They have seen fishing and casting nets before. In their impression, fishing is hard and not easy. It's quite shocking that one catch is counting tails. At that moment, Magistrate Wu went into the battle himself, took over the net, saw the whereabouts of the fish swimming, and when he got out of the net to fish, he saw that there were 3 or 4 fish in the net. Much amused, he put the fish back into the water, handed the net to County Magistrate Li and said, "Your Majesty Li, try it too." County Magistrate Li took over the copying net and caught it. It was indeed a bag full of fish. He sighed and said, "The rice is abundant and the fish is fat, and the income of the farmers has increased greatly. Such a new law should be spread widely. If I want it, it is a great good for the whole people of Thailand to benefit." Wu Jifu said, "I don't know who came up with this method of symbiosis between fish and rice. Da Hu's family has already received Yang Fei's orders," and Father Hu took a step forward and said, "Master, it is the owner of the villain, the wife of Mr. Zhang." Wu Jifu raised his eyebrows and twirled his beard, "But Mr. Zhang, the Guozijian Jijiu in Fuqing?" Father Hu said, "Exactly." Magistrate Wu and County Magistrate Li couldn't help being startled. They glanced at each other, and County Magistrate Li nodded and said, "It's really admirable that Mrs. Zhang's wife is so talented. and I will report it truthfully to show her the merits of benefiting the people will never die. Wu Jifu is also the head of the Jia. The two local leaders were also excited after inspecting it. The emergence of such a new law under their tenure was also a political achievement for the two of them, but this technology came from Mrs. Zhang's family, which made it impossible for the two of them to take credit for it. There are regrets, however. Being able to play the imperial court by them is somewhat of a compensation to the Zhang family. Everyone watched the two parents and lords get on the official sedan chair and leave, and they immediately became excited. They all said that the Hu family has gained both fame and fortune this time, and all the officials have come to inspect it. It won't take long for them to come to the court rewards. It's really incredible to wait. Father Hu held back until now. He was finally able to speak, and asked Tang Zhengfu, village chief, why did you bring the two elders here? Tang Zhengfu said proudly, I went to the county to report this matter, of course I brought it. Of course, such a good thing happened in my village, so naturally I have to report it to my parents and officials. It's also my job, and it's also to make your family famous. A voice raised, it's a coincidence, you just happened to meet the magistrate Li at the county magistrate's place, and he heard that there is a new law in our village that can increase rice production, and he has succeeded in raising fish in the rice fields, so he attaches great importance to it. Since this law is related to the national economy and the people's livelihood, it is no small matter, so I have to come and see it in person, so I accompanied the two of them here. Father Hu said, Big brother, why didn't you tell us? We should be prepared. We were scared enough. Tang Zhengfu stared and said, then what are you going to prepare? Why are you still planning to treat me to dinner and tea? As long as this land is enough. Everyone said, that's right, this land is enough for the two elders to see. Someone said, if the imperial court has rewards, it will also be considered the achievements of those two great masters. For a while, you talked about each other, and discussions arose. Since the two adults came under the tree, Yang Fair, Hu Kong and the twins kept a distance from the crowd and did not step forward. One thing more is worse than one thing less. Now that the technology has been transferred to the Zhang family, it's good to be a bystander, not to mention that such a feat is not something they, a family of poor people with no power and power, can afford. Seeing that the sun was setting, he didn't dare to delay any longer, so he went back with the Shin twins and parted ways at the gate of the ancestral hall. Shin took the twins back to make dinner by himself, but Yang Fei went to Zhang's house to prepare for Mrs. Zhang's mother and son. Dinner. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Zhang had a little appetite today, and Dao still wanted to eat the fried chicken that day. Thinking of the first time Mrs. Zhang had a chicken alone, Zhang Fuzhen had always had a good appetite, so he asked the cook to kill 2 raw chickens. Chicken, cooked together, served with sour plum soup. Mrs. Zhang also ate a lot. Zhang Fuzhen had never tasted this fried chicken last time. Today, he ate this fried chicken for the first time. He felt that it was very delicious. The remaining 2 chicken legs and a piece of chicken breast were also wrapped into the belly, and then I felt a little bit more happy, so Qingwan went to spread the word to Yang Fei, I will eat this kind of fried chicken tomorrow morning. Yang Fei frowned when he heard that, such greasy food, should he eat it early in the morning? I can't help it, I just think about adding another dish to relieve the tiredness tomorrow. But Mrs. Zhang has eaten some food tonight. Yang Fei feels at ease. It seems that he needs to use his brains again to let Mrs. Zhang eat more at night. After lunch every day, it will not be until the next morning. It is not a good idea to eat after 17 or 18 hours in between, and it is not good for the fetus in the womb. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. When I got home in the evening, I saw Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Shin cleaning up the table and washing the dishes. I knew that Uncle Tang and the others had just eaten and had just left. Dahu was sitting on the table drinking tea. The eldest brother and 2 younger brothers were washing up. Father Hu no, I must have gone back to the field after dinner to watch the fish. Dahu watched Yang Fei come back and asked, have you eaten yet? Yang